information on Friday. The state got to Exhibits 485 and 486 and realized that they weren't exhibit casings. We took 485 down immediately, and we're withdrawing the offer of State's Exhibit 485 and 486.
He notified us, Judge. No objection.
Okay, so they'll be withdrawn. Thank you. Y'all want to get your next witness? Good morning. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Just have a seat over there. Adjust that microphone, make it comfortable for you. Okay, I think we have all of the jurors, so we're going to go ahead and bring them in.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This witness was sworn outside your presence. He is under oath, so you may proceed when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you tell us your name?
Terry Snyder.
What do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Texas Rangers with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 32 years.
Would you please kind of run through what your training and experience has been in law enforcement?
So my career started at Snyder Police Department, and I was patrol officer there for 4 years. In 1998, I was employed with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Through my career with DPS, I 4 years as a highway patrolman, and then I made motor vehicle theft service. I was an investigator for approximately 5-6 years there with the auto theft, and then made Texas Rangers in 2011.
So you started as a patrol officer in Snyder,
That's correct.
and what did those duties include?
The typical patrol, answer calls, motorist assist, family disturbance, DWIs, things like that.
And so were you called on to make arrests like all patrol officers?
Yes, sir.
And what was your original training? When did you first go to the police academy?
Back in 1994.
1994.
94.
Mr. Turner, can you turn on your microphone?
Thank you. So in 1994, you went to the police academy. You were with the Snyder Police, and then you transferred over. Is that correct?
Well, I applied and then I was hired by Texas Department of Public Safety in 1998.
What year was that?
1998.
And that's when you worked at what position?
So after graduating the academy, I was assigned back to Scurry County, Snyder, Texas.
And what did you do there?
As a highway patrolman, typical highway patrol duties, patrol, arrests, crash investigations, things of that nature.
Were you trained or given special training on investigating crashes
Yes,
and crime scenes in general?
that's correct, yes, sir.
When did that happen?
Basic crime scene stuff during troop school, or even after graduating and coming out, you had to go back for your crash investigation training. And then after making Ranger, of course, we're all sent through a 3-week crime scene school.
So all Rangers have 3 weeks of crime school?
Correct.
On May 24th, 2022, where were you assigned?
I was assigned in Wilson County, Floresville, Texas.
And where is that?
It's about 37 miles south of San Antonio.
And on that day, did you get a call for duty?
Yes, sir, I did.
Would you explain that to us?
As being a part of the crime scene team with the Rangers, we were activated to respond to Uvalde to the Robb Elementary School.
When did you arrive to Robb Elementary School?
It was around 5:30 that afternoon, I believe.
That same day, the first day.
Correct.
And what were your duties at Robb Elementary?
Upon arrival, we met with our crime scene team, team leader, Brent Barina, and we as a group were briefed on details of what had occurred prior to us arriving, and we were assigned our duties from that point.
What duties were you assigned?
Basically to, that day, begin to assist with identifying and removing bodies from 111 and 112.
So that was the first duty of the Rangers, was to identify the people that were victimized in this case.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And was that for the purpose of notifying parents?
That's correct.
And how long did that take?
That was a long process for that evening into the night.
Excuse me?
It was a long process through the evening into the night, that night.
And how were you able to make those identifications?
Usually by either clothing or what they were wearing, or by the class roster that was within the classroom.
And after identifying the bodies, what did you do next?
We gathered up and we coordinated a plan for the next day. We were released from our duties that day, and we went back the next day.
So on the 25th, you were assigned a new duty,
That's correct.
and what were your duty assignments given to you on the 25th?
On the 25th, myself and Ranger Veronica Gideon was assigned to identify and mark cartridge casings that were in the hallways of the school.
At Robb Elementary.
That's correct.
So were there a number of teams, crime scene investigation teams, that were assigned separate duties that day?
Yes, sir.
And your team got the hallway?
That's correct.
Was there a team assigned to 111,
Yes.
112,
Yes.
the truck,
Correct.
and the west? Did y'all get assistance from the FBI on the searching of the west side casings?
Yes.
And how were you able to, when you identified the casings, did you mark them?
Yes, we marked them with a blue tent, crime scene tent marker, and on the tent had in black tape or had numeric numbers.
So as y'all used tents, you deliberately used different colors?
We did, or something to this magnitude of a crime scene, yes, to separate the evidence of where it was located.
So if you had a picture of a blue 4, that may be different from a picture of a tent with a yellow 4 or an orange 4.
That's correct.
And so the color that you were assigned to use in the hallway was what color?
We used blue in the hallway.
And tell us what steps you took in processing the hallway.
We basically started at the door and worked our way through the hall, through the path, based on the information that we were given where things took place.
And did your crime scene search, did that include specifically the hallway and nothing inside or outside of the hallway?
That's correct.
Neither room 111 or 112?
Correct.
And then what were the steps in collecting the casings?
So once we marked all the evidence, of course, it was photographed. And then once it was ready to be collected, we would collect those items by the tent numbers in order, and we would place them in a bag and then seal them up.
Thank you. And did you photograph the location of these casings before you picked them up?
Yes, we did.
Showing you, Stacy, exhibit 262 through 316, and I'll ask you, Ranger, did you have a chance to review these photographs before coming here today?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us, just to flip through quickly, are they fair and accurate representations of your work in the hallway at Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir, they are.
State Officers Exhibits 262 through 316, tender and unfit defense. Your minute, please.
the state of the jury, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
As we discuss these exhibits, you may have to point out something specifically in this, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Keep you from having to stand in front of somebody as you. Ranger Snyder, starting with Exhibit 262. Can you tell us the location and what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 262?
Basically, these are the blue tint markers that was mentioned earlier with the numbers on them.
Would you speak up, please? Your voice is away from us, and I'm having a hard time hearing it.
Those are the two blue tint markers, which I mentioned earlier. And this is the hallway near the boys' restroom.
Okay. Is this from the east looking directly west?
Correct.
And before we move in specifically, has there been information or items that were removed before this photograph was taken? By that I mean items of medical relief that was provided.
Correct.
Okay. Could you tell us just in general terms what has been removed before this photograph was taken?
I mean, obviously, you can tell by looking at this picture that the medical intervention and stuff that had previously been done before we had got there and arrived and started marking the evidence.
And did that appear to you to be a triage area?
Correct.
And so all the evidence of triage has been removed, is that correct?
Yes.
And so now Exhibit 263, can you tell us what 263 is?
So it's the same view, it's just zoomed in, because when we take photographs of our evidence that we are collecting, we give an overshot view at the beginning to give the jury and the other people that weren't there a view of what we saw, and then we zoom in just to a medium zoom, and then we zoom into a close-up. And this is a close-up shot.
Okay. And as to State's Exhibit 1, did you have any information that a shot was fired in the east hallway?
Yes.
You did have information that in the east hallway. I'm not talking about the north to south, east to the west.
No, sir. No, sir.
And yet a casing is there.
Correct.
Does the triage area have any indication as to how that casing got there?
I mean, it's obvious that where we located these items that are marked and that we collect by the signs that you see on the floor, these shell casings could have been dragged or moved or kicked or anything during the medical intervention or the chaos that was occurring.
Okay. So these casings are just indications of where you observed them.
Where we observed them and marked them at the time we collected them, yes.
And after a casing is fired and shot, can the casing be moved before you get a chance to do your job?
Correct, yes, sir.
And was there traffic in Robb Elementary that day
Yes, sir.
before you got to do your job the next day?
Yes, sir.
And some of that traffic was the triage that you were talking about.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 264.
This is item number 2. It'll be 2 magazines of .308.
And what does 308 mean?
It's the caliber of the ammunition that's loaded within the magazine.
And is this caliber of ammunition, is that consistent with law enforcement ammunition as opposed to the gunman's ammunition?
Correct.
Exhibit 265. Is this now the hallway that moves north to south as opposed to the one that was east to west?
Yes.
And are there markers indicated there?
Yes, sir. There are.
Would you point those out for the jury?
Number 3, number 4, and I believe that's gonna be number 5.
Exhibit 266.
It would be item or tent marker number 3, indicating a fired cartridge case.
Thank you. And 267, does that show the locations of 4 and 5?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 268.
There'll be a close-up view of item number 4, fired cartridge casing.
And does that cartridge casing indicate that there are indentions that are inconsistent with just an ejection port or an ejection action by a rifle?
Yes.
And would you show the jury where those are?
See the indention right here towards the end, as if it's been stepped on or something of that nature.
Thank you. And you're away from the microphone, but you said it appeared to you as if it had been stepped on or something like that.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 269.
That'll be tent marker number 5.
And that's just to keep up to show the jury that we recovered each one of these, even though each one was not necessarily a casing. Is that correct?
That's correct. This item here is a body cam that had fallen off.
Okay. There's by body camera, is that commonly used by law enforcement?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 270.
That's a close-up view of item number 5 of the body camera.
Exhibit 271.
It's just an overshot view of the hallway.
And does it show kind of a grouping of tents in that exhibit?
That's correct.
And would you show the jury where that grouping is?
This will be a grouping here that we marked and identified, and then of course, diagonal from that area is another separate grouping.
And in photographing, do you start from a faraway view, giving us an idea where things are, and then close in on it?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Showing you then Exhibit 272. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
It'd be the one grouping that I pointed out first that was to the left. Items 9, 10, 11, 12, up through 22, it looks like.
And Exhibit 273. Does that show that we're looking at rooms 105 and 106?
Yes, sir.
And are there just a couple of casings there, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those identification markers?
Number 6 and number 7.
And where is classroom 106 and 107 in comparison to rooms 111 and 112?
I believe they were directly across, if I'm not mistaken.
Directly across the hall?
Yes.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 274.
Item number 6, and as opposed to a fired shell casing, this is a unfired shell case or cartridge case.
And by looking at Exhibit 6, can you tell if that came from a pistol or a rifle?
From a handgun.
From a handgun?
Yes,
As opposed to a rifle?
correct.
Thank you. Exhibit 275.
Be item number 7.
And 276.
It's a close-up shot of item number 7, fired cartridge case.
And the condition of item 7.
It does have that indention. Right here, it looks like there's been some damage done to it right here towards the end.
And that is damage not from the firing of the weapon, but from another source?
Correct, presumed, yes.
Exhibit 277.
Item number 8.
And are we still then across the hall from 211 and 212?
Yes, sir.
278.
It's a close-up photograph of item number 8 being a fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 279.
Again, that's just an overshot, zoomed-out view of the two separate groupings that we saw earlier.
And to the left of the photograph, which classrooms are those?
111, 112.
And 280, does that start to show the marker numbers and start to be able to see the casings?
That's correct.
9 through about 22, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have a yellow tint there. Why do you have a yellow tint as opposed to the blue tints?
If I recall correctly, I'm going to say that was marking probably some kind of print or something, impression left in the blood.
So it was not a casing for sure.
No, sir.
State's Exhibit 281.
It's item number 9, showing a fired cartridge case.
282.
Item number 10, again, a fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 283.
Number 11 will be it's a 21-round magazine with 20 unfired cartridges.
And do you recognize the nature of those cartridges and magazine?
Was believed to be law enforcement.
And why do you believe it to be law enforcement?
The type of ammo, I believe that was in it, if I remember correctly.
It's handgun ammo as opposed to rifle ammo, is that correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 284.
That's a fired cartridge case from a handgun.
From a handgun
From a handgun.
as opposed to a rifle.
Correct.
Thank you. And Exhibit 285.
Just kind of a zoomed out overshot view between, in front of 111 and 112 of the same tint markers that we've been going through.
And on the far left, does it show an additional tint marker?
Item number 14.
Thank you. Exhibit 286.
It's item number 13, fired cartridge case.
And State's Exhibit 287.
It's a close-up view of item 13, a fired cartridge case from a rifle.
State's Exhibit 288.
Item number 14, fired cartridge case.
And Exhibit 289.
It's a zoomed-in shot of item 14, a fired cartridge case.
Moving next to Exhibit 290.
Again, just a zoomed-out overall photograph of that hallway in front of 111, 112, showing our tent markers.
291.
Item number 15, showing 3 fired cartridge casings.
So you may put one marker down for more than one casing.
Correct.
Exhibit 292.
Item number 16, identifying the 3 fired cartridge casings.
Okay. And we see 2 fairly easily. Where's the third?
This will be 1, 2, and the third's off right here on the left.
Thank you. Exhibit 293.
Item number 17, fired cartridge casing.
And 294.
Item number 18, again, a fired cartridge casing.
295.
Just an overshot view in front of 111, 112 of the tent markers and of the cartridge casings that we identified.
296.
Item number 19, fired cartridge casing.
297.
Item number 20, it's a fired cartridge casing.
298.
Item number 21, fired cartridge casing.
And these all belong to a rifle?
That's correct, yes.
299.
Item number 22, identifying the 2 fired cartridge casings.
Rifle casing.
Correct.
Moving now down the hallway, State's Exhibit 300, would you describe what we see here?
Be the, focusing on basically the tent markers that we set out to identify additional cartridge casings that we had located.
And once again, this is when you located it the day after this event, is that correct?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 301.
Item number 23, fired rifle cartridge casing.
Exhibit 302.
Again, the same tent marker, number 23, just a closer up, zoomed in photo of the fired cartridge casing.
Exhibit 303.
Item number 24, a fired cartridge casing from a rifle.
Exhibit 304.
Item number 25, cartridge casing, a fired cartridge casing from a rifle.
Exhibit 305.
That's just a zoomed in photo of item number 25 of that fired cartridge casing.
Exhibit 306.
Item number 26, and then of course you can see 27, 28 in the background. And then the medical intervention, signs of intervention there.
And 307.
A zoomed in photo of item number 26, a fired rifle cartridge casing.
Exhibit 308.
Item number 27, 2 fired rifle cartridge cases.
Exhibit 309.
Item number 28, fired rifle cartridge casing.
And 310.
Showing item 29, 31, 32, and 33.
And are those further toward the south door?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 311.
A zoomed in photo of item 29, fired rifle cartridge casing.
Exhibit 312.
Item number 30, a zoomed in photograph of a fired rifle cartridge casing.
And Exhibit 313, does that show the general location of tent marker 32?
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 314.
Item 31, showing the fired rifle cartridge casing.
Exhibit 315.
Item number 32, again, a fired rifle cartridge casing.
And Exhibit 33.
Item number 33, fired rifle cartridge casing.
And are you able to distinguish casing from one manufacturer from another manufacturer?
Yes.
And in this case, how many different types of rifle cartridge casings did you recover from the hallway?
We recovered an LC 22 5.56, and then there was a 9mm Luger Hornady, a Remington 223, and a Remington 223.
So how many Remington shell casings did you recover?
I believe, if I recall correctly, 2. 3. I'm seeing 3 right offhand here.
Okay, may I approach, that was a lot of cases that we went through,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, sir.
When y'all packaged up the casings, did you put them in different packages based on, the brand of the casing?
We did.
May I approach
Yes, sir.
Showing you State's Exhibit 16.
Yes.
What does the LE at the top of State's Exhibit 16 stand for?
We're identifying these as being law enforcement related, belonging to law enforcement.
Sorry. Your Honor, we would have no objection to these exhibits to be considered. Thank you. We would offer Exhibit 16, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
And without going into and opening each one of the casings, do you, as you enter those exhibits into the envelope, do you keep record of what type of casings those are?
Yes, we give it, we write a description of what we collect on the envelope so we can refer to it later.
And how many cartridge casings, rifle cartridge casings were associated with law enforcement?
6.
And how many pistol cartridge casings were associated with law enforcement?
2.
And were they both fired, or was one fired and one unfired?
I'm gonna believe, I think the one was unfired and then the rest were fired.
And we saw a photograph of one that was unfired.
That's correct.
Judge, this is saying that the next, we have no objection to these contributions to state register.
What's the number?
We just identify, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 17.
Okay. 17 will be admitted, no objection, go ahead.
Would you tell us what State's Exhibit 17 contains?
This will be the envelope that we secured all the LC 2.20 fired cartridges that we just went through that we collected in the hallway.
And did you also collect cartridge casings or assist in them out at the ditch where the truck was?
I don't believe I did, no.
Very good. Pass the witness, Your Honor. Good morning, Reyes, Snyder.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
I'm fine, sir.
So, we've not met before, right?
No, sir.
So, my name's Gary Hillier. I'm one of the 3 attorneys representing Adrian.
Yes, sir.
And you testified before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Probably a lot of times, right?
A few, yes, sir.
You understand that I've got some questions to ask you
Sure.
about your role in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Specifically in your training and experience, right?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes I speak too fast. And so if I am talking too fast, you can say, Gary, hold on, talk a little bit slower, and I will repeat the question.
Sure, yes, sir.
So that I'm not trying to trick you or anything like that.
Yes, sir.
So, and I take over your permission to ask you questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Cool, thank you. So, you've been some sort of 32 years in law enforcement altogether?
Yes, sir.
And I believe that, ironically, you started in Snyder.
Snyder, Texas, yes, sir.
It's not named after the family or anything like that?
No connection, sir.
No connection. But so you did 4 years as patrol officer.
That's correct, yes, sir.
So you went through an academy in originally back in '94, right?
Yes, the first academy was the Odessa College Academy, yes, sir.
So you went to like a community college that does multiple agencies training, is that right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Yeah, and I guess that's where you first encountered like these tactics,
Correct,
like use of force,
correct.
use of firearms for law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you've been carrying a firearm ever since.
Yes, sir, I have.
And and throughout your training, obviously, you've probably done, if you looked at your training record, you've probably done a lot of training in those years, right?
Yes, sir, I have.
And so you went to the DPS in '98,
That's correct, yes, sir.
and you were highway patrolman, so I think that's the correct title for a while.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And then you promoted out, is that correct? It was the correct terminology, you promoted to make ranger?
I promoted out from trooper status to auto theft investigator, and then that's our criminal law enforcement division then. And then after 5 years of being an auto theft investigator, I promoted into the Texas Rangers, correct.
Right, so it's after that you promoted to the Rangers, okay. And then once in your you made ranger, I should say, you go to, as a matter of course, everyone goes to a 3-week crime scene investigation course.
That's correct, yes.
And that's where, that's what you're here to testify about today, your work in this crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during all those years, you do you call it in-service? Some police departments call it in-service or continuation training.
Yes, sir, we do.
Because you know, in order, you probably carry a weapon today, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
And you're carrying a sidearm?
That's correct, yes, sir.
A pistol.
Yes, sir.
Right? And you have to qualify to shoot that, is that correct?
We do, yes, sir.
Several times a year,
Yes, sir.
and you have to do for tactical training.
That's correct.
And in order to keep your status as a police officer, right?
Correct.
Primarily, and also to keep your status as a ranger.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Right. Okay, and so, let's talk about, I want to talk to you about your role in this incident.
Yes, sir.
So you said you're based out of Wilson County,
I was at the time of this, yes.
and you're not now, I think.
No, sir, I'm in Atascosa County now.
No, not a million miles away, but.
It's a little bit, not much.
Same district attorney, but different county, right?
That's correct.
So you made your way on May 24, 22 to the scene, I think you said late afternoon, early evening, 5:30 p.m.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And you had a briefing. Right.
Correct.
And was it Lieutenant Barina?
That's correct.
So we've already met, the jury's already met Lieutenant Barina, but Lieutenant Barina, he was there before you, he made the scene before you,
Yes,
and gave you a briefing on the situation.
that's correct.
So at that point, and I think I've seen some of the reports of this incident. I mean, it's discussed in several ways, but you're there to investigate or help to investigate what ended up being an officer-involved shooting.
Typically, but it was called in and given to us as an active shooter, yes, sir.
That's how it came in, right?
Correct.
That's where I was going. So in actual fact, what you were investigating was a mass murder of children, right?
Correct,
And attempted murder of 2 police officers,
correct,
which ended in an officer-involved shooting, right?
correct.
Yeah, and so Ranger Marina gave you a briefing. I think you mentioned something about that this is a huge scene, correct?
Yes,
And I think, Jeff, my approach to this
Yes, sir.
with the demonstrative, I think you mentioned that Ranger Marina gave you your briefing, and I just want to clarify on this demonstrative here, this map, what your not marching orders were, but what your briefing was to try and investigate. So I think that you said that you right. So you were briefed to start searching at the door, right? I think that's what you said.
yeah, we started, basically started where it was indicated where everything began, and then, of course, where the action took place, and then the after effects of that.
Yeah, and so thank you. What I'm trying to confirm the door. You said because you testified starting at the door. So
So you recognise this location here? This is an overview. This is stage one of the school.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. Surrounded by Geraldine and Grove. So this is the school here, right?
Correct.
That's the school building there. So we've the way it's been discussed and labelled in trial so far is you've got a west door around here.
That's correct.
I'm indicating that on the map now. It's got a red X.
Correct.
Now that's the door you're talking about, right?
From the inside, from the interior only. Our focus on the first day there was basically, as I also mentioned, to identify and remove bodies from 111, 112. Then the following day, marking our evidence in the hallways were basically from the interior down the hall and then back down the hall in front of the classrooms.
Right, and thanks for that. But what I mean is, this is the door on the inside of the building. You say we started at the door. That's where your work started at the door.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and we've identified that throughout the trial as the west door.
Okay.
And so this is the west to east. There's two corridors inside that building, right?
Correct.
And we've seen lots of photographs, and we'll visit about some of them in a minute. But there's one. I know it's not perfect north-south orientation, but I think we're talking about one that goes west to east, east to west.
Correct.
And one corridor that goes north-south, south-north, right?
Correct.
Okay, but you started at this west entrance door here.
Correct.
And you know through your briefing, and obviously you know now, that door was unlocked.
It was said to have been, yes, sir.
It was, through your knowledge and your briefing, I mean, you weren't there at the time,
Correct.
obviously, right? But you know now that door had been left unlocked, right?
Through knowledge is unlocked or propped open, ever how you want to refer to it, yes, sir.
So that's how that monster got into that school building, right?
Correct.
Yeah. If that door had been locked, that might have changed things, right?
Obviously, yes.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. So that's where you started on your evidence collection, and you described your process. I want to talk mostly about the collection of the shells, which is your day two work. Right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Because that's the exhibits that have been. So if we can limit ourselves to that, that's what I'm trying to do. Right?
Yes, sir.
So your process is to, and I wrote it down, is you'll walk through and identify things,
Yes, sir, that's correct.
generally speaking, then you'll mark it.
Mark it with a tent marker, yes, sir.
And, I mean, because you're inside, it's called a tent, right? You put it over it or next to it so you can photograph it next.
Correct.
And then afterwards, you will then retrieve it.
Yes, sir.
And then that's the stuff that we've seen entered into evidence today, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So, and again, I think Mr. Turner might have asked you how many rounds that were found, but you know, it's a lot, right? A lot of ammunition, spent ammunition was found in those corridors.
Yes.
And you said that a lot of them are damaged, right? A lot of those shell casings were damaged.
Yes, sir. There was several noted, yes, sir.
Yeah, which and like you said, that scene was, I believe you said, chaotic.
Yes, sir.
When you went there, it was chaotic, right?
There was a lot of movement going on, yes, sir.
Yeah. So what I mean by that is that there's no indication, there is a general indication of where those rounds were fired because you've seen some groupings on the ground, right?
Yes.
Your testimony was that there were so many people, and you're a man around, well, there's so many people moving through and through that rounds were getting kicked and casings were getting kicked and they could have been moved.
Yes, they could have been, yes.
So you can't testify to the jury where these shots were fired, right?
No, sir. I mean, we can presume by the groupings.
So there you go. But you can presume by the groupings.
Correct.
And what you mean by that, I would imagine, is if there's a grouping of spent cartridges in the hallway, which there were, right?
Yes, mainly in front of the doors.
Mainly in front of the doors of classroom 111 or 112, right?
Correct.
And so we'll look at the pictures in a second. But there's a grouping or two, I think there were two groupings, there's shells everywhere, right?
Yes.
Let's start with wider. There were shells everywhere. That's not an indication of where those rounds were fired, right?
Correct.
But there was a grouping outside those two doors.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said a second ago that that's an indication of that those rounds were fired outside of those classrooms, right?
Correct.
And were you aware that it's believed that the classroom 111 was left unlocked?
Yes.
But nevertheless, we've got a group of casings that were fired by the killer in that corridor.
Correct.
So in the absence of, so you know now that he didn't fire at anyone in the hallway, he was firing into the classroom, right?
Yes, sir.
So firing into something where you can't see inside, does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Because a police officer can't do that, can they? The police officer has to be able to see what they're shooting at.
Correct. You have to identify your target. Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you can't see your target, you can't shoot it.
Correct.
But that's not what this person was doing, right? The killer.
Correct.
Just firing indiscriminately into classrooms, through walls.
That's correct.
And a police officer's not allowed to do that. You can't do that.
No, sir.
And again, I think you said that and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said that you believe the classroom door 111 was open, right? Unlocked.
Correct.
Obviously, had it been locked, I guess from your previous answer, that would make the outcome of this incident very different.
Correct.
Right? I want to draw your attention to a specific photograph. I'm going to find it and I'll ask to have it. Rachel, just going to get a photograph up and we'll discuss
Sure.
it, but we have to put it on the screen.
Yes, sir.
You bear with me a second. You guys want to approach the television when it's displayed?
Yes, sir.
You can't see the top of the picture. No, that's not one. Just want to approach the screen.
Yes.
So, Rachel, we've published what's been marked as 272. You recognise that photograph, it's been entered already, right?
Yes, sir.
So, if you would, can you orient the jury to where we're looking here in this photograph, please?
This will be classrooms 111, 112. If I remember correctly, the entry door that he's talking about is going to be back this direction. If I'm
Do you mean
oriented
the west entry door?
Correct.
Okay, so what are we looking at in the distance?
Is the groupings of the show fire cartridge casings of which we identified and that we put the tent markers beside.
Right, okay, cool. So, but in the distance here, this is the south, this is another entry-exit door, right?
That's correct, at the end.
And that's not the one that you were, that's not the one that you were briefed by Ranger Barina to start your search in. That was the west entry door, right?
That's correct, yes,
So
sir.
What we're looking at here now is, so if the west entry door is over here, towards that window somewhere maybe?
Correct,
Right, okay, and the east-west corridor is probably up here somewhere.
correct.
Right, and now we're looking at them kind of generally north-south.
That's correct, yes, sir.
North-south to the south entry door.
Correct,
Right, so, and this is a corridor,
correct.
obviously, I know we can see that. But it's also tactically, because you've done lots of tactical training, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're aware of the concept of a fatal funnel.
Correct,
So a fatal funnel is anything that can be open is an open space where there's no cover and it's difficult to tactically move, right?
Correct.
Such as a doorway. So if this doorway here, I'll draw your attention to this door behind me, this could potentially be a fatal funnel if I'm attempting to go through it.
Yes, sir.
So if you've got, I think the correct terminology would be, I mean, obviously, it would be, in this case, it would be mass murder or killer behind that door, but a defender, if a defender was behind that door opposed to my entry, and I go through that door, that is a fatal funnel.
I would agree.
Right, and you need, and it's an extremely dangerous situation for a law enforcement person entering, or military entering that fatal funnel.
Sure.
And you'd agree with me that a fatal funnel could be, it can be an open doorway, right?
Sure.
It could be a stairwell,
Yes, sir.
but it could also be a corridor, a hallway,
Yes, sir.
right? So anyone, so let's say hypothetically, someone enters this south door, and because we said there's a grouping, and we can see the grouping here, and I'm sorry to just display this again with the blood, I'm sorry, but we have to do it to demonstrate this point, right? That anyone entering this is entering a fatal funnel.
Yes, sir.
Because we've seen evidence here of rounds that have been fired in this hallway.
Correct.
So anyone who enters through that doorway is entering a potentially life or death situation for them personally.
Correct.
So they would be putting themselves in extreme danger.
Correct.
Yeah. And if they, and going on from that, if someone entered it, and so by extension, if someone enters that, they're putting themselves in danger, that fatal funnel.
Yes, sir.
And if they then, if shots were fired in that tunnel or that funnel while they were there, and they remain in that funnel, they're continuing and staying in extreme danger.
Correct.
And thank you, Ranger. I've got no further questions. I'll pass it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'd like to start with this concept we just spoke about if you can't see what you're shooting at as a police officer, you don't shoot. Is that correct?
Correct. We are trained to identify our target.
Identify your target before you shoot.
Correct.
And so if you hear shooting on a school ground, but you can't see where the shooting's coming from, you don't shoot.
Correct.
So you just stand where you are.
Typically, I mean, through the information gathered, if we know where the shooter is, I mean, we have to identify our target before we shoot, yes.
And how do you identify where your target is?
You have to get to your target. You have to find where the shooting's coming from.
When you hear the shooting as a police officer, you have to find where the shooting's coming from.
Correct.
And is that something you can just take your time to do, or is it an immediate action?
You make a tactical approach to where the shootings occur.
And is that a direct requirement?
Yes.
And in an active shooting situation, is time of the essence?
Absolutely.
That is, the longer the time in an active shooting, the more victims you can have.
Correct.
So when an officer hears shooting but can't see shooting, what does the officer do?
Runs to the shooting, where we tactically approach to where the shooting's occurring.
And what does tactically approach mean?
You're finding your concealment, your cover.
Excuse me?
Your concealment, your cover. You're moving towards that sound where the shooting's occurring.
You move toward the sound where the shooting's occurring,
Correct.
and that information can come from the sound, correct?
Correct.
Or somebody telling you where the shooting's coming from.
That's correct.
And as you're approaching the shooting, you need not be reckless.
Correct.
You can use cover.
Correct.
That is, you can approach the sound of the shooting and still be protected from harm.
That's correct.
Showing you State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this building, the fourth grade wing that you worked in the hallway?
Yes, sir.
And And is this building, was it made with bricks?
Yes, it was.
And are those bricks, brick walls protected to law enforcement?
Yes.
Would that be covered?
Yes.
So you could approach the corner and be completely covered or protected
Yes, sir.
if the shots are coming down this west side.
That's correct.
No danger.
Correct.
And this south doorway, did you get close enough to see if it was a metal door?
Yes, sir, I did.
Something you couldn't see through?
Correct.
And would that be called concealment?
Yes.
So as a police officer, if you opened the door and stood behind the door, there could be concealment.
That's correct.
You could be down, you could be standing stooped, you could be standing up.
Yes, sir.
Concealment and cover are assistance to law enforcement
Yes, sir.
when approaching an active shooter.
Yes, sir.
But you go in,
100%. Yes, sir.
but it's dangerous.
Yes, sir.
And you know that?
Yes, sir.
When you became a police officer, did you know you might be in dangerous situations?
Yes, sir.
When you issued a gun,
Yes, sir.
do you live with it every day?
Every day.
Do you live with the potential of coming home every day?
Every day. Yes, sir.
Sustained.
Can you tell the jury how much training you go through, if you do, to equip you to deal with danger?
Effectively,
Robb.
Basically, through the in-house training that we do, we go through extensive training. Obviously, our department's made of different divisions, but as an individual, I train myself every day of putting myself in different situations, whether it be while I'm doing old case reports or typing case reports or while I'm driving down the road. I picture something happening and how I would react and what I would do during that time. Because you never know when you're going to drive up on something or when something's going to occur. You could be standing in line at a fast food restaurant or a convenience store getting something and something occur. How are you going to react and what are you going to do during that time?
And you're not unique as a police officer in doing that, are you?
No. I think we all do it.
Is a police officer ever off duty?
No, sir.
So you're constantly reminded.
I mean, even when I go out with my family and we eat at a restaurant, I put myself in a situation and we have that conversation amongst us as a family. If something happens, for them, for my wife and child, for what I want them to do, just leave me alone, let me take care of business, and they take off.
And so, as an officer on the job for 1 year or first day, that's when you begin thinking of those things.
Sure.
And 10 years into it, that would be 10 years of thinking about it,
Yes, sir.
and training,
Correct.
and preparing.
All right, Sustained. Go ahead.
The second thing, Exhibit 272, if you look behind you, that south door, what's the condition at that time?
Appears to be open, or it looks open.
Is that because of the bright light?
Yes, sir.
And then, this door,
It's closed.
and the amount of light coming through, is that different at that point?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And the last thing is, I just wanted to make sure there's no confusion. You started at the west door, because that was what you were briefed to do.
Correct.
Is that what we're looking at there?
Yes.
So the picture is on the east side looking west, even though you started on the west door.
Correct.
I
Yes, sir.
just didn't want there to be confusion.
has the witness. So, Ranger, I've got a couple more questions for you now.
Yes, sir.
So, I just want to clarify, when you went, how long did you spend at this scene?
Total hours, I think I was 3 days there, and then we were relieved, we rotated out.
Yeah, and that's, I'm not asking you to say anything else, but you were at this scene a long time, right? And right?
Correct.
And while you were there, you were never investigating Adrian Gonzales, were you?
Never saw him.
Never saw him, but he was never a focus of your investigation at the time?
Our focus was just the mass shooting, the officer-involved shooting, collecting the appropriate, the evidence located, yes, sir.
All right, and so the prosecutor asked you a question, that if you, because obviously you can't, it goes without saying that a police officer has to be able to see the target that they're going to shoot at if they are going to shoot, right?
Yes, we were responsible for that bullet to engage our target, yes.
Of course you are, because otherwise you end up possibly as a defendant for shooting someone unlawfully, right?
Correct.
Because you can't return fire to the sound of gunshots,
Correct.
presuming you know where the gunshots are coming from,
Correct.
right? Because you train with a long weapon, I'm sure, like a rifle style weapon, I think you call it, right?
Correct.
And you know through your training experience that if you fire that inside in a range, it will sound different than if you're firing it outside.
Of course, yes, sir.
Because the speed of the bullet coming out of the barrel, the muzzle velocity of that weapon is so fast, especially the weapon in this case, it's faster than the speed of sound, right?
Correct.
You don't need to be an expert to testify that, it is. So, it's loud and it echoes.
Yes, sir.
And if that sound will bounce off of buildings,
Yes. I mean, it travels, yes.
it will travel and it will bounce. So you don't know where it's, sometimes you fire a weapon outside, it can be difficult to identify where that's coming from.
But in this situation, not only we're identifying the sound, we're also gathering the information of our complainant, our victims, or our reporting parties as to where that sound's coming from as well.
Exactly, and if those two are not consistent, you hear, and what someone is telling you doesn't match with what you're hearing, that creates even further problems for an officer to identify where this sound might be coming from, right?
It could, but I also want to listen to the information provided to me to follow that information and where it's coming from or where that person's hearing it from or seeing it from.
And let's talk about that. So hypothetically, and this is not a trick, right? But let's talk
Sure.
about that scenario. So, for example, hypothetically, if I were saying to you, Ranger, I've seen someone shooting over here, right? And at the same time, you're hearing something like the report of a long-barreled weapon. The report of a long-barreled weapon or a rifle is the sound of it going bang, basically, right?
Sure.
And you are hearing something that is not consistent with what I'm saying. That could cause some confusion in you to know where those shots are being fired from, right?
Possibly.
Possibly. So you're not just going to fire blindly to your weapon to the sound of gunshots.
No, I'm going to take the information given to me, analyze it, look, process it, and if I identify the target, then engage.
But if you can't identify, if all you've got to identify the target, if there is a target, is a sound, you can't just fire towards the sound, right?
Correct.
No, you can't. And so I'm talking about the prosecutor's first thing as he described it. So you can't just do that. So, and obviously and you said that the prosecutor asked you, if you're dealing with an incident like this, do you take your time or you immediately react? Remember that?
I'm sorry.
In an incident like this, because we know this was an active shooter, right?
Correct.
Mr. Turner asked you if an officer should just take their time leisurely or should they immediately react? Right? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And of course you said time is of the essence. You must immediately react. Right?
Correct.
But you'd agree with me that if hypothetically I were to say to you, because we were outside here and you're not a police officer, right? And I'd say, I've just seen a man shooting his weapon running at that school, right, and you saw someone running at that school and you chased them down, that would be taking immediate action, right?
Correct.
So if someone did that, they would be taking immediate action.
Correct.
Right, okay. And then we spoke about some tactical movement, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, the prosecutor spoke about tactical movement. Judge, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Because you went to the scene, well, you spent 3 days there, right?
Yes, sir.
Rob Elementary. And what incidents were there?
3.
So this first one's number 3?
Yes.
Judge, can I approach?
Yes,
So
please.
I'm going to show you, Ranger, what's been marked. So I've just marked as defence 3, 4, and 5. You recognise this, right?
They're all outside photographs of evidentiary items.
Yeah, they're a very accurate depiction of the scene as you saw it on those days.
Correct.
Judge, defence offers, and we'll show it to opposing counsel first, what's been marked as defence 3, 4, and 5 in two elements.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Judge, give 1 second so we can display them on the screen. May we publish, Ron?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll just try and sort out taking that out. So while my colleague does that, Ranger, I'm going to approach you with another
Yes, sir.
exhibit.
Yes, sir.
So we just mark these while we're trying to get them so we can publish them on the screen, right? So those were the pictures. 3, 4, and 5 are pictures of the scene. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 6. Do you recognise that?
It's the corner of the school building, and then, of course, the outside, the exterior of the school.
Yeah, and so you recognise it, and you've identified where it is. Judge, I'm going to show it to the state, but defence also offers defence 6 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, it'll be admitted. Any chance of getting them up on the screen?
I'm trying, but I'm sorry, Ryan. What we do that, I may approach Ryan, we'll start, we do it the old way. So just for the jury, I am publishing what's been taken. So there's a series of photographs. Oh, they're up on the screen. Right, okay. So, Ranger, if I may put that there, if we just do it on the diagram first, may I follow?
Yes, sir.
So I guess you'd agree with me that what we're looking at here are photographs of the southwest corner of the building here.
That's correct. That looks like it's depicting this area
Yeah,
right in there.
The southwest corner of the building here, right. So that's what we're looking at generally. So we're looking, and obviously the jury's seen these photographs last week with other rangers who took the photographs. Because you can take these photographs, right?
I did not.
But the prosecutor wants to talk to you about tactical movement. So I want to talk to you about some tactical movement. Jason, if you could publish 4, please. Now, what I'll do is, in the meantime, I will display them to the jury. So that, like we've seen so far, there are photographs, there we go. There are photographs, and the method of your taking photographs and evidence collection is to take a further out, zoomed out view, right?
Correct.
And then you go closer again
Correct.
with more detail, and then further again to show more detail again.
Correct.
To illustrate things. So this is a diagram or photograph that is further away.
It's a zoomed out photo, yes, sir.
And we're generally looking at the southwest corner of the building.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And you can see in the distance there, you can see a vehicle with the word police written on it,
Correct.
and another white vehicle parked behind it, quite a distance away, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we talked about, and again, I want to use the correct words, you say, tactically moving towards the south. So we already discussed the problems with hearing a shot fired outside from a high-powered weapon, right?
Correct.
It can echo.
Yes, sir.
Right. So now I want to talk about how one or an officer that should approach that sort of sound, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you should approach it tactically,
Sure.
right? Because you wouldn't just run blindly towards it, right?
No, sir.
Because that would cause more problems than solutions it would solve, right?
Correct.
Because a dead cop can't help anyone, right?
Correct.
Right. But so we're talking about moving tactically. So I think the prosecutor's suggestion is, so someone who was over here, let's say a police officer who got out of this vehicle here, who's on the south side of the building,
Yes, sir.
right? So what we spoke about is, you're familiar with slicing the pie
Yes, sir.
or quartering a corner.
Yes, sir.
Like quartering would be more of a military phrase, right?
Yes, sir.
Slicing the pie or cutting the pie would be a civilian law enforcement term.
Correct.
Right, and then also the correct way, let's pretend someone was over here where I am. Right, somewhere in this west parking lot. Over here is the west parking lot, right?
Correct.
So if someone were to hear the report of gunfire over here, the correct way to approach it would be to take cover along this wall here, right?
Potentially one way.
One way.
You just can't see what else is out here in this vacant lot as far as any other potential concealment or cover to make a wider approach.
And that's a good point. We're talking about a wider approach. For argument's sake, because you were there, right? At this scene?
I was at the scene, but I didn't have much part in this. Yes, sir.
I'm
But I
not-
was there, yes, sir.
I'm not trying to get
No,
you.
no, I understand.
You remember this is mostly an open field, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And we see a little thin tree there.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You know, that is a tree,
Yes, sir.
right? But it's not a substantial tree.
Correct.
That would be
But
possibly concealment,
potentially, yes, sir.
potentially concealment, right, against a long barrel weapon, because we know what weapon we're talking about now.
Yes, sir.
High velocity,
Correct.
high power,
Correct.
could penetrate that tree easily, right?
Correct.
So that tree is not cover
Correct.
for a human body hiding behind it.
Correct.
From fire from the weapon we're going to see in this trial.
Correct.
Right. So there's no cover out here. Go with me on that. There's not.
Okay.
I represent you. There's not. You were there. You tell me, Gary, there wasn't any. There was cover there if there was, right? There's
Correct.
not. Right. So the only cover you got is this building.
Okay.
Right. So can you see? And can you see what I'm indicating on the screen here?
It's a fenced-in area or protected area with their air conditioners.
So that's right. It's again, just guesstimate for me. How high do you think that fence is? Because you were there. Do you remember?
5 foot, 6 foot,
About that, right? And again,
4 foot.
from 4
4
to
to
6
6.
feet. 4 to 6 feet chain link fence.
Correct.
So in order to get to the corner of this building, so if someone were to, let's pretend for a second that this is the corner of the building. If I may move around the world, Judge. So let's pretend for a second this is the corner of the building, right? Of that building there, right? And I want to go to the corner of this building to take cover, so that I can have a look around the other side into the west parking lot, or slice the pie, right? Slicing the pie would be to come to the corner of this building. It's not an accurate, well, it's an accurate representation of it. A person would come up on the corner, right? And they'd just slice in the pie. It's like cutting slices off of a pie, right?
Correct.
That's why it's called slicing the pie.
Correct.
Like you take a little bit off the pie, a little bit more, a little bit more. So eventually you're clearing a little bit at a time. So you're coming here, and you can see what's going on ahead of you. And you'd be slicing the pie very slowly.
Correct.
Careful your muzzle. I'm not going to point at you guys. And as you're going further, you're cutting a slice off the pie to go further and further and further, keep cutting the pie till eventually you could see down the other end of it. Right?
Correct.
That's what slicing the pie is. Military calls it quartering the corner,
Yes, sir.
because you're taking it off in quarters. But here, if we apply that to this wall, we've got a 4 to 6 foot fenced in chain link fence in the way. Right?
I mean, there is a fence there, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's there, right?
Yes.
Up here.
You just have to change your dynamics a little bit.
You do, yes, right. Well, we'll talk about that. But in order to get to the corner of this building, Jason, can you display the further one? I think it's 7. In order to get to the corner of that building, which that building's cover, right?
Correct.
To get to the corner of that building, you would have to climb into, because we talk about fatal funnels, right?
Correct.
That would be almost like, that would be a fatal funnel. If someone were to climb into this fenced off building, fenced off area with these AC units, to climb into that is a fatal funnel. Because there's no place to retreat or advance if you're caught in there, right?
Correct. We're focusing on the corner here. I understand the corner, but I'm also going to mention that there was also a vehicle in the parking lot which could have been used for some kind of concealment or cover as well.
I got it. We'll get to that. I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Right? I'm still coming down this building.
Okay.
Because we got to negotiate. Me and you got to negotiate this building first before we can expose ourselves to the open to vehicle. I agree with you on that, but we're not there yet, so we're going to rewind.
Sure.
I'm going to ask my question then again. My question is again, to get to the corner of this building, Mr. Turner's talking about cover, moving tactically in cover. To get to the corner of the building, you'd agree with me that you've got to climb into this caged off area, which looks taller there, 4 to 6 feet tall. Right.
To place yourself up against the building, yes. To still use the theory of slicing the pie, just widen it out and use the fence as your depth of widening and slicing your pie.
We'll talk about that, but I get it. You're right. But if you're going to just avail yourself of the cover, the hard cover, you've got to go into that cage. Right? You agree with that? Not going out wider, we'll talk about that next. To go to that corner, you've got to go into that cage.
I wouldn't say you had to go into the cage looking at how that pipe is inset from the corner of that building there.
I think it's 7. The last one, Jason. Yeah. The last one that you like. I've got it, I'm sorry. Sorry, Ranger, it's marked as fence 6. I'm going to put it up on the screen so we can talk about it.
Yes, sir.
So we spoke about that drain pipe, right? So you'd agree with me that this is a different angle. So now this is looking at the building. This is south, looking up to the west, right? It's that one. 6, sorry.
And these are the same corner?
Yeah. Different angle. Well, let's look at it on the screen.
Sure.
So we can.
I just find it to be different, but okay.
Yeah, it is. It's taken later, but it's the same corner, right? Remember we looked at it earlier.
Okay.
It's been offered. It's entered into evidence.
Yes, sir.
So you'd agree with what we're looking at here is it's taken later because you can see the grass has changed, but this is that very same corner west. This is the west side of the building, and this is the south side of the building.
Yes, sir.
Right, and this is that fence.
Okay.
And you'd agree with that fence is because you said, oh, there's the pipe. That fence is. I'm not even going to ask you to estimate how far away that is from the corner of the building.
Okay, yes, sir.
But you can't, to get to this slither of brick here, you would have to expose yourself greatly to run back inside to get cover, right?
I wouldn't put myself inside the fenced area, but, okay. Yes, sir.
Why wouldn't you put yourself inside the fenced area?
Because then I limit myself.
Because you limit yourself. And you limit yourself because if someone were to come around that corner armed with a weapon, bent on your destruction, you would have nowhere to go, right?
Correct.
You would be in a fatal cage, let alone a fatal funnel, right?
Correct.
You would be very vulnerable,
Correct.
and in this case, probably dead, right? Injured.
Could be.
Could be.
Wounded, injured, yes.
Yeah, and of course, you do a very dangerous job, right? Sometimes.
I mean, our job is dangerous, correct. Any job today is dangerous.
Yeah, probably, right. But specifically, being a law enforcement is a dangerous job.
Sure.
But if when you're acting as a police officer, you can't help anyone if you're dead.
That's correct.
Right, and so that's why we use, prosecutor talks to you about tactical movement. Officers are trained to move tactically, right?
Correct.
And it's not just so that they can help someone else, right? That's the eventual goal, is to be able to go and help resolve this situation. But it's also to try and keep them alive long enough so that they can resolve the situation.
That's correct.
So let's go back, if we can go back, Jason, to the last one, please. So we confirm this is the corner.
Correct.
Because, and I appreciate your candor, Ranger, you wouldn't have put yourself in that cage.
No, sir.
No. Because I want to talk about how, then, somebody should negotiate that corner. Because I agree with you. So here we are. So what we were looking at there is this corner, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And the fence, but that was sometimes later.
Yes, sir.
And we know, because there's a wider out photograph, and there's a black SUV. There's been a lot of talk about the black SUV that's in the parking lot, right? That would be potential cover at some point, right?
Correct.
But the problem with that is you'd have to negotiate an open space to get to it.
That's correct.
No cover, right?
Correct.
And in order to, the whole point of this is the prosecutor asked you about moving tactically. We mentioned that. So to move tactically to this corner here, to be able to, let's place myself on this corner, so that I can, if this is the corner here, and I'm sorry to give you my back, if this is the corner of that building, in order to be able to slice the pie or quarter it, to look what's going on over there, I can't come to the edge of the building, can I?
No, obviously I have to work with the obstacle that's there.
So, and that's what, in this case, right? So, in a purely theoretical or training scenario, wouldn't it be nice just to be able to go down that building?
Sure it would. You always have to prepare yourself and be able to work around obstacles that you come up against.
But in this case, anyone who is trying to get cover from this building would have to negotiate this fenced-off area that you said you wouldn't enter.
That's correct.
So in order to come to the edge of that building, an officer would have to, let's say that the edge of that building is a TV. How wide do you think this caged off area is?
12 feet maybe?
12 feet.
15?
We'll go with it, 12, 15 feet. The officer would have to come 12, 15 feet, let's say, off of that building, right? And you'd agree that would be out of cover, based on the angles. You're widening up that angle of exposure to an area you can't see.
I would take that as wide as I need to be safe for myself to identify my target, of which has been pointed out or has been said is over there.
So let's use my hypothetical earlier. This is the corner of that building, right? But we've got this huge obstruction that's 10, 15 feet wide, right? And it's a big cage that you went into, right?
Correct.
Ideally, you would want to be behind cover, right? Because cover isn't hiding, it's safety, right?
Correct.
Fire, because there's a rifle being fired somewhere that we don't know where. In order to find it, you'd have to go and look.
Correct.
Right, if you could identify where it's from. But you can't, in my hypothetical here, just come to the corner of the building and have a look, because we've got that cage, which is a fatal funnel on the corner there.
Not only have the cage, I mean, you got other obstacles in the parking lot, as we've seen in the previous photos as well.
I agree. So in order
But
to...
you have a whole open area outside of that to be able to work with, to be able to still use that building and conceal yourself.
With no cover in that parking lot, I got it. But in order to go to that corner, an officer would have to come 10 to 15 metres out, 10 to 15 yards out, which is about 15 yards, I reckon?
10 or 15 or further.
Or further. So to go, if that's my corner there that I've got to try and negotiate now and quarter or slice the pie, you see I'm further away from that building.
Absolutely.
So I'm already, to try and come to the edge of that building there, I'm hugely exposed from my left-hand side, right?
You can still use that building at your advantage even further out.
But the angles are so much wider, right? Ideally, this is what you want. The prosecutor's question was framed that go to the corner of this building here and then start slicing the pie or looking. That is not a possibility on the south side of that building, right?
Not going up next to the building, but to use what is available to you, yes.
I got it. But that, come into this corner, I'll ask you again. Come into this corner, tight to this building, in cover, not concealment. Cover, hard cover, is not possible.
Been asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overall, you can answer if you understand the question.
I mean, obviously you can't go up to the corner of the building because of the obstacle.
Thank you.
That's where you have to use the remaining room that you have,
You have to use a remaining.
the opening field.
Got it. And so that's right. So basically, to do that, you'd be in an open field, right?
Putting yourself in a position of which you could possibly potentially still identify a target.
Maybe, but in order to do that, you're still hugely exposed in order to do that on this side of the building.
Exposed to a degree.
Exposed.
Exposed to a degree, I mean, yes.
And then, and so I think that we discussed that, that part, and then I think the last thing I wanted to talk to you about is the prosecutor said, would you go in? And you said absolutely.
Sure.
No, we're assuming there that the person is in the building, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that Adrian went in?
No, I'm not aware.
You're not aware? Are you aware that Adrian did enter that fatal funnel?
I'm not aware of that.
Were you aware that Adrian was in that funnel when there were shots fired from a hidden location into the corridor that shot one of his colleagues in the head?
I was not aware
You
of
weren't
that.
aware of that. And were you aware that after one of his colleagues, Adrian's colleagues, had been shot in the head from a person that was out of sight, so they couldn't be seen because you can't shoot what you can't see, right?
Correct.
After his colleague had been shot in the head, he remained in that fatal funnel.
I was not aware of
You
that.
weren't aware of that.
No, sir.
Thank you, Ranger.
Yes, sir.
Possible,
Just as to that last part, the fatal funnel in the hallway, I believe the way that they described it was that the gunman is inside the classroom and the officers are trying to enter the door
You're all right,
into the
Jack.
classroom.
That is a mischaracterization.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, what the lawyers say in their questions is not to be construed as evidence. If the evidence differs based upon your recollection, then rely on your own recollection. Please
Thank you,
proceed.
Your Honor. Does the fatal funnel work both ways? That is, for the police officer, depending on where he is, as well as the gunman, depending on where he is?
You object to leading?
Overruled. You can answer if you understand the question.
That's correct, yes, sir.
So if a police officer is armed in the hallway, knows where the gunman's going to exit, if the gunman exits at that spot, would he be in the fatal funnel?
Object to leading?
Correct.
Overruled.
You say
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Part of it is who is in the position of knowing where the other person's coming from.
That's correct.
Ask the witness.
No further questions, Judge. Pass witness.
Recall, either side.
Not by the state, Your Honor.
Not for you, sir.
Okay, Ranger, you are excused from the subpoena, you're released, but the rule was invoked, so please don't discuss the case until you're aware the trial's over.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, I guess go ahead and take your morning recess, take about 15 minutes, we'll bring you back in. Remember my instructions, would everyone rise for the jury? Please be seated in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. We had another matter we were required to take up outside your presence, so my apologies. This witness has been sworn outside your presence. He is under oath, so you may proceed when ready.
Tell the jury your name.
Scott Swick, S-W-I-C-K.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a Texas Ranger with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Would you briefly describe your training and experience in law enforcement?
I went through an initial police academy in 2003 before joining DPS in 2005. Through DPS, it's another 6-month police academy. I initially was in the Texas Highway Patrol until 2013 when I became a Texas Highway Patrol sergeant. And then in 2014, I became a Texas Ranger. Through that, on the Ranger Division, there's crime scene, 4th, 5th, 6th Amendment type training, more in depth than what you would have in the initial police academy.
And is the crime scene training for you the same as it is for all the Texas Rangers?
To a point, the initial is, and then several of us have specialties that we get into that might be different than that.
Okay. On May 24th, 2022, were you, did you make it to Uvalde County, Texas, Robb School?
Yes, sir.
And on that day or the next day, were you assigned a specific area to search?
Yes, sir.
And
Mr.
what
Turner,
area was
can you
that?
use your microphone?
What area were you assigned to search?
Classroom 112.
And have you reviewed the photographs to classroom 112? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your work?
Of the work of the team that we're with, yes, sir.
And we re-offer your own the exhibits that were noticed outside the presence of the jury.
During our conversation, that's fine.
Yeah, I believe we've made a record on the
Yes.
ones that were admitted, and they are admitted.
Thank you. Starting with exhibit 756. The exhibit has a yellow marker for one of the rooms. Is that the room 112?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
And is that the room that you searched?
Yes, sir.
And that's the room concerning these photographs?
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit 757. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
So the doorway on the left is going to be 112. The doorway on the right is going to be 111. This would be a view as if you were standing in the hallway looking at those exterior door faces.
And did they have an adjoining door within the classroom that you could go back and forth between?
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit 758.
So this is a close-up view of door 112 that also depicts several bullet defects into that door coming from the exterior towards the interior.
And exhibit 759.
Once again, another close-up of that just to give you a depiction of the bullet defects I spoke to.
Does 759 depict a window in that door?
Yes, sir.
And what is the condition of the window?
The window has damage due to gunfire, to defects.
And are there gunfire defects in that door?
Yes, sir.
Would you point them out?
Your Honor, may I stand up?
Yes, sir.
So you have a defect here, these circular defects. You have 3 coupled right here, 1 here. Looks to be 1 right there. It's hard to tell here in the glass, but you have several within the glass as well.
Thank you. And can you tell from looking at those defects if they're from the hallway into the room or from the room into the hallway?
The ones in the door face itself, we were able to determine they were from the hallway, from the exterior hallway in towards the interior of the room.
And something kept you from determining the glass breakage, if it was from the hallway or from the room?
It was our determination that day that would have been similar, once again, from the hallway into there. Some of them you could tell by the concave of the glass itself, but some of them you couldn't necessarily tell due to the damage that you had, but it appeared to be consistent with the rest of it, which was exterior to interior.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. In showing you State's Exhibit 780, would you kind of show us the general outlay of the room?
So this would be as if you stepped into the threshold of that room 112 door, so you're standing, if you would, just on the interior side of that. viewing straight down that, what would be the wall, the purple wall or the blue wall, you will, on the right, excuse me, would be the south wall. The wall straight ahead with the window in it would be the exterior east wall of that classroom of 112.
And so the wall that's right next to the doorway and goes all the way to the window, that is fairly free of pools of blood, is that correct?
There are blood stains there, but the majority of the blood stains are not in this area.
And the back wall, are they fairly free of pools of blood?
Yes, sir.
And so would you describe for the jury in the room where generally the pools of blood were?
So the areas of blood stains in the room, you can obviously see some on the floor here in front of you in this picture, but the majority of the blood stains that my team located was going to be what would be considered the northwest corner of the room. So once again, if you're looking at this picture back to your left, in that corner of the room.
The corner away from the doors and the windows?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 761. Yes, 761.
This would be a view from the 112 door, but this would be the interior door face. So once again, you're inside room 112, looking at what would be the interior door face of that room door.
And 762.
This is another view of that from a different angle to show you the bullet defects through that door towards the interior of the room.
And is there a bevel on one of those gunshots?
There is the bevel he's referring to. If you look at the gunshot furthest to the right, it gives that bulge look to it, where you can see where the energy of that projectile going through the door pushes that door frame out. That's what he's referring to.
And then Exhibit 763, would you tell us the general location of 763?
So 763 is going to be, once again, you're inside room 112. You're just in front of the entrance of that door we were looking at. You're looking, this is viewing back on the floor, back towards that, that east wall where that window was at. But this is going to be the floor view that you're looking at here.
And does it show things specifically on that floor?
Yes, sir. There are several defects in the floor that you can see, the gray areas that you notice on the floor, which are going to be, would appear to be ricochet rounds from projectiles hitting the floor.
And Exhibit 764?
764 is the exterior door face of the closet door inside room 112. What you notice on that door, once again, the gray areas on that door where the paint is peeled back are what appears to be shrapnel defects onto that door.
And is that closet door directly across from the entryway into 112?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 765.
765 is another view of that door from the lower bottom third of that door, if you will, below the handle.
So the first view was above the door handle, the second view is below the door handle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 766.
766 would be the brick wall, the stone wall that's directly behind where that door you just viewed was. So once again, this is going to be the west wall of that classroom. That's the window, the grayish area is that window that you saw earlier. And this is going to be a picture of what appears to be shrapnel hits on that white brick.
And is it once again directly across from the doorway to 112?
Yes, sir.
And so I believe if you described a pathway from the hallway through the doorway all the way across the room, leaving shrapnel across all the way to the back wall,
Yes, sir.
would that shrapnel and that pathway be dangerous to people in 112?
If somebody was standing there, yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 767.
So 767, once again, this is going to be the interior face of the door. You're inside room 112 looking at that main door entrance. And then down below that, it's a view of evidence marker 1, which for these rooms we use green versicones or evidence markers. So for these purposes, we put a G for green, so G in this case 1. So this would be evidence marker G1 depicting a fired cartridge case.
And Exhibit 768.
It's a close-up view to show the 2 fired cartridge cases of G1.
And quickly, of the cartridge casings, did you find more than one kind of cartridge case in 112?
Yes, sir.
And what, was there one single one that was not an LC?
That is correct. There was one singular non-LC 22 cartridge case.
And was that found in the teacher's desk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So other than in the teacher's desk, all the fired cartridge casings were LCs
That's correct.
and rifle casings?
For room 112, yes, sir.
Okay. And so I'll just allow you to shorten your testimony then and just say another cartridge casing if you see one.
Yes, sir.
Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Judge, at some point, we want to caution the jury and the audience that some of these pictures are going to be a little gory and bloody.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, as throughout the course of this trial, we have some graphic photographs, so once again, be aware of that, and if you need to step outside, you're welcome to do so. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And did you just take the photograph, or were the photographs taken where they were found?
Yes, sir.
Weren't responsible for depositing them there, just accurately depicted where they were?
These photographs are depictions of how we found them when we entered the room and processed that crime scene.
Thank you. Exhibit 769.
769 is another close-up of G1 with a what we call an ABFO scale, or a measurement scale, if you will, that's down below that fired cartridge case.
And 770, is that number? 770, excuse me.
That is, appears to be just a close-up of what you showed right there on the G1.
771.
So 771 is a mixture of evidence markers. You have the green ones I referred to that was the evidence we collected. The yellow alphanumeric evidence tents that you see there, those were put there before we were processing the scene. So once again, the rangers and investigators that entered that room prior to our arrival, those alphanumerics depict where bodies were located within that room prior to their removal.
And on the far left side, could you describe what structure we're looking at there?
On the far left side is going to be so that wall would be the hallway wall, or the west wall of that classroom. You have a table that goes the length from where the entry door, room 112 door is, all the way to that, which would be the north wall, with various items on it. And then below it is a black curtain that was essentially there kind of blocking the view of what was underneath that table, such the supplies and so forth.
Was that table with the black curtain large enough for a person to crawl under
Yes,
and be away from inside the room?
potentially, yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 772.
772 is a close-up of a fired cartridge case with the G2 marker.
773.
773 is the G3 marker with a fired cartridge case.
776.
776 is the G4 marker with a fired cartridge case.
778.
778 is the G5 marker close-up with a fired cartridge case.
779.
779 is the G6 marker with 2 fired cartridge cases.
781.
781 is the G7 marker with a fired cartridge case.
And does this marker 7 approach this pool of blood in the corner
Yep.
of the hallway that we saw with Robb?
Yes, sir. That is in the north, what would be considered the northwest area of the classroom.
784.
784 is a close-up of a fire cartridge case with G8.
786.
786 is a close-up of a fire cartridge case associated with G9.
787.
787 are several fire cartridge cases associated with G10.
Would you point those out?
Your Honor, Matt.
Yes, sir.
You've got a cartridge case here and a fire cartridge case here that we went ahead and designated with G10.
Thank you. 790.
790 is a close-up of 2 fire cartridge cases associated with G11.
791.
791 is a fired cartridge case associated with G12.
792,
792 are several cartridge cases that are associated with G13.
794,
794 is a close-up of several cartridge cases that are to the left of G13.
and would you locate those cartridge casings in the room for us?
You're
I
on,
mean,
ma'am.
where would they be in the room?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're asking where they are in the room?
Yes, sir.
Those are going to be, once again, the northwest area of the room. That blue piece of equipment that you see at the top of the picture there was just to the right of that filing cabinet, if you remember, from that corner of that northwest area of the room.
796,
796 is a picture of a fired cartridge case associated with G14.
and are they at the very top of the photograph?
Top and in the middle, sir. You've got two at the top and one with the ABFO scale.
One in the middle of the photograph and two at the top.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Exhibit 800,
This is going to be a picture of fired cartridge cases associated with G15.
and is there one underneath of a obstruction?
Yes, sir. You've got one to the left of G15, and then you've got one with the ABFO scale, which is up underneath a piece of equipment that was there inside the room on top of that carpet.
Exhibit 802,
802 is a picture of G17, which at the top of the picture there is a what we call a PMAG magazine, which is what the unfired cartridges would go into for a weapon.
and what was the condition of that magazine?
Empty.
And is there a second marker on there?
There is G16.
And how many rounds does that magazine hold?
30 rounds, sir.
Exhibit 803,
803 is once a close-up of G16, which is a fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 804,
804 is a close-up of G17 depicting that black empty PMAG magazine.
and so after 30 rounds are fired from that mag, what has to happen for the gun to be operational again?
For a weapon to be operational, once you, if you're firing a rifle in this case, you would have to drop this magazine, which eject it from the weapon, if you will, place a new magazine that has unfired cartridges into it, and then put it into battery or put a round into the chamber.
And did you find more than 30 casings in this room?
Yes, sir.
Did that indicate to you whether or not a magazine had been changed?
Yes, sir.
And what was did it have been changed?
There were more than 30, which would indicate to me that a magazine had been changed in the room.
Thank you. Exhibit 805,
805 is G18, which depicts fired cartridge cases.
Exhibit 806,
806 has several things in here, starting with G19 at the bottom, depicting fired cartridge case. G20, which is another picture we'll show, depicts fired cartridge cases on the lip of that whiteboard. And then you have G24, G35, and G39 in that picture also.
and where is the hallway in relationship to this photograph?
The hallway would be, if you would, at a 45, kind of straight ahead. So this wall that you're looking at would be the north wall of the room. So if you follow that wall straight up, that would lead you to that, where the hallway would be in this classroom, or off this classroom.
And as to the backpacks, did you examine the backpacks also?
Yes, sir.
And would you tell the jury what you found?
There were multiple bullet defects inside of these, or through these backpacks.
And those backpacks are hanging almost to the floor, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 807,
Close-up of G19, which is the fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 808,
This is a close-up of G20 depicting the fired cartridge case on the lip of that whiteboard.
where normally markers would go.
Yes, sir. I guess you could put markers in that. Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 809,
This is a close-up of G21, which is, shows you more fired cartridge cases on the lip of that whiteboard.
Exhibit 812.
A12 is a close-up of G22 depicting a fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 814.
814 is a close-up of G23 depicting a fired cartridge case.
Exhibit 815.
815, once again, has several markers in it, marker G14 and marker G24, depicting fired cartridge cases as well as depicting some of the blood in this scene.
And as to the wall depicted in 815, how would you describe the condition of that lower wall?
There are bullet defects in that wall that are going to be, if you see the hooks in that picture, below those hooks, and then some also into that 2x4, if you will, where the hooks are in.
And going back to exhibit 24 right next to the wall, exhibit 816.
So G24, this is a close-up of a, what would be copper jacket from a projectile.
Exhibit 817.
817 is a close-up of G25.
And 818.
This is another close-up of G25 showing, once again, a copper jacket from a projectile.
Exhibit 819.
819 shows G26 and then G13 again, as well as some yellow tints in that northwest corner of the classroom.
And would you place this photograph in the room? Where would that be?
The northwest corner of the classroom.
Exhibit 820.
820 is a close-up of G26, which is a fired cartridge case.
823.
823 is a close-up of G27, which is a fired cartridge case.
825.
825 is a close-up of G28, being a fired cartridge case.
826.
826 is a close-up of G29, showing a fired cartridge case next to G11.
829.
829 depicts several things. So this is a black bookcase, if you will, that was to the left, as you're viewing it, to the left of that blue piece of equipment that we talked about a second ago. In this beige area to the left of it, it's showing it being hugged up against that filing cabinet in the northwest corner of the room. This shows both a piece of evidence being G30 and then shows a bullet defect associated in that area depicted as G, once again, for the room we're in, and then BD, sorry, was it 2B, I believe I'm seeing?
Okay. And were you able to trace the pathway of that defect?
Yes, sir.
And showing you at exhibit 830, has the black bookshelf now been removed?
Yes, sir.
And what are we looking at now?
So the bottom of the photograph would be the area where the bookshelf is. In fact, you can see the void next to the wall where that bookshelf was at. You have this is if you're looking at the filing cabinet, the right exterior face of that filing cabinet with several bullet defects on it.
And were you able to tell a general origin of where that shot would have come from?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about that?
So once again, you got several defects there. The first one I'll start with is the bottom left. You notice it looks like there's some gray area, several marks, if you will, in that. That was determined to be a terminus or an ending point of a projectile, and that grayish coloration you see is what is referred to as lead splash, which essentially is a microscopic portion of that lead projectile striking a surface. To the right, you have another bullet defect that is going from left to, as you're viewing the photograph, from left to right. So in other words, somebody to the left of this photograph, or a projectile, I should say, from the left of this photograph, is coming from that direction into that filing cabinet. And then you have the same thing in that top left one as well.
And does Exhibit 832 show a close-up of the description you just gave us?
Yes, sir.
And would you show us those two things that you just described?
So once again, going to what's labeled as GBD2C, that's the 2C is a corresponding. So a while ago, I referred to one being 2B. So the way that we're trained, the way that we depict bullet defects or document bullet defects are if we could tell that they're corresponding. In other words, one bullet defect goes with another bullet defect. We'll also give it an alphanumeric order, so A, B, C, D, to show the order that those defects occurred, if you will. So in this case, it was our belief that 2C was in combination with that 2B that we showed you earlier that was going through that bookshelf that once again led to some lead splash and a terminus dent in that area. To the right there is GBD4A, which we couldn't, in other words, we couldn't find a corresponding prior to, so we went ahead and labeled that with an A to show a perforating defect, which means it's going in through something. In this case, the right exterior side of that bookcase with a trajectory of left to right.
And Exhibit 833?
833 is a close-up of what's labeled as GBD5A. I believe it says 5 or 6A. I can't tell from that photograph, which once again is a perforating defect in the side of that cabinet.
And did you also find defects in the front of that same filing cabinet in that northwest corner of the room?
Yes, sir.
Showing you Exhibit 835.
So this is going to be a view of GBD6A. Once again, as you're viewing the photograph, you have a trajectory of, in this case, right to left. So in other words, the projectile was coming from the right side of this filing cabinet towards the interior, perforating inside that filing cabinet.
So this defect did not occur from the doorway of 112?
No, sir. This defect would have occurred from interior, inside of the room.
And about where would that have come from?
There's no way to tell that other than to tell you that based on looking at that defect, it's coming from the right side. I can tell you from the view of that, it wouldn't have been deep. It would have been somewhere probably along the wall, what would have been the north wall of that room, in that northwest corner, if you will, or the west side of that room.
So crossing from the doorway all the way over to the other side of the room, that's where that defect would have been fired from?
Yes, sir. It would have come from, yes, sir, inside the room on the west side of that room. Or excuse me, north side of that room.
When you open the filing cabinet, did that give you further indication of the route that bullet took?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
As you open the filing cabinet, did that give you further indication of the route the bullet took?
Yes, sir.
Showing you Exhibit 836, what are we looking at here?
So when you're looking at 836, if you look next to that handle, that's the defect you just viewed that we just spoke to. So you can see inside this is manila folders with several documents, but you can see gunshot residue and splash from that bullet that, once again, as it's going through the picture that we saw a while ago, now it's interior inside of this book or this filing cabinet and going through and perforating through that manila envelope.
So the pathway was almost parallel with the front of the...
Yes, sir. Once again, coming from that north side of the room.
shelving cabinet, okay.
Yes, sir.
Did not come from the doorway.
No, sir.
Exhibit 837.
837 is a picture of one of the backpacks that was found, and then on this, what would be considered as you're looking at it, I guess the right side of the backpack, you can see in the mid portion of that backpack a defect.
And 838.
This is a close-up of the defect I spoke to.
Exhibit 839.
So 839 appears to be a picture of G24.
Okay. Is there also depicted in 839 a pink backpack by way of reference?
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's a pink backpack with a pink and black backpack, yes, sir.
Okay, just north of that is the pink backpack?
Yes, sir. Are you referring to the one at the top of the picture there?
It's about, yes, sir, toward the top, right next to the wall, kind of a pink and blue color.
Yes, sir.
I just asked that for reference for the next exhibit, 840.
It's gonna be G35, so the backpack you're referring to, that multicolored pink backpack, and then below that, you have a fired cartridge case.
Thank you. Exhibit 841.
So 841 shows a view of G30, which is sitting on top of a rolling piece of equipment for like a TV.
And 842.
This is a close-up to show a PMAG that's partially underneath that equipment that's labeled as G37.
Another one of these magazines.
Yes, sir, an empty magazine.
And what condition was it in?
Empty.
So that's 2 empty magazines holding 30 shells each.
They could hold 30, yes, sir, but there were 2 empty magazines.
Thank you. 845.
So 845 is a picture just forward of that last one. So inside, or if you would, on top of that carpet, but bunched up, shows G38, which is fired cartridge cases.
And 848.
848 is a close-up of G39, which is a fired cartridge case.
849.
849 is a close-up of G40, depicting 2 fired cartridge cases.
850.
850 is a mid-range shot, if you will, of G41, depicting a piece of a projectile.
And 851.
Once again, a close-up of G41 to show you part of that projectile, that fire projectile.
And 852.
852 is a close-up of G42 depicting a fired cartridge case.
854.
854 is a close-up of G43 depicting a fired cartridge case.
855, is that giving us a general location of a desk?
It is, sir.
Did you find anything in that desk?
We did, yes, sir.
Showing you exhibit 856.
So 856 is a picture of one of the pieces of plastic drawers, if you will, that was on that desk. And then you could see that there's a fired cartridge case inside of that drawer, which was open. That's how it was when we found it.
Was this the one that was of a different make?
I'm not sure if this was it or not.
Fair enough. Exhibit 859.
859 is a close-up of that same thing, depicting it with marker G45.
860.
So 860 is a picture of the window on the east side of the room. So once again, if you take yourself back to being inside that room, you just entered door 112 and you're looking straight ahead, and you remember there was a wall with a window on it. So this is going to be that window. When the curtains, the gray curtains are pulled aside, you can see that there's mini blinds there, and the defects you see appear to be shrapnel defects in that mini blind.
Exhibit 863.
So 863 is a depiction of the north wall in the room, the whiteboard you see on top, a couple backpacks there, but more importantly, you have defects that are both in the wall there, and then once again in that 2x4 portion up underneath that whiteboard.
And would you point out those defects?
Your Honor, ma'am.
Please.
So once again, you have several defects. You have one right here that we're depicting with this picture. There's several other ones there, but this is going to be the one we're referring to in this picture right here.
And exhibit 864.
864, once again, you have a coupling of a grouping, I should say, of 4 defects labeled there in that same general area.
And 865.
So 865 is showing below that area or in that general area, but you see defects on the wall portion beneath that dry board.
And are there 5 depicted there?
Yes, sir.
And are all of them general characteristics similar ovals?
Generally speaking, yes, sir.
And how about the one on the bottom left?
That one is different as far as the look and how it was deposited there.
Does that indicate to you a different origin, or the weapon was in a different position when that defect occurred?
No, sir, not necessarily. It could have simply been due to a substrate struck prior to going through something to cause that. Not necessarily a different position.
Explain that to us.
So when a bullet is fired from a weapon, in this case a projectile exits the gun, whether that's a pistol, rifle, doesn't matter what it is, essentially it goes downrange, if you will, right? It goes forward of that weapon. Generally speaking, it goes in a straight line with a little bit of an arc to it. And if left unimpeded, it'll eventually lose energy and either fall and or strike something forward of it, right? Depending on where you're standing or the angle of the projectile as it exits that weapon will then correlate to what you find for the substrate that it hits. So in other words, if I'm angling to my right, I would expect to find a left to right trajectory of that weapon, right? If I'm angling it from my right side, I would expect to find a right to left trajectory, if that makes sense. If it's a fairly 90-degree circle, well, then that tells me that somebody was shooting essentially perpendicular, if you will, to that substrate. Now, with all that being said, that's a perfect scenario. In other words, it hasn't struck anything. When a bullet travels through things, you heard me say perforating a while ago. Well, perforating means it's gone through a substrate. It's not stopped, it's gone through it. And when a bullet goes through something, it's going to start losing energy. It can start tumbling on its axis, but essentially it's going to give different views, if you will, of how it impacts the subsequent substrates that it strikes as it goes through. So in other words, those perfect circles or those angled defects can then become very ragged, if you will, due to those variables.
So that if a bullet went through a desk, a school desk or something like that exited the other side, then a lot of irregularities occur with that.
It could be, yes, sir, absolutely. I would expect to see that, yes, sir.
And did you see indications of that during your search?
Yes, sir.
That bullets went through desks or seats or chairs or other furniture?
It appeared, yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 868.
So 868 is a viewpoint again. Once again, that north wall beneath that whiteboard. This is a view with trajectory rods, which are devices that we can insert into defects to give us angles and routes of travel.
And does that accurately show the routes of travel that y'all decided from doing your crime scene investigation?
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 870.
So 870 is a depiction of bullet defects on the whiteboard itself.
Thank you. Pass the lecture.
Do you want me to start, Judge, or do you want to?
How long do you anticipate?
Might be a little while with him.
Very vague.
I don't want to lock myself into a timeline, Judge. It depends how we answer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take the lunch recess. We'll see you back here. I've had some indications people can't make it back in an hour and 15 minutes, so let's take an hour and a half and try to get back on time. So we'll see you back here at 1:30.
All rise for the jury.
please be seated in court. Members of the jury, when we recessed for lunch, we had passed the witness for cross-examination, so Mr. LaHood, when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Ranger.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nico Lillard. We've never met before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, pleasure to meet you. I'm one of the 3 lawyers that represents Adrian Gonzales. And you've testified before, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know how this works. It's cross-examination. I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you don't understand my question, just ask me to repeat it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you went over some of your training and your kind of your specialties. I'm not going to go through your academy and being a trooper and then being a ranger and then going for ranger school. But you mentioned something that caught my attention. You said, I think the government asked you if everyone is trained the same. You said some have specialties.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what do you mean by specialties?
So within the Texas Ranger Division, we have certain rangers that have gone to additional and more advanced shooting reconstruction schools. Me, myself, I'm one of the instructors for the bloodstain pattern analysis program, so I've had additional training in that realm of things. So that's what I was referring to when I say that we all have the same foundational training, if you will, and then from there go on to different things if that's what it calls for.
Got it. Well, part of your training is you've trained in firearms.
Yes, sir. I have had firearms training.
And you continue to train in firearms every year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been trained in tactics.
Yes, sir.
And so you understand security and safety, and you've worked on school cases before, I'm assuming?
What do you refer to by school
I
cases?
mean, any type of school shooting, active shooting in a school?
As far as an active investigation,
Yes,
I
sir.
believe Robb was the first active school-related shooting, but I've been involved in other mass casualties, yes, sir.
Okay. Mass casualties is a better way to describe that, generally. Have you ever been in an active shooting situation yourself as an officer?
No, sir.
So and not a lot of officers have been in an active shooting, actual situation. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
So an officer or a law enforcement individual that has an opinion based off their training, not a lot of times it's because of actual being through that scenario.
That's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Okay. So now I want to direct your attention to the actual investigation that you did. You showed some pictures, and you showed pictures of room 112 and 111. You recall those?
Yes, sir.
And we saw the defects, and that's a word that I think the jury is acclimated to now. A defect means what to you?
In the realm of shooting reconstruction,
Yes, sir.
it means where a projectile's entered a substrate.
Okay. And it's affected that substrate in some form or fashion.
Yes, sir.
And are you a trajectory analyst?
I've had training in it.
Okay, so have you testified on trajectory analysis before?
No, sir, I can't recall that I have in an actual trial setting.
Okay. Well, this won't be the first, but I may ask you some questions about that. But in relation to those pictures of the doors, we saw a number of defects on the doors. Do you recall looking at those pictures of 112? He's going to get it up for us
Gotcha.
right now. 112 and 111?
From the hallway?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Here they are. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'll direct your attention here. And so we see a number of marks, defects on these doors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any defects on the handles?
Defects on the handles?
Yes, sir. Or around the handles?
Not that I recall.
And you looked at them on both sides, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the locking mechanism is on the handles?
There, yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that you saw no defects affecting the handle and the locking mechanism?
Not to my knowledge.
And so with your expertise and your investigation, so if somebody went into these doors, most likely, it's probable that these doors were not locked.
I can't speculate to that. I can just tell you how they were found when I got there.
Well, the locks weren't damaged.
The law, I can say that, yes, sir.
Okay. And I was just asking if you use some common sense. If locks aren't damaged and people got in the door, then they were probably, and I know there's a probability in your profession, they were probably not locked.
You would take that into account, yes, sir, and then hopefully look from there to decide,
Right.
get that answer, yes, sir.
And you came to know, in being part of this investigation, that those doors were not locked. Did you come to that knowledge at some point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my question about the probability matched up with the reality that those doors were not locked.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna ask you about some tactics, okay?
Okay,
You've heard of something called a fatal funnel?
I have.
Can you describe to the jury what the fatal funnel means to you?
So a fatal funnel, a lot of times is described too when you're entering a threshold. So, for example, you've got a doorway in front of you, and if you get sucked into that doorway, that's the funnel, if you will, or in this case, the fatal funnel, because if you have a threat on the back side of that room and you don't approach it tactically correct, for example, that's what the fatal funnel is. You can put yourself in a fatal position on how you approach and how you go through that room.
And you said if you don't approach it tactically correct. So, may I stand up, Judge?
Yes?
And so when you're entering a dangerous situation where there's deadly force potentially being used, you don't just walk into the situation like this and try to handle a circumstance, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you do or you do not?
No, I would not.
Yeah. So there's a tactical way of doing it. There's a tactical way of doing it.
There is, yes, sir.
And when we say tactical, meaning safety for you and for the people that you're trying to protect.
Yes, sir. More so myself, just giving myself the best advantage of being able to approach that situation.
And you're not being selfish when you say more for myself, right?
Not in that statement, no, sir.
I can tell, and I know what you meant by it, because a police officer that's dead is no good to anybody, right?
That's correct.
So you need to be alive and be able to protect people so you can minimize the loss of life.
Yes, sir.
You ever heard of a blue gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are practice guns. There's an orange one too, right?
Yes, sir.
Will you believe me if I tell you that this is not a real weapon?
I'll take your word for
Will
it.
you believe that we have the bailiff check with this?
I believe, yes, sir.
This magazine can't come out. Would you like to inspect it? Or you trust me?
I'm good to go.
Okay, and so when we look at tactics, there's a way to tactically hold this weapon and a long rifle or a handgun, correct?
Correct.
So this would be a low ready.
Correct.
I don't even like the fake gun pointing at people. This is a high ready.
Yes, sir.
This would be a side ready,
Sure.
and this would be a Sewell.
Yes, sir.
And we explained to the jury what Sewell means, what a Sewell position is.
As you can see, he's got the gun sucked to his midsection. It's just a way to have the gun safely pointed down, but at the same time close to your body, and it's a way that you can easily re-engage a target if need be.
And re-engage, you mean go from a Sewell position into an active shooting position, correct?
Correct.
And so the 4 gun safety rules are always treat a weapon like it's loaded, correct?
Correct.
Never point it at anything you're not prepared to kill and destroy.
Yes, sir.
Always keep your finger, I like to say high and outside the trigger guard, but at least outside the trigger guard.
Yes, sir.
And this is the trigger guard.
That is
And this would be the trigger.
correct.
And always know what's behind your target.
Yes, sir.
Those are 4 gun safety rules that everybody that carries a weapon, especially law enforcement, should know immediately.
Yes, sir.
And so that's why a Sewell position is important tactically when you're approaching a situation, because you don't want to do something. I'm going to do it to Jason because he doesn't care. You don't want to sweep somebody. This would be called sweeping them, right?
Yes, sir. When you point the barrel at him.
When you point the barrel at somebody, and that means that if the barrel's pointed at somebody, even if your finger is indexed, at some point it could go off.
Correct.
Right? And so when you tactically enter a room or a situation, you have to make sure that you're safe so you can engage the threat, but also make sure that other people are safe, because I'm not going to go in sweeping people and then under pressure there might be an accidental discharge,
Yes, sir.
right? And so that's what you mean by tactical.
Yes, sir.
And so when we go in, when you, law enforcement, go into situations, you have to think tactics before you enter a dangerous situation, right?
You have to have that thought in your mind. Yes, sir.
And one of the things when we talk about tactics and that fatal funnel, that fatal funnel is important because law enforcement officers in any department are taught to always, to the best of your ability, avoid a fatal funnel.
That's a fair statement. You don't want to put yourself in a bad situation once again.
And a fatal funnel is something like a doorway,
Yes, sir.
a hallway.
In my training, it's always been a threshold, but yes, in a hallway, that presents a whole different set of circumstances and the way you might approach that as well.
May I stand up again, Judge?
Yes?
If this is a hallway without the chairs here, and I'm rounding a corner, and we're gonna talk about slicing the pie in a second. And so if the judge, not that he's a threat to me, but if he was in our example a threat, and I turn this hallway, and these are all walls, I'm in a fatal funnel because the judge is the bad guy in our scenario, can shoot me, and I have nowhere to go to get cover, right?
You could be in a bad situation.
Right. And that can happen not just in a hallway, but if this was a building and I'm coming across a building, this could be, in essence, a fatal funnel because I have nowhere to go.
At the end of the day, any position you're in could be a bad situation. It's all about what's going on, the variables involved, and how you approach that.
And let's talk about some of those variables. And so, what is the difference? The jury's heard this a little bit, so you can do it briefly. Concealment and cover, what's the difference?
So concealment would be something that you can get behind to conceal yourself, if you will, but may not stop a projectile. And cover would be something you can get behind for the concealment once again, but that you would expect to potentially stop a projectile.
Right. And may I use the well, Judge?
Yes.
And so, I'm going to set up a little scenario here for you. Can you see me?
No, sir, I can't.
Am I covered or concealed?
You're concealed in this circumstance.
Okay. And so we're gonna. You're familiar with the term slicing the pie or cutting the pie.
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean? You tell us to the jury.
So once again, taking you back to the threshold I spoke to a second ago, when you slice a pie, if you will, you're taking it piece by piece. In other words, as I'm looking into that room and I'm taking steps and gaining more of a view of that interior room, I'm slicing that pie, if you will, as I'm going through those steps.
You're slicing your visual, so I can see. I mean, you can't see what I'm looking at. I see some of the jurors, and I'm little by little slicing this room, and you can't see what I'm doing, but they can see, and they can see little by little. They see me as time goes on, and so I am slicing the pie and checking for any threats. Correct?
That's correct. Yes,
okay.
sir.
And so I'm going to age myself. You look a lot younger than me. I watched Starsky and Hutch growing up, right? You remember Starsky and
I
Hutch?
do. Yes, sir.
Oh wow. How
I'm
old
not-
are you? How old are you?
Well, I know of the show. I know that I've watched
you're not
it.
a woman, so I can ask you. How old? I'm 53. How old are you?
I'm 43.
Okay, you're young. So I'm 53. So in Starsky and Hutch, the old days, no one does this. No law enforcement officer goes to the actual cover and pins themselves, bunkers themselves against the wall, right?
Correct.
This is a disadvantage tactically. I don't want to be here like this because I can't see, and someone can come around the corner, and for me to have to do this, I'm exposing myself to the threat,
Yes, sir.
right? And so slicing the pie, you can't see me, right?
No, sir.
And I'm gonna point this. Do you mind if I point this at you when I make the cut?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You do mind or you don't mind?
No, you can do it.
Thank you. And so if I'm here and I'm slicing the pie, I'm little by little, I'm there. Now I can see you, and I'm covered. I'm truly covered by this. I don't have to be on the wall. Matter of fact, you don't want to be on the wall. You want to be at some distance so you can slice, and then as you slice, then you make entry, and you'll start working into a room to try to clear the room, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's tactics.
That is.
So bad tactics would be expecting an officer to get close to a wall, right, and to make that turn from that cover position.
That could be considered a bad day. Yes, sir.
That's a bad day, right? And are you familiar with the term in gunfire, echoing?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Like an echo, like when firearms are discharged, there can be an echoing sound.
There can be. Yes, sir.
Right. And the larger the firearm, the larger the echo.
I would agree with that. Yes, sir.
And would you agree that it's hard to tell, especially with echoing on buildings, where gunfire is coming from?
It could be. Yes, sir.
Right, it's challenging. You're outside, it's open, there could be a vibration off this or an echo off a building, and then trying to determine where this is happening if you don't have a visual can be difficult.
Can be. That's a first statement.
And so, would you agree, as a law enforcement officer, you should never rush into a situation without assessing it?
To a point. Yes,
have
sir.
have you heard of the term OODA loop?
I have.
Will you explain to the jury what OODA loop is?
So OODA loop, in lack of better terms, essentially means you're considering something, and your OODA loop is your thought process, your functioning, and typically you'll hear somebody say, well, I missed with his OODA loop, which means whatever you did could have interfered with that thought process, or what somebody might have perceived, or the way they would have acted, or so forth.
Can we break it down a little bit?
Sure.
Okay, so OODA loop, the first stands for observe, right? The first O is observe.
Yes, sir.
So you get into a situation, you try to observe what's happening. Yes, and part of it is listening and hearing from witnesses, or what you're hearing or how you're feeling, but it's observing your circumstances, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the second O is orient. Because after you observe what's going on, you have to orient how you're gonna respond to this situation, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the D is decide.
Okay,
Right? You decide what you're gonna do, and then the A is act on it.
okay.
So that's a process, would you agree?
It can be, yes, sir.
And then someone can go through several OODA loops in one incident, one situation. Because new information comes to you, and then you cycle that OODA loop again, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, I'm gonna talk about some specific tactics. Yeah, approach?
Yes,
I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Yes, sir.
Will you please review 7, 8, 9, and 10?
Okay,
And you recognize Defense Exhibit 7 as the corner, the southwest corner of Robb Elementary, correct?
let me think about my direction here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then Defense 8, do you mind if I stand behind you?
Yeah, please.
Thank
Yep.
you. It is an overview of Robb Elementary showing the south side and the west side,
Yes, sir.
and the east side essentially.
Yes, sir.
And then Defense 9 is a similar but a different angle pulling away from Robb facing the west side.
Yes, sir.
And 10 is a bigger view, but also bringing in groves and the street in front as
Correct.
well.
Yes, sir.
And would you say that Defense Exhibit 7, 8, 9, and 10 are fair and accurate depictions of Robb Elementary, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm handing to opposing counsel Defense 7 through 10, offering it into evidence.
No objection?
submitted.
We're gonna look at Defense 8. My first judge.
Yes,
So this is Robb Elementary, and I wanna, I'm not trying to give you my back, but I wanna make sure we understand. So this would be the west entrance?
Yes, sir.
That would be the south,
Yes, sir.
east, and then here's the north. There's not an entrance, but, so this is where that monster came into the elementary school, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then matter of fact, this is a police car from your knowledge of this investigation. This is Adrian Gonzales' police car. They left it in the same position.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I wasn't outside for this, so I can't. I've heard about it, but I wasn't
Okay.
there, so.
Well, if I represent to you, that's Adrian Gonzales. You have no they'll correct me, I promise you. You have no
Sure.
reason to disbelieve me.
Sure.
Okay, so you can see that if this is Adrian Gonzales' police car, and where he went into the circumstance, he's into the situation, he acted and did something, the monster entered over here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your training experience and just practical in life, you've been to this area, is there a line of sight from way southeast of Robb Elementary to the west?
Not from that position.
Matter of fact, the school is in the way.
That's correct.
Right? And so it would be impossible, not probable, not unlikely, impossible for any human being to have a visual of what's going on the west side of this building from where that car is.
From the
correct?
ground, yes, sir.
Now, tactically, if somebody was hearing gunfire, could you tell in your training experience, or have you even heard of somebody being able to tell that's coming from the west side of a building, just from being in a situation similar to this?
That's a lot of speculation on that.
It is a lot of-
Once again, I mean, number one, you have to be in that situation. I mean, on one hand, I can understand if somebody was there and they're saying they can't, but on the other hand, if somebody says they could, I wouldn't dispute that either.
You would not, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. It's a lot of speculation you started with. You're saying that you've heard of a scenario where somebody could be in a okay.
No, I'm not saying a scenario. What I'm saying is
Okay.
based on my knowledge, I can see if somebody was there and if they're trying to tell me they can't hear anything there, I can potentially understand because of the circumstances, but at the same time, if somebody told me they could hear something there, or if I was to understand that you did hear something there, I wouldn't disprove or dispat that either.
So if somebody is discharging a high-powered rifle, are you saying that you've heard of anybody with the training experience to determine whether they're on the west side or the north side of this building? from this position, can you tell, if you hear someone discharging a weapon, you can tell between west side or the north side where that fire is coming
No,
from?
what I'm saying is if somebody's on that side of the building discharging a weapon and you're on the complete opposite side, to your point, could they be on the north side? Yes. Could they be on the west side? Yes. What I would say is he's not right there where they're at, but he is somewhere on that side of the building.
Well, what he would know is it's not on the south side because he's on the south side.
I would assume that,
right?
yes, sir.
And he has a somewhat visual of some of the east side.
Correct.
Right, because there's an L shape, so he's got some of the east side. So just, he can deduce that he's not on some of the east side and definitely not on the south side,
I would
correct?
agree with that, yes, sir.
And in your training experience, if somebody made the claim that there were multiple gunshots from a high-powered rifle from the west corner of this building, this way,
Mhm.
southeast, you would expect to see multiple defects on the buildings.
Not necessarily. no,
Not
sir.
necessarily, and
No.
if they were shooting up, maybe that you wouldn't, right?
Correct. I can tell you from my personal experience, we saw one on one of those, but I was involved in that documentation, if you will. So I know that particular one that was on a building on that side, I believe it was in front of where that car is, or somewhere in that general area.
Was it at the bottom of the building or higher in the building?
It was up high.
Okay, and if somebody claims to be on the floor or close to the floor, and someone is shooting at them with a high-powered rifle, would you think you would see defects on the bottom of the building or higher in the building?
It just depends, sir. It depends on angles of fire. It depends on any variables in between them, once again, shots hitting something prior to their objective, if you will.
We'll talk about ricochet in a
But-
second. I'm just saying, is if you're sitting down, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if they're trying to prosecute a case on me for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, because that orange gun was a real gun and I
Yes.
shot at you, and thank God I missed. Would you think you would see defects around the chair and around the desk, or up in the ceiling if I shot at you?
It just depends, sir. Once again, with my experience in investigations, just because you don't have a defect, if you're crouched down like you said,
Mhm.
and I'm working that scene and I see no defects behind the area that I believe that you were crouched down, I wouldn't automatically believe necessarily that he missed or he wasn't intending to hit you there, or she for that matter. Because once again, in my experience of investigations, just because somebody's shooting at you doesn't mean they hit where they're aiming.
So in a court of law, if there was a claim that I shot at you 30 times, where you're sitting right there, you're saying it's reasonable to a jury that there would be no defects behind you, not even one?
I'm not necessarily saying it's reasonable. What I'm saying is if you told me there was no defects back there and somebody was shooting at you and we could prove, assuming we could prove that they were shooting at you,
Sure.
that wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for me simply because of my, once again, everybody has different shooting, experiences and training and what have you, but at the end of the day, I'm not saying that it didn't happen that way. What I'm saying is essentially is that if you have somebody that's saying they got shot at 30 times and there's no defects behind them, that would maybe initially make me say, okay, what are we dealing with here? And then work the investigation from there. But could it be that they shot high, shot low, or whatever the case may be, you have to take those into account as well.
Okay. I want to make sure you said a lot. I want to make sure you said assuming that we could prove that they shot at you. How would you prove that someone shoots at somebody? Without a video. How would you prove that someone got shot at?
You would potentially prove it by by interview processes, by eyewitnesses. It could be other things besides a video potentially.
Well, you mentioned only two, and both of them had to do with people's opinions.
Okay.
Okay. Aside from someone's opinion, objectively, how would you prove that somebody was shot at?
You would hope to find defects in that area to
And that's-
corroborate that.
Right,
Yes, sir.
and that's all I was saying.
Okay.
In general, defects. How about shell casings?
From where they were shooting.
Well, back to our example. I'm going to go low just because I have. If there's a claim that I shot at you, there's 15 rounds in this magazine.
Yes, sir.
I shot 15. I extracted the magazine, loaded it, and then came back in for 15 more. How could we objectively prove that I shot 30 rounds at you?
So typically speaking, you would expect to find in your scenario 30 fired cartridge cases on the ground or in that general area. Once again, assuming that they didn't have a catch or something like that going on.
Yes, sir. And a catch meaning something to catch the shell,
Correct.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
But if they didn't have a catch, these rounds are going to be coming out to the right, correct?
On a right-handed firearm, yes, sir.
And so the objective, aside from eyewitness, because you mentioned the two things, eyewitness testimony, things of this nature, but aside from that, so you would find shell casings at some point to my right, not to my left, right? If I'm claiming to shoot from here.
Once again, not trying to be difficult, but
It's okay.
from my experience as an investigator, once again, could they be to the left? Absolutely. And that's simply from the standpoint of
Did they get moved prior to my arrival, right?
Okay, but that means somebody interfered with the scene. I'm talking about naturally
Okay,
evidence.
got you.
So right, so if there's 30 rounds, you're gonna probably see 30 shell casings to my right.
In that scenario, you would expect to, yes, sir.
Because the ejection port is on the right side,
Correct.
okay? And so objectively, how would you prove that I fired 30 rounds at you? Two objective ways.
So once again, find out where that person was shooting, find those cartridge cases potentially to corroborate what you're hearing or the evidence you're seeing. And then once again, like I mentioned, the testimony or the defects down the range.
Well, the objective parts are the defects, right?
Yes, sir.
So there should be some defects around you or behind you, and there should be shell casings to my right.
In that scenario, yes, sir. Yeah,
In
you would
the
expect,
scenario that-
you would expect to find cartridge cases to link up to the defects that you find, hopefully, downrange.
Right. And you were investigating a homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
But actually, it was a mass murder of children, right?
Correct.
And an attempted capital murder of police officers.
You guess, sir. That could be correct too. Once again, I'm looking at a crime scene 112 in this case.
But you know now what happened. You know that animal shot at children and shot at police officers.
Correct.
Right? And that animal is no longer on this earth.
Correct.
And Adrian Gonzales is not that person who did all that horror that we saw on those terrible pictures, right?
Adrian is not Salvador.
I want to do one more thing. Let's go to number 10, please. Am I approach, Judge?
Sir,
Okay, so this is a different aerial. Robb Elementary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm doing my best not to block the jury here. Same west entrance here,
Correct.
south,
Correct.
and we saw Adrian's cars over here on the other picture, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you know now that there were 3 other officers on the scene before the shooter went into the school, right?
I can't speak to that, no, sir.
Okay, if there were, because a lot of other people can speak to that, if there were 3 officers roughly here, they would have line of sight to the west entrance, correct?
Assuming that vehicles or what
Yeah.
have you may not be blocking their view.
Yes, sir. And assume, we'll put another assumption that is a fact, that if you don't know, that one of them had a long rifle, one of them had an AR-15.
Okay.
That would be a weapon that is more capable for reaching that animal before he went into the west building versus the handgun that we were using as an example earlier, correct?
A rifle is a better long-range platform, yes, sir.
And so the people on this side, the 3 officers on this side, had line of sight, would have had the opportunity, in our scenario, opportunity and the ability to stop the shooter from entering the school.
Are you telling me in your scenario that there's nothing in between their line of sight and that door? Because once again, I don't know. So.
I understand, and I'm glad you're being cautious. I'm just saying, let's say in my scenario, one of the officers asked for permission to shoot this animal.
Okay.
Would you believe that if he asked for permission to shoot, that that person was in his line of sight?
I would assume so.
That's the witness. Thank you, sir.
And does line of sight change if somebody's moving?
Yes, sir.
Could you pull that back up? That one you just had. Yep. Yeah.
Mr. Hood? Mr. Hood,
Yes, sir.
could we lose the consent?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
Thank you.
You didn't like it?
I couldn't see it. That's not unusual.
Just from the photograph defense exhibit number 10, if we have 3 officers by this ditch, and we've seen a video of the gunman actually running or jogging to this doorway,
Yes, sir.
that indicate that he's moving.
Yes, sir.
And would a vehicle conceal line of sight from an officer down here?
It very well could.
And would this vehicle also?
A vehicle.
A vehicle, depending
Yes, sir.
on the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
But you could see them for a short vehicle, but they're moving, they could then become no longer available.
That's possible. Yes, sir.
So it could be a very short window of time in which the officer could see that person.
That very well could be. Yes, sir.
Okay. The second thing I wanted to ask you about, your exhibit number 8, if I could.
Yes, sir.
The defense was talking to you about if you're here where Adrian Gonzales' vehicle is.
Yes, sir.
and you're not sure if the sound is coming from the west or the north. Do you recall those
I
questions?
do, yes, sir.
If you do hear shots fired at an elementary school during a school day, and you're not sure if it's here or it's here, do you stay by your car?
I would not.
What would you do?
I would make the best decision I could and go towards those shots.
Go toward the shots?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you're trained?
It is.
All law enforcement in Texas.
To go towards the threat, yes, sir.
So you would make a move one way or another.
I would like to think I would, yes, sir.
You wouldn't stay.
I don't believe I would, no, sir.
You wouldn't wait for cover.
I would not in that scenario.
Wait for other officers to arrive.
No, sir.
And if other than shots, you had a witness telling you where the shots would come in from, would you consider that?
I'm sorry, rephrase that?
If you had a witness standing in front of you telling you where the shots were coming from, would you use that information to decide where to go?
I would.
Not just the shots, but what people were telling you.
I would in that scenario.
Thank you. And finally, the hallway. I believe you testified that a threshold is what you considered a fatal funnel. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And could you show the very first? Just take just 1 second, John, until we pull that exhibit.
Okay.
That's it. Looking at the exhibit, it shows it's at doors 111 and 112.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate representation about the doorways in that hallway?
Yes, sir.
And is that consistent all the way down the hallway as to all the rooms?
To my knowledge, yes, sir. The majority of the rooms.
And those doorways, are they inset?
They are, yes, sir.
Is it a place on down the hallway you could hide
That's correct.
and be concealed?
Yes, sir. Somebody could be concealed in that scenario.
So a fatal funnel being a threshold, a hallway could be a fatal funnel, or there could be areas of concealment.
You're asking if the hallway can be areas of concealment or a fatal funnel?
Yes.
Once again, my knowledge of a fatal funnel would be a threshold. I would consider a hallway a little bit different scenario. Tactics still apply in that scenario, but to your point, in this type of school and this type of insets, you could also be concealed as well.
And if you have an active shooting outside of a schoolway and then inside of the schoolway, would a fatal funnel then prevent you from going in?
No, sir. Once again, you want to assess it the best you can, right? And these things happen quickly. And to your point, whether somebody gives me information or whether I believe, either I know, I believe, or somebody gives me information, you try to make the best decision. But ultimately, with my training, I would like to think that in that scenario, I would be quickly trying to approach where I believed that threat was to address that threat.
Okay. And you've had the training as a police officer
Yes, sir.
in tactics as well.
Yes, sir.
And when you go in through a threshold, you were just talking about a doorway, correct?
I am, yes, sir.
Once you get in, things can spread out and
Correct.
be concealed.
Correct.
Correct. And movement helps, does it not?
It can, yes, sir.
And also, as tactically, you can walk through a doorway, I guess, standing up like this, make yourself a big target.
You could.
Tactically, can you change how big a target you are?
You could.
Can you squat?
You can.
Can you get down even lower?
Yes, sir, you could.
And that would present a smaller angle than someone standing in the hallway.
That could, yes, sir, depending on the scenario, but yes, sir.
And would you have to approach the south doorway, before you could approach what would be called a fatal funnel.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I mean, are you in a fatal funnel if you're standing by Adrian Gonzales's car?
Any position you could be in, whether it's inside, outside, hallway, room, or whatever the case may be, you could be in a position that is not advantageous to you, tactically speaking. So from that regard is how I would probably answer that, because once again, fatal funnel, it could lead to other things and other tactics, if you will, bad or good. But bottom line, no matter where you are, no matter what position you're in, you could present yourself to that.
Okay, fair enough. Pass the witness.
I sure do appreciate your honesty, sir. I mean that, because you answered one of the questions I'd like to think I would. I don't believe I would. And I love that about that you answered that way, because that's honest, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't know until you're in that situation,
That's correct.
right? And so, I want to talk a little bit about what you hope that you would do and not do. Number 7, please. May I approach, Judge?
Yes, sir.
So this is that corner, southwest corner, and this is that AC unit. And this is that west side of the school leading into the entrance.
Yes,
okay?
sir.
Do you agree that cutting the pie with that AC unit there with that fence is different than cutting the pie as if it was not there?
Yes, sir.
Right. Because this is not cover.
That is not, no, sir.
This is not even concealment. I mean, if I ducked behind an AC unit,
Correct.
maybe,
Yes,
right.
sir. Right.
But if I'm trying to use that setup,
The chain link itself is not.
right, I mean, it's not, I mean, you can see me, I mean, I don't even know why I'm trying to cut the pie, I might as well just run in. That's nothing for me from a tactical position.
Once again, short of getting down behind an AC if you need to.
Right, but if we're talking about running after people and chasing a noise, not a person.
Yes, sir.
Remember, we're still in this chasing the noise. So this complicates negotiating this corner. Would you agree with that?
I don't know that I would agree with that necessarily, because you could go around it, obviously.
Right, but as you go around it, as you get far, you don't have cover or concealment.
You don't, but you didn't also leading up to it in that scenario.
You did, but what I'm saying is it blocks you, so you can't move past it quickly. You have to go around it.
Once again, sir, I wouldn't say it that way, because I can go around it just as quick, depending on the angle you're coming at. I'm not trying to be difficult, but what I'm
No.
saying is if you're, in this scenario, if I'm
Mhm.
further to the right and I'm trying to go around it, it's never in my way to start with.
Let me ask you this. Is this exactly the same as if it wasn't there? Is that corner the exact same tactically navigating by it as if this AC unit and chain link fence is there?
And once again, to answer that question would depend on which angle I'm coming in at. If for some reason I'm coming past that door and I'm hugging, or not hugging, but necessarily close to that wall,
Mhm.
where in other words that AC unit is directly in front of me, well then that obviously presents a potential issue, right? As opposed to if I'm 3 or 4 steps to the left in this scenario and I'm trying to get past it, it's not in my way anymore, so I'm going right past
It's
it.
not, but are you covered or concealed?
No.
That's what I'm saying. So if there's danger on the other side, it's not that it's going to stop you. It's not a barrier
Gotcha.
to you, right? And it's a bad question, so I'll take the heat for that one. But it's not that it's going to stop you. So I agree with you on that. I'm saying from a tactical safety position, if you're trying to stop hurt and death, if you don't even know it's happening, by the way, right? Let's go back. Just because you hear gunfire, that doesn't mean people are getting struck by that gunfire, correct?
I would personally take it as they were, because if somebody's shooting, they're shooting, in my mind, at something or somebody.
But it doesn't mean that people are actually getting hit, though. They may be missing.
It may be, but I have to assume they're getting hit in that scenario.
And remember I asked you earlier about the 30 rounds, and
Yes,
you
sir.
said maybe they missed? I mean, so I'm just,
Yeah.
it must be in your
Gotcha.
thinking somewhere. All I'm saying is that it's not a barrier to you, but you have to negotiate around it. And if we're trying to consider your safety, like you said earlier, so you can help the most amount of people, it makes it more difficult for you to be safe and tactical around that corner. That's all I was trying to ask you earlier.
Right. If that AC
Right.
unit is in my line that I'm trying to get to, could it potentially? Absolutely. But at the same time, I could very easily move over if I needed to get around it.
And you would not be as safe doing that.
Possibly not.
Right, tactically. Can we go to 9, please? Here's a little bit different of an angle. It's in evidence. So there's the vehicle over there, right?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement
Yes,
vehicle.
yes, sir.
And so let's assume, now remember, let's assume you hear shots and you're told that the shots are coming from over there somewhere. Okay? You're saying that you would automatically run to the shots without considering tactics? Because there's no cover here or concealment, right?
If I believe that the shots were coming, you're asking from this side of the area? Personally, I believe I would run as fast as I can to get to that corner where the tree is by the AC unit, which is, yes, sir,
Here?
right there.
Okay.
Because I know the threat in my mind would be on this side, maybe up there, maybe down there, but I don't believe in that moment it's over there, so I would have gotten as quickly as I can down to that corner and then start assessing things as I'm moving forward.
And we're speculating, we're hoping that's what you would do,
I
right?
would hope so, yes,
And
sir.
But you're not, this is not a covered or a concealed situation.
What's that situation?
In your scenario where you're running to this corner, you're not covered or concealed, right?
Not by getting there, no, sir.
That's right. And all this is open, so you're not, so the only cover you have is the engine block here for a moment.
But, yes, sir.
Because I think a lot of people think that a vehicle is safe. It's not safe to be in a vehicle when you're in a gun battle, right?
That'd be correct.
And it's not even safe to be behind a vehicle. A vehicle at best is concealment, it's not cover,
Yes, sir.
right? People shoot through vehicles all the time.
That's
The
correct.
engine block is some cover, would
It
you
is
agree with
some,
that?
I would.
And then the rim, like the wheel rim, where
Could
the
be.
tires are, if you're on your, and there's a tactical way to be on your side to shoot underneath the vehicle, that could be some cover, correct?
I would agree, yes,
Okay.
sir.
And so the only cover in this scenario that we're seeing is some of that vehicle.
The engine block one, yes, sir.
Okay. And so if, in our scenario, you tried your best and you're running with your handgun to this corner, and if the shooter is running down this way, and you haven't seen this person, by the way, right?
Okay.
You still have no visual on him. You're not just running around this corner at top speed. Is that a fair statement?
Not around the corner. Like I said, once I got to that corner, if I believe the shots were coming from over here,
Mhm.
then once I got to that corner is when I would start wanting to assess the situation better.
And it takes time to assess, right?
It can,
So this is not to scale, but so you hear shots. Let's assume that you observe. You didn't observe, but you listened and you oriented. You made a decision to act, and you said, "I'm just going to go." You run to the corner, and you're going to slow down once you get to the AC unit because you're going to do your best, even though you're not protected, to cut the pie around that building. And now you're on the west side of the building, and you can see how long that is, right?
so if I heard you correct, did you say cut the pipe before the AC or at the AC?
Well, I mean, you're going to use the AC to try to use that to cut that corner, because cutting the pie is just trying to get
Correct,
around the corner.
at that AC, yes, sir. At
Right.
that corner, if that's where that corner would be.
Right. I don't want to fall in front of everybody. You're talking about shooting. Okay, so you try to use this AC to cut the corner of that building, and you have this long building, and then so as you start moving down this building and working, if somebody has a long rifle, who usually wins? A handgun or a long rifle on a straightaway?
It just depends on distance, and it depends on accuracy, and it depends on ability.
If you and somebody were going to get in a gunfight, and each of you had a choice, long rifle or handgun, which one would you pick first?
Close quarter, or, personally, I mean,
Anywhere.
I'd want a rifle.
Of course you would. Everybody would. And so my point is, so from this long way, the rifle is a more advantageous weapon than a handgun, correct?
From a distance, yes, sir.
And so let's say you cut that corner, and then in our scenario, you see the person go in the building, okay?
Okay,
How they got into a door that should be locked, we'll talk about that in a little while. But then you see them go in. That doesn't mean that they can't go in that building and come right back out and kill you, right? You have to think of that tactically.
they could.
Right. So just because they go in that building, you're still going cautiously. You're trying to, you're like, oh, I hope they don't come back out that building, right? And you're walking all the way down to that door.
So I would think in that scenario, I'd like to think that if I was placed in that scenario, we've already addressed the fact of how I got to the corner.
Yes, sir.
If I see somebody go into that building, I would try to get there as fastly and as tactically sound as possible, trying to get to that threat again.
Would you tactically go out to these cars and get some cover at those cars as you make that corner? Or would you run just directly down the side of that building?
I would try to get there as fast as I could.
Well, I mean, we're speculating. You would not try to get some cover, concealment in these vehicles and so you can have a better angle at that door just in case he's waiting for you or that person's waiting for you?
I could see somebody doing that. I could,
Right. But that would be a tactical decision,
it
right?
could be, yes, sir.
So let's say you get to the edge and the person doesn't come back out and shoot you, right? And so now you're gonna have to cut the pie on this door too.
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to cut the pie again on this entrance door.
Yes, you would have to, tactically approach that doorway, yes, sir, that threshold.
And then you realize it's an outward swinging door. That's different tactically than an inward swinging door.
Yes, sir.
Will you explain to the jury why?
So on an outward swinging door, obviously the door's coming out to you, right? So
With an inward swinging door, let me do it the opposite way. With an inward swinging door, you can open that door and still slice that pie, and that door is not really a problem for you. Whereas a door coming towards you, you have to contend with opening that door, keeping it open potentially, and then also entering that room.
Now, real quick, before Jason reminded me of something, just so people can get a kind of a visual of how big this is. You can see that's a person walking here, right? You can get up if you don't mind.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, so that just kind of gives. This is a big. That's a human being. That's a person walking. This is after the fact during the
Okay, yes.
investigation. So there were more cars here. This is not to scale of how many cars were during the incident.
Yes, sir.
But that's a person. So that shows you how big. That coming around that corner, coming all the way down, that kind of gives you perspective of the size of a person to that school, right?
Okay.
Okay. And so as you make, you realize that's an outward swinging door. So you're cutting the pie. You're cutting the pie, hoping at some point you're going to move in, and you're going to have to negotiate that outward swinging door, right?
That's correct.
And then you're going to make entrance into and then you're going to make entrance into a building, right? Into a hallway.
Yes, sir.
Now that takes time, right?
As fast as you can make it happen, everybody's got different tactical levels. So
Right.
I would like to think that somebody with much more training than me can get in there probably quicker than I could. But at the end of the day, yes, it takes as long as you can get into that room and address that threat.
You're making a distinction between training, and that's important to do, right?
Yes, sir.
Not just because someone's law enforcement or someone has taken an active shooting class or someone has taken an alert class, that doesn't mean that everybody has the same skill level, right?
I would agree with that.
And so in our scenario, as you navigated that corner and you saw, you still have to navigate another corner if you even are familiar with the building and try to anticipate where this shooter is going, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Because you don't know. I mean, if someone's shooting, you have no idea where they're going.
That's correct.
Right. And especially if somebody is not familiar with that building, they don't know where they're going. They're hearing stuff, so they have to move cautiously but expeditiously, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you know, in the scope of your investigation, that shooter, his home room was room 111 that he ended up shooting in?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Did you know that shooter, that his home room was room 111 that he ended up going into and shooting up?
I've heard that.
And so it's safe to say in an investigation that shooter had a targeted room. He knew where he was going.
That's possible.
And somebody that never put eyes on him would have no idea where this shooter is going. And the insinuation is that Adrian is supposed to follow the sounds without having any visual on the shooter, right?
I'm not sure what your question on that was.
What I'm saying is you have a person responsible for this horror had a connection to room 111, right?
Yes.
And so it's safe to say, possibility, that was a targeted attack on that room,
Right.
right? And somebody who never put eyes on that shooter, just only heard the shots, is having to guess where this shooter is going, right?
In that scenario, yes. If you didn't know where he was at and you're basing it strictly on sound, you're having to address that as you're going. Yes.
And then you have to apply all the tactics that we've gone along. I mean, just because you hear something, you're gonna tactically try to get there as expeditiously but safely as possible, right?
That's correct.
Because as you said earlier, you have to think about your own safety, not selfishly, but if you are injured or killed, you're no good to people that you're trying to help,
That's correct.
right? Yeah, I mean, and if you had a choice, and it's a reasonable amount of time choice, would you rather have backup or not have backup? As an officer,
Just in general,
in general, yeah, in general terms.
anytime we can have backup, it's always a plus, but that's a generalization.
And if it's in a reasonable amount of time, that's a better tactical decision to make, right?
That could be, but once again, that's a very loose generalization depending on what you're
understand.
faced with.
I get it. And may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Are you familiar with school policies?
Well, it depends what you're asking, I guess.
Well, I guess, is it reasonable to believe that most schools require their exterior doors to be locked?
I would assume that's correct.
It's a safe assumption,
I would assume
and
so.
it's true. And so in your participation in this investigation, did you come to discover that this door was not even locked?
That's correct.
111 was not locked.
That's correct.
112 was not locked.
That's correct.
The two doors between 111 and 12, there's doors between them.
There is.
That was capable of being locked, right?
Yes, sir.
It was not locked.
One of the doors was open upon our finding. it is.
Right. And out of all the scenarios, and we can speculate all day long, one thing that we can all agree on is if that door was locked, it would have stopped the shooter that animal from getting into this building, right?
I can't say that.
You can't say it wouldn't have stopped him?
No, sir, because I can't speak to whether a locked door would have, that door might have stopped him if it was locked, but I can't speak to the fact that he wouldn't have found another way into the school.
I didn't ask that question. My
I'm
question
sorry, I
was,
misunderstood.
it's okay. It's a bad question if you didn't understand it. I'm saying if this door was locked, it would have stopped that animal from getting into the building.
So I'm still hearing it the same way.
If this door was locked.
If that door was locked, he might not have been able to get into that door, but I can't speak to any other doors that might have been unlocked.
Fair enough. Let's go back to our scenario. And let's say those three same officers are still there. Remember those three officers that had line of sight on this guy? And one of those officers that had a long rifle? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
So if that door was locked, knowing that Adrian is on this way over here on the south side, but that you have three officers with line of sight on this guy, if that door was locked, at the very least, it would have delayed this animal from getting into that building.
A locked door there, I believe, yes, would have delayed him, because then at that point, he would have tried to find another, assuming he would have found another entry point.
Do you wish that door was locked?
I think we all wish that door was locked.
We all do. Thank you, sir. That's the witness, Judge.
Starting with Defense Exhibit 9. And the whole concept about cover.
Yes, sir.
If you hear shots coming from this direction or this direction, is this corner covered if you're at the police car?
If the threat is over here,
Yes.
then yes, that building itself would be cover and concealment at that point.
And would it be both cover and concealment all the way up to this housing unit for the air conditioning?
Yes, sir, assuming that that's still where the threat's coming from.
If the threat's coming from here or here,
Yes, sir.
either from sound or from sound and witness. And so when we talk about whether or not this wall is covered, it would depend on if the threat is coming from here, it wouldn't be covered. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Cover just means it's something that protects you from the shooter.
Something, yes, sir, that's correct.
So if the shooter's here, you've got cover all the way to the edge of that AC unit and its fence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The next thing we talked about is, would you rather have a rifle or a handgun, and who would win in that situation? Rifle in the open or handgun with cover?
You're asking which one I'd rather have? Once again, it depends on the scenario and everything in my mind, but at the end of the day, if I'm having to deal with a threat, either one would be good. But if I had to pick one, I'd pick a rifle.
Okay. But if you have cover, you're protected,
Yes, sir.
and if you have a handgun, it'll reach this distance, will it not?
It would from that corner, yes, sir.
And you don't have to be accurate enough to hit the shooter to distract him
That's a fair statement.
or to delay him
Yes, sir.
while your buddies are coming down from the rec area, right?
That's a fair statement, yes, sir.
That OODA loop doesn't just apply to police officers, does it?
That's correct. That's
That's-
humans in general.
Everybody.
Yes, sir.
So if a police officer is shooting at somebody, then their OODA loop
Absolutely. Would
can be affected,
It would be, yes, sir.
distracted from their mission
Yes, sir.
until they decide what to do with a police officer shooting at them.
Yes, sir.
Do things like drop a bag full of ammunition
That's a possibility, yes, sir.
if police officers drive up.
Yes, sir.
That's affecting the OODA loop, changing their mind on what to do.
Yes, sir.
So a police officer, just their appearance on the scene is important in an active shooter situation, is it not?
It is.
Saves lives
It can.
by quick action.
Yes, sir.
And quick action is not standing by the vehicle.
If you're just standing at the vehicle and not acting, then that's not quick action.
Standing at the vehicle, waiting for cover
Once,
to come.
once again, depending on the scenario and where the shots are coming from, but yes, sir. I mean, just standing there alone is not taking action.
Okay. Waiting for other people to come.
Yes, sir.
And do they train you in active shooters to wait on other people, or is there such a thing as training about solo entry?
There is training on solo entry, but in general, everybody's trained that you get to the threat, whether you're by yourself or not.
You get to the threat by yourself or not.
Yes, sir.
That's what.
To get to the threat, you have to know where the threat is, right?
I'm sorry?
To get to the threat, you have to know where the threat is, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've come to know now that there was a dispatch of someone at the school with a gun running. Did you get to know that? Did you know that?
I'm not aware of that dispatch. no,
Matt
sir.
Roach, Judge?
Yes.
And so whoever drove this car, let me represent to you Adrian Gonzales, they drove into this situation, right?
Yes, sir.
They're not way out here,
Yes, sir.
three other officers. That he's into this situation. Did you come to learn that Adrian Gonzales was one of the first officers in this building?
I'm not sure about that. I know he was one of the first ones there, but I'm not sure about in the building.
But if he was in the building, that's taking action, correct? If he ended up in the building, that's taking action. If he's one of the first officers in the building, that's taking action.
Yeah, I mean, if he got in the building, that is taking an
Okay.
action.
Well, right, and driving into this scenario, going after the description that's been relayed over the radio, is taking action.
That is an action.
So if someone was reported to have a gun running to a school, and if Adrian Gonzales saw someone running and he drove to the person that he thought was running, that's taking action.
That is taking, yes, sir. That's
Now,
taking
now I
action.
want to direct your attention to some decisions and opportunity. So if you have Adrian Gonzales here, the shooter on this side, and three officers here, who has better line of sight? Those three officers or Adrian Gonzales?
In that scenario, those three officers would.
If Adrian has a handgun from this distance, and they have a rifle with line of sight, who has a better opportunity and ability to take out that shooter?
Once again, they have the line of sight, so they're the only ones that couldn't take a shot in that scenario if he's right there in those where you're referring to.
They're the only ones that what?
If you're saying that if Adrian's right there, you asked the question, I believe, if I heard you right, so he has a handgun, who has a better way to make a shot, I believe, him or them? It's only them, because in that scenario, he's by his car.
But you said it specifically. You said they're the only ones that couldn't take a shot.
No, could take a shot in that
Could take
scenario,
a shot, got
because
it.
they have that line of sight.
Right. And you don't shoot at things you can't see, right?
Correct.
Pass the witness, Judge.
No further questions?
Recall.
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, the rule is invoked. You're excused from the subpoena. You're not subject to recall, but do me a favor, don't talk about the case till you're aware it's over.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Your next witness.
Ranger Montalvo?
Swear evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God. Go ahead and have a seat over here. Make yourself comfortable. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
Thank you. Would you tell us your name
Roberto Montalvo Jr.
and what do you do for a living?
I am a Texas Ranger with the Company D Texas Ranger Division.
Where are you assigned?
I'm assigned in Alice, which I cover Jim Wells and Duval counties.
And how long have you been a ranger?
March 1st of 2026 will be 7 years, so just under 7.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I started my law enforcement career in 2004. I became a deputy from 2004 to 2006 with the Jim Wells County Sheriff's Office. 2007, I went with DPS and became a trooper.
2007. You became a trooper?
Yes, sir.
And have been with DPS ever since?
Yes, sir. In 2007, became a trooper, was stationed in Falfurrias from 2007 to 2012. In October 15, 2012, became a special agent with the Criminal Investigation Division. Did that to 2019. March 1st, 2019, I became a ranger in Rio Grande City. Did that for a year. Then I was transferred to Alice.
And where were you working on May 24, 2022?
So I was stationed in Alice, but I was actually in Rio Grande City giving evidence to the 229th District Attorney's Office in reference to a murder investigation.
So part of your work is also to hold evidence or to organize evidence?
Yes, sir.
And so what happened? How did you end up going to Uvalde?
So I'm also a member of the Company D crime scene team. On May 24, 2022, I was notified by a message by Company D Texas Ranger Patrick O'Connor. He was our team leader for the Company D crime scene team. He activated the team to head to Uvalde in reference to the shooting.
And what time did you get there?
So the notification that the team was activated was around noon, and I didn't get to Uvalde until around 5:30ish.
So the event was already over, is that correct?
That's correct.
What did you do that evening?
While I was en route to Uvalde to Robb Elementary, I was redirected by Lieutenant Joey Evans to assist Ranger Tyler Williamson at the Uvalde Memorial Hospital.
And what did you do at the hospital?
So at the hospital, assisting Ranger Williamson identify all the victims from Robb Elementary. And while I was there, I made contact with 2 deceased children.
And who were those 2 deceased children?
It was one male child, Jose Flores Jr., and one female, Jacqueline Cáceres.
And so most of the children from Robb Elementary School went from Robb Elementary School to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
But these 2 children went to the hospital and then went to the medical examiner, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I made contact with the deceased children there at the hospital, and then I also made contact with the Justice of the Peace, who declared them deceased, and then I released the children to the funeral home where they were transported to Bexar County Medical Examiner.
So those would be the last 2 children on the medical examiner's number 1799 and 1800.
I am not sure about the number sequence.
Fair enough. And then what did you do after going to the hospital?
After the hospital, I did meet up with Company C Texas Ranger Jason Shea, and I received victims' clothing that he had recovered. Since I was going to Robb Elementary, I recovered those items and then eventually placing them into the administration room there at Robb Elementary for evidence storage at that night.
Okay. At some point, did you take over evidence storage?
Yes, sir. So the lead Texas Ranger, Jose Sanchez, he assigned me to be the evidence custodian for the investigation.
And what's the evidence custodian?
Just receiving, documenting, collecting, transferring, releasing of all evidence or mostly all evidence involved in the investigation. Kind of just being a manager over the property.
As evidence comes in, it would come into you then?
Yes.
As central housing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And because you started being the manager of the evidence, were you sent out on assignments when additional evidence was observed?
That's correct. So on a couple incidents, I was tasked to go collect a few items.
And tell us about those tasks.
So on the first incident was Staff Captain Troy Wilson at the time. He tasked me on May 31st, 2022, to go to Robb Elementary and collect some items that were discovered after the initial processing of the crime scene. Those items were in room 111 and room 112. One of the items was in room 111, a Hellfire trigger snap-on device, and in room 112 was 2 spent cartridge casings. I proceeded to the school, documented my involvement. I photographed, collected the items, and then placed them into the evidence room.
And did you then thereafter get an assignment to go collect 2 more cartridges?
That's correct. On June 6th, myself and Company F, Texas Ranger Nick Hill, were tasked by Staff Captain Troy Wilson to go and collect 2 spent cartridge casings on the outside, the west side of the building of Robb Elementary, and some projectile fragments that were in that came from room 111.
And did that information come from civilians that were working around Robb Elementary?
I was told it was from a cleaning crew. I have no details on who located those items.
Your purpose in being here is just to say when you got there where you found these items. Is that
Yes, sir,
correct?
that's correct.
But this is clearly a month later, is that correct? June 6th?
So one was May 31st, and then the other one was June 6th.
Okay. Excuse me, May 24th, then it would be 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
And have you reviewed, just in the last few weeks, the photographs that you took documenting this work?
That's correct.
Please.
871 and 881. Those are the exhibits that you reviewed before coming here to testify, is that correct?
That's correct. I did review these, but I did not take this photograph.
You didn't take the photographs, but do they fairly and accurately depict what work you did?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Can I look at most
Yeah,
of them?
please look at all of them.
And on this one, I took these photographs.
And that is room 1.
This is room 112. I took these on room 111.
And do you recognize the children in exhibit 880 and 881?
That's correct. I'm looking at Jacqueline Gonzales and Jose Flores Jr.
The children that you went to see at the hospital?
That's correct.
The state offers 871 and through 881.
Yes.
Tell the jury what we're looking at.
I'll be back here.
Okay.
It's right behind you, yes.
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the west side of Robb Elementary.
And the windows there at Robb Elementary, does it look like there's been some work done there?
Yes, they've been boarded up.
Okay. And would you stand on the outside of that building in order to put those boards up
That's correct.
in close proximity to where that orange cone is?
Yes, orange cone is a marker for where the shell casings were located.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 872?
That's just a mid-range photograph of that same west side wall and a little bit closer of the to the cone.
And it shows the concrete lining at the bottom, the ragged concrete. Does that help us identify where those casings were?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 873.
And that's just a close-up of the exhibit, the one that we collected, the two spent cartridge casings.
And will you show that, please, to the jury?
So the spent cartridge casings were located right here, and it's about 9.5 inches from the wall.
Thank you. And 874 just shows that you've marked those as Exhibit 29, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Next showing you State's Exhibit 875, can you tell us what we're looking at now?
Yeah, so that first picture that was on June 6th, those first series of pictures, that was on June 6th that we recovered those two spent cartridge casings. This one's on May 31st. This is in room 112, and this is a kind of a mid-range photograph of Exhibit 55, which is two spent cartridge casings.
And State's Exhibit 876,
It's just a closer picture showing Exhibit 55, which is the two spent cartridge casings.
and that's the only additional cartridges you recovered from 112, is that correct?
From 112, that's correct.
Then did you move into room 111?
I believe I was in room 111 first, and then I went to room 112. But yes,
Thank
the same day, just I went to room 111 and collected the Hellfire trigger device.
Showing you Exhibit 877. Is that room 111?
That's correct.
And what caused you to go back and look for the Hellfire trigger system?
So I was tasked, like I said, by Captain Troy Wilson. He advised me that it was ready in a bag on top of a desk. That's why I kind of knew exactly where to search for. And basically to go and collect that device. I believe I was shown a crime scene photo there that day to kind of picture what the device was.
So pictures have been taken on the day of the event or the next day?
Whenever the Rangers processed the crime scene, that room.
And then studied by other officers?
I was just tasked to go and collect those items.
Had you ever seen a Hellfire trigger system before?
Not that device. I believe I've seen a version 1, but I haven't seen that version.
Thank you. And on Exhibit 877, is that Hellfire trigger system, excuse me, I guess we're on 878. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, that's a bag on top of a desk. The Hellfire trigger device is underneath that, is inside that bag.
And 879.
It's just another side of the bag to show the exhibit.
Would you point out the Hellfire trigger system?
This is the Hellfire trigger mechanism, Gen 2.
Thank you, and I'm just finishing, this is just quickly, but where you started the investigation at Robb Elementary at the hospital, I'm gonna ask you if State's Exhibit 880,
Judge, we just asked again for a warning. These are going to be two autopsy pictures of the children. Just a warning for the audience.
just of the faces along with live photos, just because these photographs needed to be displayed.
Yes,
And
sir.
the names repeated.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, these are presented in the same way that the other autopsy photos were presented the other day, so you're welcome to step out if you like. May proceed.
So State's Exhibit 880, that's Jacqueline Caceres. 1399 autopsy number, is that correct?
That's correct.
And State's Exhibit 881, Jose Flores, autopsy number 1400, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ask the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
So Ranger Montalvo, I want to talk a little bit about, my name's Jason Goss. We haven't met before.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, I'm one of the lawyers representing Adrian. And I want to discuss a little bit about, you first talked about shell casings on the outside. Judge, can I approach the television?
Yes.
Thank you. So, if you can turn around, we got Defense
Yeah.
Exhibit 9 up here.
Okay.
So, I think, if I'm right, that cone was somewhere, maybe in this area here.
It's from the south to the north. between the 5th and 6th window.
Okay, so if we counted windows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it would be right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these are shell casings that would be here.
The 2 shell casings by the west side wall, that's correct.
And so I just want to ask a little bit of your experience with, a little bit of your experience with firearms. I'm sure you've been trained generally in firearms.
That's correct.
Are you a firearms instructor, or have you done anything like that?
I am a firearm instructor.
So let's talk about, like, is it TCOL instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so TCOL is the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement.
That's correct.
Right. And a lot of times, as you know, they'll ask people to be instructors, and then you take a class on how to be an instructor, basically how to present stuff, right?
That's correct.
And I mean, some of the classes, I think where you start is, all right, teach the class how you make breakfast in the morning. Something like that, and it gives you a topic, and then you go through a PowerPoint or whatever else when you take that class, and then now, I guess they're helping you to understand this is how you present information to people so they can learn it properly, right?
That's correct.
How many hours do those instructor courses usually take?
I took mine in around 2013, 2014. I believe it was 2 weeks in. It may be short, it may be longer now, but it was around 2 weeks. First week is for the instructor portion. The second, the firearm instructor portion for DPS is 1 week. And I went through a whole different instructor course.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
So, and that's the instructor course is kind of what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Actually for lawyers, it's called like train the trainer.
Yes, sir.
So it's something like that where they're trying to teach you how to do that. Now, you also can agree though that there are some some training courses that involve, like, everybody sitting in a room, a trainer's clicking through a PowerPoint and possible scenarios, right? Like, that's one of the ways that
Yes,
people
sir.
are trained. Another way is like active, like live simulations of those types of situations, right?
Yes, sir.
So, for instance, in Bexar County at the courthouse, sometimes when we go there, it's like all shut down because they're having active shooter training. That's when they're actually in the hallways of the courthouse with various scenarios where they're actually going through a simulation of something that's happened.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your simulations, well, let's first talk about shell casing. So as a general firearms instructor, you know that I've heard a lot about ejector ports, eject out to the right on a gun that's made for a right-handed person.
Yes, sir.
All right, and so we know that it's not an exact science, but seeing a line of shell casings here and then up here, and the reason I'm asking is because you found some kind of right here.
Yes, sir.
But I don't know if you know, but there were also shell casings all the way kind of down here.
Yes, sir.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
But it would be consistent if somebody's going down shooting out these windows, which we have heard testimony about. It would be consistent that shell casings ejecting to the left would be ejecting along this grassy area until you get to that entrance. That would be consistent to you.
That would be consistent, yes, sir.
Right, because if I said, look, Ranger Montalvo, somebody's firing in this window, and you find shell casings over here to the right, that would be consistent with somebody squared off against that window, firing into it, and the shell casings ejecting the way they're supposed to.
Well, we all know that even though it's ejection port to the right, they could be standing here and it's ejecting to the right. They could be having the gun to the side and it's ejecting up, and they can actually be have it upside down
and ejecting.
now it's going to the left.
Right.
So we can't really just assume that it automatically ejects to the right. We just can't assume that.
It's true, but one of the things here is that the prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt things, right? What we're talking about is kind of probabilities, though, because we don't have the burden. So I want to talk about what's probable. Yes, it can, and there always can be those like, well, there is that one time that a guy approached the school with an AR turned upside down and ejected left, but most of the time that you've ever seen or heard of somebody shooting it, they're not holding it upside down when they're doing it. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so the probable, sure, there's always all the possibilities, but let's just, they have beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't. We have probabilities,
Yes,
we
sir.
have possibilities. So the probability is that shooting, ejecting out to the right. That's most likely, right? The most likely scenario.
We recover spent shell casings and we just document the facts.
Sure.
We can always assume, but we're not gonna. We just present the facts.
And I'm with you, but I think because others have testified as well, other rangers have testified that, one shell casing here or there is one thing, but when they start grouping up in a line like that, it does start to tell you kind of some probabilities of shooter movement.
Yes, sir.
Right. And if you're looking at it like that, you are assuming, if you're going to the scene and you see a line here and a line here, you're assuming that the shooter's standing to the left of that line and it's ejecting out to the right, if you know where their targets are. Like, for instance, each one.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and we have this little person here we pointed out. You see this person here?
Yes, sir.
I'm not asking you to identify the person, it's a small person. Maybe not in real life, but on that screen you'd agree with that.
It's a person.
Right, and it looks very small, almost to where you can't see him. And the reason I'm doing that is to point out that the angle and the perception that we have, this would be the size of a person in this photograph. So this car to this person, this car to that person, those are long distances you can tell just based on the size of the person in the photograph.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. So when we talk about, we talk about, I heard you say a couple of times, you said, you were talking about Captain Troy Wilson. Captain Wilson told you, Montalvo, I need you to go, I don't know what he calls you, I'm assuming,
No.
probably calls you by your last name or.
Your first name, yes.
Oh, your first name, okay.
Yeah.
You probably don't call him by his first name.
No, I don't.
Yes,
Yeah.
Captain.
Yes, Captain.
All right, and so I heard you say that, Captain Wilson said, look, I need you to go out there, I need you to collect these and these, and you did what he asked you to do.
Yes.
Chain of command, how important is it?
It's important.
How important is it to follow orders, that your supervisors and the people above you in the chain of command, if they give you an order, how important is
If it's a legal order, very important.
it? If it's a legal order. Now, you would follow, I'm talking about you would follow that chain of command in a situation like this where there's not any active emergency, you're just going to collect evidence. Of course, you would follow because you did follow that chain of command, right?
Yes, sir.
You would also follow it if you were in the middle of an active shooting and Captain Wilson is there and said, Montalvo, I need you to go do this. You would go do what he told you to do.
I can't testify to that. I wasn't there.
No, but you would follow your supervisor's orders and commands in any kind of situation.
If it was illegal, that was correct.
Right, like, I need you to go out and call the SWAT, or I need you to go and do this over here. You wouldn't say, no, I'm not gonna do that, I'm gonna stay here.
That's
right?
correct.
Right. So if a person is ordered to go somewhere else, if you were ordered to go somewhere else, you would be in dereliction of your duty if you didn't follow those orders, right?
Oh, what circumstances are we talking about?
In any circumstance possible, you're at a mall and there's a shooting, and Captain Wilson's standing next to you and he says, I need you to get over here and do this thing right now.
It depends am I seeing the shooting? Am I involved in the shooting? Obviously, if I'm involved in the shooting, I'll probably have to handle that situation before I listen to an order.
Well, so you're in the mall and your captain's standing next to you and he says, we need help, and you're the one that I need you to go call for this help. Please go call for help in this other location. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
By ignoring an order like that, what are you doing? You're not getting the help that
No.
he's asking you to call, right? You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, yeah, and so in the face of of Captain Wilson telling you, I need you, because he's in the chain of command. Because otherwise, and let's talk about why that's important. Otherwise, what will happen is that if you start inserting your own beliefs over his, what you think is right over his, that can cause a problem in chain of command and in active scenes. You would agree with that?
In training, with involving emergency situations, we've always been taught that command kind of stops at the threshold, right? On tactical situations, it's your kind of rank stops at the door, because potentially a high-ranking official doesn't sometimes make proper decisions,
I mean, I guess,
and saving lives is I guess the goal.
I guess they don't. Maybe they don't. But I think what you're testifying to is that insubordination and not following an order, not following a good order, an order that needs to be followed, because you just personally think that you don't need to do that.
No, if it's a legal order, then we follow it.
Right, because there's 15 people in a hallway, and one person needs to leave the hallway and go and call SWAT, while the other 14 remain.
Mhm.
You wouldn't say, no, I need to be the 15th person in the hallway. You would go and call for help.
Correct.
Right. because we're not talking about just you
Yeah.
and somebody else. Now let's talk about a group of people. Assigning positions. I need you to go do this. And then after that, I need you to go evacuate these other kids. I need you to go and help and evacuate other children who are still in danger from a shooter, right?
Correct.
You go, no, I'm not doing it. I'm staying here in the hall. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't disobey an order like that.
It kind of depends, sir, because if it's an active shooter situation, the number one thing is stop the killing.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
it's pretty set standard.
It is a set standard, but there's also other things. It is, you have to stop it, yes, if you do, but you have somebody there telling you, I need you to do this. I don't need one more guy here in the hallway, I need you to go make sure the kids are safe. You get that?
If there's a driving force, you go and stop the killing, sir.
Right, but okay, so 370 sat out in the hallway, you agree with that? They didn't go that door, you agree with it?
I don't know the details on this.
You know now
Yes.
that 370 people stood out in the hallway, did not go in once the shooter was barricaded. You know that?
Correct.
Okay. Or they were outside, or they were around, or they were this, or they were that. But, and regardless of how you feel about that,
Mhm.
there were rangers on the scene that didn't go in. You agree with that?
Correct.
Yes, rangers that were trained just like you. They didn't go kick that door in, did they?
No, sir.
Vortac went in, finally kicked the door in. And you know now that the end of the stick on Vortac got shot in the head.
Correct.
And you know that the shield that came in first got shot.
Yes.
He was putting targets and rounds on the shield as they were coming in. And so you know if Ranger Montalvo would have walked through that door without any of that protection, that would have been you. Dead. Next, dead. Next, dead. Because that was a fatal funnel in room 111. You agree with that?
I would think that the goal is to isolate, distract, or neutralize the shooter.
That's true. That's true. But stacking a bunch of bodies in front of that doorway, because you can only go in that door one at a time.
Yes, sir.
Right? And when they finally, and they still didn't make it out without the end of the stick getting shot in the head. But at least they had, when the shooter started shooting, they had enough protection that they could find and locate where he was and put as many rounds into him as they could.
Yes, sir.
Right? I mean, because that's the thing. I mean, you know, the shooter, they're showing pictures of him. The shooter's like his group right here in his chest. They were just, once they knew where he was coming from, they all unloaded everything they had on him. Rightfully so. But before that point, you have a fatal funnel in the sense that the shooter is in a closet directly across from the door, waiting to be a cop killer. Right? That's what he wants, is to be a cop killer. You know that.
I know it.
Well, you know he tried to. It was attempted capital murder of a police officer. You knew that.
As the first incident when they approached the door, I'm sorry, I really don't.
Okay, first incident when they approached the door, yeah, one of Adrian's colleagues was shot in the head
Okay.
at that point. But Wayne Jackson, we know that Wayne Jackson was at the end of the stick on the Vortac team, and Wayne Jackson got shot in the head, turned it around, and I think it made him drop his gun in the classroom.
Yes, sir.
But I guess before that, before they have that ability to go in like that, we had Rangers, we had Uvalde PD, we had Uvalde ISD, we had basically DPS, Highway Patrol. We had groups of officers, all sitting there, all apparently having the same training, and we've had every officer come in and say they would have just run in that room. All of those people did not run in the room at that time. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And there were still shots going on, right? There were shots even 40 minutes into it. There were shots, 4 shots fired later in the process with everybody standing there.
I'm not sure on the timeline.
But you knew that there was the initial 100 and something shots, and that happened within the first 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And then there were some various shots after that point. You may not know the exact number. All right. Because if a claim is made that each one of those shots puts the people in the hall on notice that they should go in, you're saying that you should just go in and one after another.
I'm saying from what I've learned from alert training, which is a standard, is to isolate, distract, and neutralize the individual.
Right. Sure.
Right.
Sure. But the how of it is the problem. You would agree with that in a situation.
It's definitely a concern, yes, sir.
Yeah, because he had the drop. The shooter had the drop, and a dead police officer, you would agree, a dead police officer cannot save a child. You would agree with that?
That's correct.
I mean, they can't. And so one of the things, and Nico mentioned it too, keeping yourselves safe, because it feels horrible later when we talk about it, but keeping yourselves safe is not just a selfish thing to keep me safe, it's I'm keeping my gun safe to be able to hopefully be able to use to help other people. But if I go down, I can't help. If the next guy goes down, they can't help. That takes you out of the ability to try to go in and help save children or other or adults or anybody else. You agree with that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So if I'm a police officer and I don't say, well, you know, my training says just run into this room, and then I'm hit dead. Next guy goes, well, my training says it hit dead. Training says it hit dead. Training says it hit dead. We have a situation where, yes, I totally agree with you, that if you can get in there, but it's not if you can get in there just by any means necessary, including your death. Those officers that were in the hallway were trying to figure out how to get in. Do you agree with that? They wanted to, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, they were trying to and they wanted to, but making themselves dead is not going to help anyone else.
You would hope that the room, the raid entry or the room entry would affect the OODA loop of the individual to attempt to get more people into the room and neutralize the subject. Yes, I know I can't Monday morning quarterback what had happened, but the standard or the standard that alert teaches is isolate, distract, and neutralize.
Right.
The room entry techniques of a 1-man, 2-man, 3-man, 4-man, and possibly affect the OODA loop of the individual, which is absorb, ordinate, decide, and act, and recycle that, possibly could buy time for law enforcement.
I mean, it's true, and it's going and sacrifice it, and I understand that. But let's talk about this. Everybody who is there can't all do the one thing. There also has to be other things that are done, like contacting certain people and trying to get the other children out of danger and out of harm's way. That's also important. You would agree with me?
The standard says neutralize the suspect first, or isolate, distract first.
Well, I know, but there's 100 people there. They can't all do it.
I understand that.
Somebody has to go and do the other thing as well. I mean, you had a teacher shot in the stomach in one of these other classrooms.
Mhm.
Somebody has to go and try to get medical attention. I understand, medical attention, stop the dying, right? Like, and stop the threat and do all of that stuff. But at some point, nobody in that hallway was going into that room.
Mhm.
And other people, you would agree, need to help out there. There's other children.
There's other jobs that need to be done, correct?
Right. There's other jobs that need to be done. And if your supervisor is saying, Montalvo, I don't need you here, I need you here, you would, no, I'm staying here. Or you would say, I'll go where you have told me that you need.
Yes.
I will go where you told me that you need.
If it's a legal order, yes.
Right. So, and you wouldn't be doing that out of fear for your safety. You would be doing that. You would be doing that because you know that you have a chain of command that you have to follow, and if it's a legal order and it makes sense, then you have to go do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as far as the So let me just talk about, I guess as a range, well, you know, you were in Jim Wells for a little bit, and we've been asking a few people this. Like, I am assuming that your involvement with any kind of active shooter situation is investigating it after and not having been through one.
That's correct, other than just a basic level 1 alert training.
The alert training.
Yes,
right.
sir.
And I guess another thing is if somebody didn't get that alert training or receive that alert training, they wouldn't even know the same things that you did about the alert.
Correct.
Okay. But have you ever, because you talked about the OODA loop and I want to talk about it, have you ever been in a situation where you were taking fire or there was fire, guns were being fired around you?
Correct, yes.
You have been in that situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're a firearms instructor, so you also know about gunfire, and especially rifle fire, that it's loud.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are trained that, that in areas, like urban areas, areas with buildings, even like, I guess, mountainous areas,
Mhm.
right? If you fire a rifle in an area like that, the echo can fool your senses about where the gunfire is coming from. You've been trained about that.
Yes, sir.
Right. Because echo will bounce off different things and make your ears believe it's coming from the right, but it's coming from the left or behind you or wherever else. Because if we want to just break that down, what echo means is just a sound. Judge, can I use the well?
Yes.
Thank you. A sound comes out, it hits, and it bounces. And it bounces, and it bounces, and it bounces. And so depending on where it's bouncing and how, our human ears will perceive the sound. But if we're perceiving, if the shot comes from here, but the echo is hitting our right ear from here, that gunfire, the brain believes the gunfire is coming from that direction, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what echo is. Because the sound of gunfire in and of itself can maybe tell you where a gunshot is coming from, but also can be deceiving about where it is coming from.
That's correct. It could be deceiving.
Right, and so you could get a situation like, Judge, may I press the TV?
Yes, sir.
You could get a situation like what we have here. Actually, Nico, can you move it up twice? Just use the right arrow. Or once. Sorry, once. Thank you. Okay, so we get a situation, and we've heard a little bit, we're going to hear a little more. Not necessarily these cars here. You have to think of it like these three cars are a little bit back here.
Okay.
Because there were 3 officers that were here on the west side as the shooter is coming up the west side of the school. Now, one of these officers gets underneath his car because he thinks that the gunfire is coming at them, is being directed back here at them. Now, with your training experience, we know the shooter was firing into these windows into that building, right?
Yes, sir.
But the echo would come off of that building and it would hit their ears as if that gunfire is coming in their direction. That is possible.
It's possible.
Right. So they're taking cover because they think that the gunfire is coming at them when it's really coming 180 degrees the other way. And that's something that, as law enforcement officers, you're trained that what it sounds like to you alone, you can't believe your senses sometimes based upon some of those the physics of sound and echo and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Right. And in particular, we know about echo that the louder the sound, I mean, the more it's going into something, the more it can be
Bounce
dispersed,
off.
the more it can bounce off. And I don't know how many of our jurors have heard what that rifle that he had, that Daniel Defense rifle, but they will hear it when these videos come in. But you know that the sound of a rifle like that is extremely loud.
It is.
So we're talking about a lot of echo, right?
Possible.
Possible. Because we know for sure that it's bouncing off structures and buildings because this is not just an open area. Okay, so when we have this echo, that's one thing, and I think the prosecutor will say, because he has been saying, the prosecutor will say, well, you would also maybe have witnesses to tell you kind of, okay, the location of the gun and so forth.
Mhm.
So I want to talk about that, because that's also part of your training, even in active shooter training. Part of your training is, I'm assuming with alert, I read alert, so I know that they tell you this. When you receive information, communicate that information.
Yes.
Get it out. That's how they train you to do.
Yes, sir.
In active shooter, something just like this, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And so, going back to you, you're in a situation, this is going on, somebody's communicating a potential location of the person with the gun. You are getting on that radio, and you are radioing that out,
That's correct.
right? A description. He might be wearing all black, he's supposedly wearing all black, he's over in the teacher parking lot, he's on the west side of the building. Those kind of descriptions, if they were given to you by a witness, you would put out.
Yes.
Now, you would not put that out 30 seconds after the witness told you that, right?
It depends if active fire and you're taking cover and, you know, but I don't know the situation. I would assume that once you get the information, you would try to relay that.
Well, sure, and even in the active fire situation you've been in, did you have an opportunity where you had information and you were in cover but still radioing from cover? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Right, because you get down, but you're still going, you know, and your adrenaline's going crazy in that kind of situation, you would agree?
Yes, sir.
And you start to have auditory exclusion, tunnel vision, all of those things happen, and you've been trained that you have to recognize that about yourself as a human being in that type of situation, because your body starts playing tricks on you, right?
During stressful situations, it has been taught to us that you would lose the auditory disclosure and tunnel vision.
Right. So the auditory exclusion means you stop hearing what's happening, like your ears kind of cut off, maybe because your eyes are focused or whatever else, but that is something that you're taught and trained that can happen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What that means is that you might not hear everything or hear everything correctly that you're being told.
Correct. Yes.
Right. So the other thing though is what I guess I'm saying is yes, assuming you're not like in a gunfight, like where you're, you know, this guy and I'm trying to do this or whatever, but information's being relayed, you're relaying that information as soon as you can. You agree with that?
You would try to process it and see if it's correct information as well.
Sure, right, because, and that's part of the OODA loop, right? So then it'll set you back in the OODA loop, because now if they're saying something but your ears are hearing something different, then you're trying to go, okay, which one is which, right?
Yes, sir.
But as far as descriptions, it says it in the training. It says if you get description, radio it out. If you get this, radio, tell other people that are coming, because the response here, you know, they talk about Adrian being, you know, one of the first. He was there maybe about 25 seconds before other officers are there as well, right? So just with that in mind, once he's radioing, there are now other people that are also at the scene that could benefit from the information of where is this guy? What does this guy look like? What do we look like? You would agree?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So, and that would be following training to radio out the description or like where something is,
Yes, sir.
right? It wouldn't be considered, like nobody would ever consider that you know of. Would not be considered, hey, I'm trying to get other people to do my job for me, so I'm going to radio a description, right?
No.
That would be ridiculous. That's what you're trained to do, is to get it out and get the information out for the safety of others.
Yes, sir.
All right. So so let's talk about this. When you are, as an officer, when you are approaching a scene, you are trusting, you have to trust what dispatch is telling you about what you're going into, right?
Or what you're observing.
Or what you're observing, right? So let's talk about the, so let's talk about this. There's kind of an overview here that we can see, and then the last one. Judge, can I press the TV?
Yes.
Okay, so what the jury's heard. I don't know how much you know about this, but I do know is, obviously as a member of the Rangers, that this was of interest to all of you who were involved in this. And I know that you may not have known this at the time you were collecting shell casings, but you have also seen and know some of the basic facts of what happened.
Correct.
Okay. So you know that this is a culvert here that he was coming from this street and just kind of flies through here in Rex's
That's
truck.
correct.
Right. Jumps over this fence here. Now, starts shooting at the people from the funeral home, kind of in this area, that are coming to help him, and then he starts shooting his weapon.
That's correct.
All right. So you know that initially it's dispatched as a vehicle accident, that then becomes a person with a gun, right? So, Adrian, as he's responding, one of the things we talked about with the funeral home director is that he was obviously very emotional. Of course he would be in that situation. I mean, we heard, you know, his kind of blood-curdling 911 call where he's watching this guy advance, you know, with his gun. Now, one of the things he said, and we talked to him about it, and you could tell on the 911 call, he says there's a guy with a gun and he's running towards the school. Okay? Turns out he was walking. You've seen the video of this guy just like like Terminator, just like walking slowly, getting here, getting to this parking lot, disappearing, right? You've
Correct.
seen that. And the funeral home person said, yeah, this white car goes through, but he's already between these two cars, and the white car couldn't see him as they're going through it. Now, I want to talk about that because Adrian comes here. It's radioed that there's a person with a gun running towards the school. And that person is witness one in their indictment, Melody Flores. Now, I want you to talk about your experience as an officer. You've gotten that call. You see a person here running, right? That's what you're going to focus on. If you've just gotten a call that a shooter with a gun is running towards the school, right? Only person outside running, you would go to what you thought the threat was.
That's correct.
Right. So, shooter hiding here. Adrian goes by, speeding, going about 40 miles an hour on this dirt. Boom, he gets to here, where Melody Flores has now fallen down. It is when he gets out that he realizes he's not confronting the shooter, right? Now, that's a mistake, but it's a mistake that any law enforcement officer could make with those facts, having those facts at the time, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now, is that action or inaction, believing that you're driving to try to intercept a shooter, to believe that you're driving to do that, is that him taking action or inaction?
Action.
Action, right? Because you know, if you've got a car and he's got a rifle, if he turns around and he shoots you, right? Like that goes through the car, it could go through the windshield, it can kill you. Would agree with that?
That's right.
So it is not inaction to try and speed towards the person that what's been called out over the radio is a running person towards the school who has a gun and has just shot at people, right? That's an action. Okay, now that action, where does it take him?
It takes him to the east side of the building.
Well, the south side.
Or
Southeast.
southeast, yeah.
Right, southeast. We know, and we've been talking about it, you know, that he's now on this side of the building going this way, right?
Yes, sir.
So his action, perhaps a mistake, but his action is now taking him, what you can see with the little people here, you can see his action is taking him pretty far away from where the shooter actually is.
Correct.
Okay. And now when these gunshots are going off, as he's shooting the windows, bang, 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 those gunshots are echoing. They would be. I mean, the laws of echo don't suspend themselves. If he's shooting in a building, it'll echo off the building. We know that.
Yes, sir.
If there are other buildings around, echo fire is going to start coming around. So, because of his first action, thinking that he's confronting a shooter, he is now taking himself in a place that is more difficult to locate the shooter. Do you agree with that?
From the presentation, yes.
Right. I'll pass it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Goss's questioning, there was an issue about shell casings along this wall. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
As well as defects in windows along this wall. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Indication being shots are being fired into the wall.
Yes, that would be evidence that shots were being fired against the wall.
And the issue about echo would be then bouncing off the wall and being heard by the 3 officers that come to the ditch.
Correct.
And if there are additional shell casings here, would you expect that those shots are going toward the building, there to be defects in that building?
If there was defects consistent with where the shell casings were located, that would be correct.
And if there are shell casings here, but there are not defects in the building, would that indicate to you from that short distance that the shots are not going into the building?
That's correct.
could be going directly at the officers,
That's correct.
which would not be an echo.
That's correct.
We'd have to ask the witnesses to look, actually eyewitnesses instead of hypotheticals, the eyewitnesses that inspected to see if there were defects in this building, correct?
Yes, sir. I wouldn't know if there was defects on that building.
And next you talked about communicating is where the location of somebody is part of the training.
Yes, sir.
So if you communicate, he's over there, he's wearing black, he's at the teacher's parking lot, that would be part of training.
That's correct.
And if you communicated, he's over there, he's in black, he's in the teacher's parking lot, that indicates you have that information.
That's correct.
So you've gone through the OODA loop, made your decision to communicate that information to others.
That's correct.
No matter where you got that information, either personally viewing or somebody told you, you made the decision it was accurate enough to talk to other police officers through the communication
Yes, sir.
system. And you were sharp enough to do what you were trained, communicate the
Yes, sir.
information. That indicates no confusion, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
You're doing exactly as you've been trained. And in an active shooter situation, trained to communicate, but you're also trained to isolate,
Distract
distract,
and neutralize.
and neutralize. Correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about what that means. What does isolate mean?
If you can basically, with fast response, if you can isolate the individual to a certain part of the building, or to even isolate them to outside the building and have the shooting outside, isolating from more potential victims, that would be an ideal situation. Distracting.
The idea of isolation is isolate from victims.
Isolate from victims, yes.
Get to them before they get to victims.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And distract.
Just distracting them from going and getting to the victims, distracting them, maybe just making contact with them and distracting them. You're the distraction, and you encounter that subject, distracting them from the potential victims.
So if you make your presence known, it distracts his attention from the victims,
That's correct.
thereby saving lives.
Yes, sir.
And the final is neutralize.
Just neutralizing the individual, either in a shooting or getting them apprehended, just taking them out of the situation in general.
So during this period that Mr. Goss talked to you about, Adrian Gonzales, if he was communicating to other officers where he was following his training.
Correct.
Do you have any indication that he isolated, distracted, or neutralized the gunman in this case?
It doesn't appear that like that. Yes, sir.
That's his training too.
His training is definitely, the standards are set to isolate, distract, and neutralize.
That's the way.
But Ranger Montalvo, one thing that you didn't know, that the jury knows from our opening statement, is that when Adrian communicated that, the shooter had gone into the building the second before. He wasn't even there. And see, and that's the thing, right? It's like, yeah, so you would assume that at the time he communicated is the time that he knew that this was happening. At the time that he got the information, and he's calling it out over the radio, which your training says. Officers should communicate the following information to responding units. Location of the threat, direction of travel, as well as any other known locations, any other descriptions.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Conditions, everything, yes, sir.
Right. So, when he communicates, at that moment he communicates, it is a second after the shooter has already entered the building, right? So, he does end up, and what the prosecution's presenting to you is if, I agree, he had this information and could have done something about it. But you would agree, if by the time he got the information, the shooter was already in the building, the only information that's good there is like the color of the clothes that he's wearing, right?
Yes, sir.
Because he's no longer in the parking lot.
That's correct.
And evidence can prove that, because we can time it to the second, what time Adrian called that out and what time the shooter entered the building.
Yes, sir. If that was the circumstances, if the timeline shows that,
Right.
that's correct.
Right, and so then now, you got another OODA loop, which is, and I kind of wanted to talk about this. Shots in the building, shots outside the building. that's something that is probably easier to tell if something's outside or something's inside or something's like down the hallway from where you are, even if you're outside and it's happening inside.
Possibly, yes, sir.
Right, and so, and we're gonna see from the officers, we're finally getting to that point, we're gonna see from some of the officers that were there that the shots start happening inside, and Donald Page and Adrian Gonzales from the south side, along with Coronado, will start running into the south side of the building, which is what you're trained to do.
That's correct.
Because now they're going, this guy's not like, he hasn't run around and gone off somewhere over here, they know he is inside the school, and if they do rush inside the school when that happens, that's what you're supposed to do.
That's correct.
Okay. The, you know, because it's like you're trying to isolate. So let's talk about isolate real quick. Just may I press the TV?
Yes.
So isolate means like, yeah, keep them outside if you can. And remember, just and make this assumption, because we've been talking about this. Adrian over here finally gets the information that he needs, what the guy's dressed in, and this is the teacher part. He's on the west side of the building, teacher parking lot. A second before that, this guy has like, whoop, just walked into this thing. Now, if this door is locked, does that make it easier for officers to isolate him outside?
That's correct.
Right, but it wasn't locked, he just walked right in. Okay. If the hallway doors are locked, because now, at this point, Donald Page is pulled up here. Adrian's gotten out from around here, the teachers run off this way. Adrian's gotten out from around here, him and Donald Page are here, they hear gunfire from inside the building, and they run in this south door. So what we've kind of seen is that this door kind of goes like this, and this hallway here, 111, 112 are here. This door goes like this, and they run in when they hear the gunfire inside. Okay, so as they run in and they go down the hall, they're not running down the hall because the hall is full of gun smoke, and they can't, and there's not a shooter in the hallway when they come in. But as they're making their way down the hall with their guns, trying to figure it out, doing all of this, right? You would agree that hearing gunfire inside of a building and running into that building towards the gunfire is action.
That's action. That's correct.
Right, okay. And it's potentially deadly action. And every officer who's doing that knows that they're now in a hallway with a guy with a rifle, and they have guns.
That's correct.
Handguns, right? And just because I know you know, officers will tend to wear Kevlar vests, which are rated for certain types of weapons, right?
Yes, sir.
So a regular Kevlar vest can stop a handgun round, but it can't stop a rifle.
Level 3 will stop a handgun round.
Right, so somebody shoots you in the vest with a rifle, it goes through the vest and into your body.
That's correct. If it's level 3 protection.
Right, now, to get to that rifle protection, you need to start having like hard plates that are put in there that, like steel, that can actually stop the round.
It's not steel, but it's additional armor to stop it. It'll make it a level 4, and it's more of a Kevlar and then ceramic.
Right. And so if the officers, you know, because I guess some officers just go around with a level 4, is that?
Some officers on their auto carrier, like if you see like a more of a tactical officer and they have an auto carrier, it could be a level 4 protection.
Okay, but like you, let's say, you know, something happens and you go to put on your vest, what kind of protection do you have?
I put it on a level 4.
You put on level 4. Do you know other Rangers that put on level 3? Do you know other Rangers or other law enforcement?
Our soft armor for the Rangers, I would assume that they would put on level 4 protection.
Okay. Highway patrol guys that are just out on the highway?
That's level 3.
Level 3.
Yes, sir.
So those officers, if they're out on the highway making traffic stops, pulling people
Pistol
over,
only.
speeding, and then have to respond to something like this, they would be responding in their level 3.
If they had the time to put on the level 4, which they have it readily accessible, just throw on the level 4.
Okay. And so if they had a level 4, they could put on one. If they didn't have one, though, they're stuck with the level 3.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. So with level 3 protection, and I'm just saying, it's not that they shouldn't go in. They should go in. I agree with you. He went in. So he went in, but even going in there, it's you know that like that dude comes in the hallway and shoots down that hallway. If you got level 3 on, he hits you anywhere center mass, that's going to be a problem, right?
That's correct.
All right, but continue to advance down the hall. Now, you know not from the specific part you did, but from later finding out in the investigation, that the shooter used that alcove and came out and pointed a rifle the other way on 2 other officers that were coming this way and shot one of them in the head, or you didn't know that?
I know that one had a gunshot wound. Yes, he was shot. Yes.
Right, and it was these guys coming here. So one of these guys coming here. So if somebody's in an alcove, the shooter's in an alcove, and not presenting his body, these guys here can't shoot. These guys here may not have line of sight depending on where they are. But that rifle round going off in the hallway and an officer saying, you know, he got me, right? So you're hearing all of this. You would agree as an officer that's an emergency, crazy situation, right? That
Yes.
you're dealing with.
Yes.
Right. But you have the option of going, forget this, and running out the door. Or you can stay and continue to try to advance and continue to stay in the hallway to see what you can do.
Well, the alert standard is on the priority life is hostage, civilians is number 1,
Sure.
police officers are number 2, and 3 is the suspects.
Absolutely.
So they're above us. The hostage and civilian are above law enforcement, where their life is more priority than ours,
As it should be.
as a standard.
That's right. And that's why I'm saying, yeah, that you would not expect to see a police officer run out here. You would expect them to continue to advance towards the gunfire.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Even when one of their officers have just been shot, continue to go towards the gunfire.
Yes, sir.
Not turn tail and run out the other way. Okay. Now, I want to talk about something about going in solo or not. So here's the distinction. If you have not figured out what the decision is yet, right? If you're sitting here solo and you know he's in here, I hear gunfire in here, I'm the only one out here, you know your training says run it.
Run in.
Run it, right. However, if you're sitting here and now people have started to come and you hear gunfire together, well, you're not going to say, well, no, I'm running in solo and you run in solo. Y'all start to actually, now let's come in together. If reinforcements have come, if you're back up or if other people have responded, you would agree with that?
It depends how far. I mean, that's a big traverse field that you would have to traverse. If they're on the other side of the street and they're coming, and you hear gunfire, you would hope that to go in and then just to isolate, distract.
Right. But you hear gunfire when they actually get there and pop out. Now, not the gunfire over here, right? Because the gunfire over here we talked about by the time, and it's going to come out, and by the time that he communicates, he's on the west side of the building. He should be he's supposedly wearing black. The guy's gone into the building.
Yes,
So
sir.
he's no longer over here. But what I'm saying is that it's a different thing to sit around and go, I'm not going to go until I have backup, versus like the guy is pulling up right there, and then he gets out and you're going, all right, here's the deal, and let's go. Like, let's
Yes,
get
sir.
in, right?
Yes, sir.
Because none of this training tells you to be stupid. It doesn't tell you like, okay, you go in individually and then you go in after him individually so everybody can be like lone rangers trying to go down the hallway. If other people are present, you are trained to get into a team with those people to try to do what you're supposed to do.
That's correct.
Okay. Distract. Does it actually tell you in the alert training how to distract, or does it just say distract?
It just states distract.
Okay. Yeah, Nico was telling me that's, it's like saying a football player, go win the game, but not really telling them how to do it, right? It's just saying distract. And I guess in your mind, you're thinking of things that you could do to distract, but obviously you can't distract anybody if by the time you know where they are, they've already gone to another location that you don't know where they are. You see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Because what I've noticed about your trainings, I've looked at your trainings, and I've looked at alert trainings, and I've looked at other active shooter trainings, and almost every example involves the officer knowing and seeing the shooter, or knowing where he is. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's focused on the officer actually knowing, like, I see a shooter, I see somebody walking into the school, he has a gun, go to the shooter. There's a shooter over here, he comes out into a hallway, go to the shooter. I know that the shooter is in that classroom, go to the shooter, right? It all is predicated on knowledge of where he is.
Yes, sir.
Because if you don't know where he is, you can't respond to a place you don't know where a person is. Do you agree with that?
That's correct, unless there's a driving force.
Right, I mean, you can try to respond, but I mean, by the time he figures out he's on the west side of the building, let's say he runs around to the west side of the building, and cuts the pie, and goes around, and you have to approach tactically and slowly. You can't just run out willy-nilly, right? You have to have cover, you have to see like, all right, is this guy about to take a shot at me? You would agree with that?
On when you're responding to a shooting, you want to isolate, distract, or neutralize the threat as fast as you can.
Right.
Yes, you would love to slice a pie and do a threshold evaluation, but just we need to try to get to the potential victims.
Well, sure, I agree, but you would be the victim if you're just like running willing, if the way you're distracting him is just running like out into his arms while he's got a rifle on you, that would be some sort of distraction. But do you understand distraction as, offer up, not approach tactically and then offer up your life to the guy as a distraction until somebody else comes? That's not how you understand distraction.
No, sir.
We understand distraction, and I know it sounds weird, but it's like, sometimes it feels like that's what's expected, and nobody's saying though that officers don't go towards danger. We all know that that's the role and that's the obligation that
Yes,
people
sir.
have. But you don't want to go towards danger where you're just, running out into a field and then somebody's just right there, because that's not smart. You would try to come around a corner. Even the prosecution agrees you need to be careful coming around the corner to try to make sure that the guy's not there, right? But let's go to.
Your Honor, that's just a rambling statement. He hadn't asked a question for 4 minutes.
I'll sustain the objection.
To the
Next question.
The rambling statement, yeah, I understand. I'll cut it up, Judge. Thank you. I guess what I'm saying ultimately is that had Adrian gone around there at the time that he communicated, if all that lines up, where he communicates this is his location, but the guy's already gone in, then Adrian would just be now on the west side of the building while the shooter is inside, in the classrooms, shooting people. But now he's on the other side of the building, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But where he was put him on the south side of the building, which allowed them to come up the hallway. Some people coming this way, some people coming this way, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
if you have that situation, it does create a crossfire. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And crossfire is you have friendlies, people who are other officers, or people who are on your side and not the bad guy. Other officers on the other side of you, so if everybody starts shooting at a guy in the middle of you two, or the two groups, then there's a risk that you shoot each other.
That's correct.
Right. However, in these situations, regardless of crossfire, you would take that shot, even if you knew that there were people right past him. The people that were past him were your own people.
Based on the standard of prior life.
Right. Because their lives in there are worth more than whoever's life is out there, even if it's a guy you've been a ranger with for 5 years or 10 years or whatever. Right?
According to the standard, yes, sir.
Right. And if they had that opportunity to do that, then they would have an opportunity to do that. But in this case, you would agree with me that when we talk about isolate, had the doors in 111 and 112 been locked, and it took him time to get in there, because he was shooting at the door, but there's gunshots through the door, but he doesn't shoot to disable the lock. And you know now that those doors were unlocked.
Yes, sir.
Right. But had they been locked, and he's doing this, trying to get in, you'd have 2 teams of officers that are coming in, and he wouldn't have gotten in the room.
That's correct.
Right. And they could isolate him out there in the hallway.
Yes, sir.
And he would be, and the shooter, this monster would be taking it from both sides, because these guys are going in and up the hallway, and he would be taking it from both sides of them trying to neutralize him.
Yes, sir.
Right. But because the doors weren't locked, he just went right in before they had time to come up, and now he's in the classroom with the kids, firing hundreds of rounds in 2 minutes. And I mean, that's part of the situation that they're in, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can see that some of the circumstances of not locking these doors from either the outside and even the inside make it harder for officers to isolate, distract, and neutralize what they're trained to do.
Yes, sir.
pass it.
Yes, sir. 4 quick areas. The first one is on communicating. Communicating the location of somebody.
Yes, sir.
The first incident would be if you heard where the person was, the first part of the communication,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir.
You hear it from somebody else. The second communication would be to key up your radio and tell others where he is.
That's correct.
There could be a difference in time between hearing where somebody is and communicating where somebody is, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if you communicate where somebody is, would be on radio dispatch. There would be timing. We would know when that happened, correct?
Correct.
And if you heard where somebody is, either the person who told you, or if you heard it, you could isolate the time that you heard it. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And how much time was in between those two things would be based on witnesses and dispatch.
Yes, yes, sir.
So we would need to hear actual evidence as opposed to hypothesis, correct?
Correct.
As far as rifle protection, there was a rating of 3 and a rating of 4. If you have a rating of 3 and there's active shooter, what do you do?
It all depends on your situation. If you have a level 4 right next to you, you can put that on. But if level 3 is all you got, if 0 protection is all you got, you go in, right? There's some officers that possibly could respond from their house on an active shooter, and they're not carrying any level 4, level 3 protection. Or just any responding officer, it's what you have at the time. You're not gonna go home and get, your protection. You're just gonna respond to isolate, distract, and neutralize.
And the training, I believe Mr. Goss said that he's looked at all the training, and the training is all about seeing the shooter. But you responded, well, no, driving forces.
Yes, sir.
So tell the jury what the training is about driving forces. What is a driving force?
So a driving force is gunshots that you hear, and that it's driving you to go and handle, neutralize that individual. On certain trainings on alert, you're clearing floors or structures, and there's nothing driving you, so it's slow, methodical, and then you hear a driving force, which is gunshots, and then at that point, it's not slow and methodical anymore. It's get to the gun, go to the gunshots, enter that room as fast as you can, and neutralize the.
So the training is not just about seeing the shooter. It's
No.
if you hear the shots, it drives you to the shooter.
There's definitely some scenarios in the alert training that you're clearing structures slowly, and then you hear a driving force, and you respond to that.
Just wanted to clear that up.
Yes, sir.
You talk a little bit about some of the stressors and some of the things people go through when there's something like this, or especially an officer. Have you been trained on time compression?
Time compression?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. So, because what the prosecutor was asking is, when a witness says that something happened, but have you noticed in your own experience that auditory exclusion plus tunnel vision, and also time, your time kind of gets messed up because your adrenaline's so high that you think things happen in closer amount of time than they actually did happen, or further amount of time. Have you experienced that?
Yes,
as
sir.
well? Okay. So, and that's, so as far as when a witness, any witnesses or officers or anybody in a traumatic, stressful situation, your training tells you that what they believe is going on and happening may not be exactly what's going on and happening based upon how the human body reacts to those things and perceives what's happening to them under that kind of stress. You agree with that?
That's correct.
Okay. Right, so I think you were talking about the training is like in the training, you're kind of clearing a building and then all of a sudden, boom, boom, gunshot, and you run towards the gunshot.
That's correct.
Right. But if you don't know where they're coming from, like if it sounds like it could be here or it could be there, and you don't know which way to run, that would complicate it.
You still move, at least go from slow methodical to a more active, faster pace towards what you believe is gunfire.
Right. Even if it's Even if it's a complete opposite side of where the gunfire
I mean,
actually is?
possibly, yes.
Okay. And the, yeah, and then I guess, you had alert training, but not all officers get alert training. Did you know that?
I think it's a standard now.
After this?
Yes, sir.
Right, and so, yes, I mean, and so if something so horrible happens, and now, of course, they're given that training, but, you know, training records before this happened, that would tell the story about what kind of training a person got.
Correct.
Okay. That's good.
No further questions, Your Honor?
Recall, anybody?
No. Thank you.
Okay, Ranger, the rule's been invoked, you know what that means. You're released from the subpoena, you're not subject to recall, but please don't talk about the case till you're aware that the trial's over with.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and take your afternoon break, about 15 minutes. Would everyone rise for the jury? Okay, be seated in the courtroom, please.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, the witness has been sworn outside your presence. He is under oath, so you may proceed when you're ready.
Would you please tell us your name?
Jimmy Klaevemann.
And Mr. Klaevemann, what do you do for a living?
I'm retired.
And on May 24th, 2022, what did you do for a living?
I was employed by Uvalde CISD, and I was the electronics technician / security coordinator.
Would you tell us what an electronics technician / security coordinator is?
So what my job was to maintain the vast majority of low voltage electronics, anywhere from building automation controls, fire alarm systems, intercoms, and the security camera systems. And the / security coordinator part of that was also administrate the security systems and both security alarm systems and security surveillance systems.
Okay. Now, I think I want to drill down on the security video systems. What's the word or term you use for that, the videos?
That's going to be referring to the internal security surveillance system.
Surveillance, okay. And so, are you familiar with surveillance cameras that were at Robb School?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what your familiarity is with those cameras and the placement of those cameras?
So my familiarity involves the type of system that it was at the time, and that was a on-premises based network video recording system, and there were only 4 security cameras directly attached to that system.
Could you tell us why there are 4 security cameras attached to that system?
So that was a campus that previously had not had any security cameras before in the past. We had a number of campuses that had not ever had any security cameras, so that campus, among a few others, were campuses that were approved for a security, safety and security grant. It wasn't a real big one, but enough to get some cameras, a system in place to get it started, and then potentially in the future add more.
So a grant authorized the expenditure of funds on security cameras?
Yes, sir.
But that was a limited grant?
Very limited.
So did you use your own expertise, or did you seek expertise from others as to the placement of those security cameras?
So originally, there was another gentleman that was working on that project, kind of outside of my knowledge. And once that was secured, as far as what campus we're going to get what, and even after it had been determined where the cameras were going to be placed, it was then later dumped in my lap. Like, okay, hey, we spent this money, this is being installed at these locations. We need you to now finish up getting, people set up where they can, log in, principals, district police officers. So it kind of was dumped out on me at the very end.
You were the implementer,
in a manner of speaking.
but not the decision maker as to where the cameras went.
That is correct.
By that I mean you put the cameras where you were told to put the cameras.
Well, I didn't even install them. And there was another company that was involved in that. If my memory serves me correctly, I believe that vendor name was Century Security. They were the ones that proposed what would be the best location for 4 360-degree fisheye IP cameras.
And
so,
tell us what a 360-degree fisheye camera is.
So that is a specialized camera that is designed to be ceiling mounted. It looks straight down, but it has a very wide view that is capable of seeing 360 degrees full time. And they call it a fisheye because when you see that camera in its native raw format, it looks like you're looking through a fisheye. That's why they call it a 360 fisheye.
So you can see to the left, the right, forward, and even behind.
Yes, sir.
And so it looks kind of distorted on the edges, is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
That's the nature of the system that was purchased.
Yes, sir.
And is the camera system video only, or did it also capture audio?
That particular system also included audio on those 4 cameras.
And could you tell us the difference between a constant feed camera and an event feed camera?
So an event feed camera would be if you configure the software and everything accordingly, what would happen in that situation, it would require detection of motion or either a trip line event. You can create virtual trip lines, or in some cases you can even say, well, I want this to record if it recognizes what looks like a human being. That would also be event-based. The downside of that type of system is that it requires the system to recognize one of those types of events to record, and then it's a predetermined amount of time of how long it will record versus a, what was the other that you said?
Event camera and a constant feed camera.
So versus a constant feed is continuous recording, 365, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. The advantage of that is if something very subtle happens and you need to go back and replay it, you have a better chance of recovering or seeing that event versus maybe it was missed because the system didn't recognize a certain event.
Okay.
But the downside of that is you only have so much space. You can only maintain so many days of recording before the hard drives fill out.
So you have to access it. If something important happens, you need to get to it fairly quickly.
Yes, sir.
But that was not a problem in this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
And finally, we've all seen those camera systems where there's somebody sitting in front of the monitors monitoring the cameras 24/7. Was that going on May 24th, 2022?
So normally, we had not reached a point in safety and security where we had a designated team that's just all they do. Not like what we have now. When I became aware that something was happening, I pulled it up.
Okay.
My thought process was maybe I might see someone that they're looking for, but I see them on the camera and I could potentially report it.
Okay. And I'll get to that day in just a minute. I just wanted to finish that up. But so I guess you had cameras throughout the school district,
Yes, sir.
but not one person or number of people was surveilling all of those cameras for all of those campuses. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Yes, sir.
It was more designed to capture events and go back and retrieve it.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And as to the timing on the camera, was the timing in that camera accurate as to actual time, or real time, I think is a word that's been used?
We had determined that there was a 7-minute and 10-second offset. So there was a need for the real time to be displayed so that it would correct that factor.
So there was 7 minutes difference between what the camera is telling you the time is and what the actual or the real time was?
Yes, sir.
May I approach you?
Yes, sir.
And we had marked this as State's Exhibit A. We previously showed it to the defense. May I approach the witness with defense?
Yeah, we don't have any objection. We have no objection to the motion.
Okay. You may approach. It's admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you. Looking at State's Exhibit A, do you see Robb School down in the, guess which way you're facing? I'll have to call that the right, lower right-hand area.
I see Robb School right here.
Okay. And is this the 4th grade wing then, to Robb School? Or are you familiar with what grade? kids are
I've
taking?
never been able to keep track of wings and grades.
That's fair enough. Could you say, you have told us that there were actually 4 cameras in place
Yes, sir.
on this day? And are those 4 cameras marked on this State's Exhibit A? In the red numerals?
Yes, sir. I do see 4 cameras. Yes, and that does look correct.
So, Exhibit 2, is that inside a building? That camera's inside the building?
Yes, I was at an intersecting hallway.
And
Ceiling.
Exhibit 1, is it also inside a building?
My memory is not clear on that one. I
Okay.
do not remember.
Either just inside or outside?
May have been just right outside, may have been inside. I'm
Okay.
not clear on that
And
one.
number 4, is it in a breezeway?
Yes, sir, it is.
So-
Mounted directly under the canopy.
Under a canopy?
There's a walkway canopy that runs all the way down here. So there was one mounted, I believe that is correct there and there.
Okay. And so underneath the canopy, that's open air, but it has a roof to keep the rain off people if they're using that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we have cameras 1, 2, 3, 4. We have an event at the south end of Robb Elementary. Were there any cameras there?
No, sir.
Okay, and that's not by design, that's just where they ended up?
Just how it ended up.
Thank you. And now I'll take just a moment. I know this is very unpleasant, so I'm going to go quickly. Fair enough? On May 24th, were you tending to business around 11:30 hour?
I had initially, at the start of my day, I had called in sick. And then later, as the day progressed, I started feeling better and decided to go ahead and put in half a day. And I decided before I would return to work that I would take care of a personal matter, get a vehicle inspected and then go to work.
And did anything interrupt that?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us what that was?
I remember I had made it to the inspection station on the west side of town, past the police department. And initially, I met and had to yield right away to several emergency vehicles departing from the police department, and my first initial thought was, maybe another bailout. We had been having a lot of those at the time. So I continued on to the inspection station, and once I arrived there, and I, one of my radios that I usually would carry to work with me, I had with me, but I had not turned it on yet. And I still kept hearing all the sirens, and just, this is just way more than another bailout. So I turned my radio on subsequent to that, and then I realized that we had a serious problem.
And just to shorten this, from there, did you go to your office and watch the events as they unfolded on Channel 2 of Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were the cameras working appropriately at that time,
Yes, sir.
recording the events?
Yes, sir.
And was that video recovered by law enforcement?
Yes, sir, it was.
When was that?
It was fairly quickly after the breach, and everything had been neutral, towards the end of it. Then they started calling for certain district personnel to arrive to the campus. That was Kenneth Miller was one of the ones requested to respond directly to the campus. And then fairly quickly after law enforcement met with him, they inquired from him who is the point of contact for the video surveillance systems for the school district. He informed them that was me, so they immediately requested my presence. So I had to make the location. They kept me at the FBI, one of their incident command vehicles. And then a little while later, they met with me and then asked me all the technical details of the system. And then immediately afterwards, came back to my office located on North Getty, which is just right adjacent to the central office. And they oversaw the whole process.
By process, what are you saying?
Of transferring through the network to their provided storage media. So straight off the network video recorder directly into their storage media, which that process took till about 3 in the morning to complete and verify the integrity of it.
And you transferred the actual video, the accuracy of which you observed that day to law enforcement without making any changes in it?
Yes, sir.
Or being transferred?
Judge, we don't have any objection to these videos, we'll stipulate to their admissibility.
We'll pass the witness then.
All right, that's.
Okay, we have a number.
I was gonna offer it after they were through, but we can do it now. The state office exhibits 14 and 15, exhibit 14 being the hallway video, exhibit 15 being channel 4.
Yeah, they've indicated they have no objections, so they'll be admitted.
Mr. Klaevemann, my name's Jason Goss. I just want to say sorry that you and everybody in Uvalde went through this, families, everybody. And so I appreciate that you got the video, and you did what you had to do to document the evidence and what that monster did to those kids.
No further questions?
All right, is he excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you've been excused, not subject to recall. That means you're released from the subpoena, but the rule was invoked, and I'd like for you not to talk about the case until you hear the trial's over with.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
At this time, we've asked to play the hallway video. We only have about the first 15 minutes. We did not do the whole
ask the court to warn it's extremely distressing, especially the first couple minutes, but it's gut-wrenching video.
Yeah, well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, graphic video, it's going to be difficult to watch, so anybody who wants to step out is welcome to do so, but it's in evidence. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uvalde County 911. Yes, there was just an accident right there behind Robb's school. Behind Robb's, they ran into the ditch. What county did it? A pickup. It is one truck, it's a pickup truck. It's a pickup truck, ma'am? I said, Uvalde, I heard him coming over. Oh my God, they're running, I don't know why. I don't have you around to 715 Oak Greenville Road, have a one vehicle accident, white pickup truck crashed in the ditch. That's a Harle shooting, no, what's your kind of gun? Ma'am. Hello? Yes. Okay, ma'am, how many people running? 3 people running? Hello, ma'am? Okay, ma'am, what is your name? Amy. Okay. Miss Amy, how many shots were fired? Okay, ma'am, he's on campus. Okay, he's on the house. Miss Amy, can you give me a description of the man with the gun? You can, okay, can you remember what he said? He came on campus last year. Okay, that's it. Can you remember what he was wearing when you saw him exit the vehicle? Where was he running towards? You said he ran into a school? Okay, ma'am. Are you going to be away from the building? Okay, ma'am. Where are you going to get? Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I do have units already pulled up. Okay, ma'am. Can you tell? Units are already pulled up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd just like the record to reflect 11:33 on the timer of the video at that point.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, I think this is the entrance of the shooter. We'd also like the record to reflect the regular traffic that's going on the second after the shooter.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, record will so reflect. You may proceed.
Can you see me now? Okay, so you can't see him anymore? No, I can't. Okay, then he went inside the building? Okay, ma'am.
Contact the school police. That's okay.
You. Okay, ma'am, we do have the officers on scene, okay?
at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Next witness?
Arnulfo Reyes.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence in this testimony given this cause will be the truth, so help you God. Okay, you lower your hand, and witness stands right over here, sir. Just have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Adjust the microphone. Speak up so everyone can hear you, please.
Would you tell us your name?
My name is Arnulfo Reyes.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I was a teacher.
You were a teacher?
Yes.
Are you now?
No.
And when was the last day that you taught?
May 24th of 2022.
And where did you teach?
At Robb Elementary.
And is that in Uvalde County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
Who did you teach? In general terms, what grade level?
It was a self-contained fourth grade classroom.
A self-contained fourth grade classroom? What does that mean?
That means that I taught all subjects: math, reading, social studies, science.
You taught all of the classes?
All subjects, yes.
Okay. And what age group did you teach?
Throughout my whole career, or just?
Just this year, May 24, 2020?
It was fourth grade.
And how old are those youngsters?
They're 9 at the beginning of the year, and then some turned 10.
Okay. How long had you been a teacher before this day?
17 years.
Okay. And was your room was what number?
Room 111.
And was it adjoined in another room?
Yes, it was joined to another room, yes.
And what room did it adjoin?
112.
And were there teachers in that room also?
Yes.
And who were those teachers?
Those teachers were Irma Garcia and Eva Mireles.
Okay. Can you tell us how that day started, May 24, 2022?
It started like any other day. I mean, just a normal day, like to go to school, yeah.
Okay. And did y'all have award ceremonies before the day was over?
Yes, we had a award ceremony that was supposed to take place at 10:30 around there. We were just waiting for them to call us to the cafeteria.
So the cafeteria is where the award ceremony took place?
Yes.
And what is award ceremony?
Award ceremony is like when kids get awards for special things that they can do and achieve, and so we just give them awards for the special things.
And do the parents attend the award ceremony?
Yes, they're invited to go, yes.
Okay. And how big was your class that day?
That day, my class was about, I want to say 14 or 15.
Around 14?
Yeah, 14.
And after award ceremony, did any of the kids leave?
Yes.
And how many kids left?
I believe there was 3 kids that left that day.
Okay. And so after award ceremony, then what happened?
After the award ceremony, we headed back to our classroom.
And that was at Robb Elementary School?
Yes.
Room 111?
Yes.
In the fourth grade wing?
Yes.
Did you get back to your classroom?
Yes.
And what happened next?
After we got back to the classroom, we resumed doing what we were doing before we went to the ceremony. And so everybody went back to their spots, and we just resumed what we were doing.
Okay. When you say they went back to your spots, could you tell us how your classroom was configured?
Well, we were watching a movie, so like most of the desks were gathered together, kind of in the, I would say, in the middle of the classroom, and they were, the kids were on the other side of that, and they were watching the movie on the big TV that we have.
And were the lights on or off because of the movie?
They were off.
They were off?
Yes.
And what were you doing during this time?
I was behind my desk and entering grades into the computer, and doing things that need to be done before the year's over.
And where was your desk in the room?
It was in a corner. It's in a corner by a long table.
By long tables?
Yeah.
Okay. We've seen photographs of room 111.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the corner where the doorway was? The entry to the doorway?
Yes, on that same side of the door. Mm-hmm.
And was it close to the closet?
No,
Where
no.
was it from the closet?
Diagonally across from.
Diagonal across to the opposite corner.
Yes.
That's where your desk was?
Yes.
And that's where you were sitting?
Yes.
And then what happened?
We were there, you know, I was doing my thing and the kids were watching the movie, and I heard a noise, but it was kind of far, but it was still loud. And then...
Did you recognize the noise?
No, I didn't. What it assumed to, I assumed that it sounded like books when you bang them on the floor. And that's what it sounded like, but it was kind of far.
And how many times did you hear that sound?
I would say maybe like 5, 6 times or around there. And as I heard it, it kept on getting closer and closer, but it still seemed distant anyways, but yeah.
And did it ring a bell to you as to what that may be?
No. Mm-mm.
So then what happened?
So then, you know, I kept on going and doing my thing, and the kids kept on doing their thing, and it was quiet. And then as we were there, they started again, the loud sounds and more constant, and they were just very close now.
Very close, what do you mean?
Like really loud, really closer. They sounded closer to where we were at.
And did that change your mind about it being books?
Yeah, it took me a while to process that, just because it did change my mind of that it was not books, but I didn't know what it was still anyway, yeah.
Okay. So then what happened?
The sounds got louder, like I said, and I was still sitting there behind my desk and trying to comprehend what was going on. And then, for some reason, I looked at the wall that's across from me, which would be facing room 112. And then there was just a lot more. And then I saw like pieces of the wall, or some objects falling. Not too sure if it was sheetrock or what it was, but something was falling off the wall. And at that same time, I had a student come and ask me, what's going on?
And what did you say?
And I told her, I said, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. And then I told my kids to go ahead and get under the table where we had, where we've always practiced to go when we're on lockdown.
Okay, tell me about lockdown. What is lockdown?
Lockdown is when we turn the lights off in the room and make sure that the door's locked and hide out of the view of anybody.
And is there a specific place that the children are told to hide?
Yes, we have a long table that would be like on this side, and so they would hide under that long table.
And had y'all trained on that?
Yes, always.
And so when you told the children it was a lockdown hide, what did they do?
They all went under that table.
And was this loud banging going on at that time?
Yes. So when the students were going under the table, and I got off from my desk area and was going around to hide from view, that is when I looked at my door, and that's where I saw him.
What did you see?
A black shadow.
And what was the black shadow doing?
The black shadow was holding a gun, and I know that he was holding a gun because I just saw the fire come out of the gun.
And were you sitting or standing at the time?
Standing.
And what did you do?
Well, he shot at me. He hit me in my arm.
Can you show us where he hit you?
He hit right here.
Okay.
So he hit me on my arm, and that's when I fell to the ground. And then after I fell to the ground, he came around and he shot the kids.
How close was he to you when that happened?
He was very close. I was on the other side of my kidney table, and he was probably behind the kidney table.
And so it was one of the first things he did after shooting you was to shoot your kids.
Yes, sir.
And about how many shots did you hear go off?
Just a lot. I couldn't tell you how many, but just a lot.
Did the shadow with the gun stay in room 111 the entire time?
I'm not sure if it was the whole time, but what I do remember was a lot of the coughing that he was doing and the footsteps, so I heard a lot of it.
Did you ever hear him leave room 111?
No, sir. The only time that I would say is when that he walked to the other classroom would be when I heard one of the students say, "Officers, come in here. We're here."
Excuse me?
When he went to the other classroom was when a student from that classroom said, "Officer, come in here. We're in here." And then I heard walks over there, and then I heard more shooting.
And did you hear that voice again?
No.
Is your timing accurate in your mind based on these events?
I would assume that it's correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, did you say that your timing was kind of jumbled up?
Well, I mean, I didn't have a concept of time, like actual time, but what did seem like 30 minutes or, I mean, what I felt was about 30 minutes.
Okay. Did the gunman approach you anymore?
He did approach me again. That's when he came and he tried to taunt me. He got some of my blood and splashed it on my face. And then he also...
and what were you doing when he splashed the blood on your face?
I was on the ground, hurt,
your eyes open or closed?
I closed them
And why did you close your eyes?
because I wanted him to think that I was dead.
And did you have a time that you could talk to your children about what they should do?
Just at the beginning, I had told them to close their eyes because I didn't want them to see if something bad was going to happen.
And so as your eyes were closed and you were being taunted, did anything happen at that time?
No, not that I recall.
Okay.
My phone was ringing on my back.
The injury to your arm, was that the only injury that you received?
No.
Okay. Tell us about that. How did that happen?
This one or the other one?
The other.
The other injury?
Have you told us about the arm injury? Was there anything else about that I needed to ask?
I don't think so. I mean, this happened at the beginning, but when he came back and after he taunted me and did all of that stuff, later on he did come back and he shot me on the back.
He shot you in the back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And am I correct, you're not sure how long all this took place?
I'm not sure how long. I just know it felt like forever.
And how did you finally leave room 111?
I was dragged out.
Okay. Were you then alert when the breach happened, when police officers came in?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So when, as I was laying there, I heard like the door open, and then I heard little clanking of the desks, the metal. And that's when I told myself, they're coming in, anything can happen. And pretty much prayed, and I just, I gave myself to the Lord and just closed my eyes real tight and just waited for everything to be over.
And what did you hear?
Well, after the clanging of the desks, I just heard gunfire, just a lot of it.
And after the gunfire, what happened next?
What I assumed was a border patrol, because I think I read it somewhere on his clothing. He had said, "Get up if you can get up, or talk if you can talk." And that's when I spoke and I said, I'm here, I'm alive.
And after you spoke and said you're here, you're alive, what happened?
He turned me over on my back, and he got me from the pant leg of my pants, and he dragged me out of my classroom.
And where did you go?
I ended up in the hallway, like next to the kids' bathroom, and that's where I was with the first EMT that started a tourniquet on me.
So all the way down that to the north T section and then toward the east door?
Yes.
That's where they worked on you?
Yes.
And did any of your children in room 111 survive this attack?
No, sir.
And in room 112, are you familiar with those children also?
Some of them, yes. Mm-hmm.
And have you kept a picture of them on your fence outside your home since then?
Yes, sir.
And did we ask you if you could identify each of these children so we could have a name attached to each of the paragraphs in the indictment?
Yes.
And are you able to?
Yes.
And I'll ask you now just one time as to each of these children, were they alive and well on the morning of May 24, 2022?
Yes, sir.
The state offers State's Exhibit 884 through 914.
It's admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with Exhibit 884, and if I'll ask you to tell us if these children were in your room or in room 112, and whether or not they survived. Okay?
Okay.
Starting with Exhibit 884, do you recognize that person?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Josiah Garcia.
And whose class was he in?
He was in my class.
Did he survive?
No.
885,
Rogelio Torres, he was in my classroom,
did he survive?
and he did not survive.
I'm going to ask you about each one, so if you just say that, if not. State's Exhibit 886,
Alicia Ramirez, and she was in room 112. She did not survive.
State's Exhibit 887,
Neve Bravo, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
State's Exhibit 888,
Miranda Mathis, and she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
State's Exhibit 889,
Eliana Torres, and she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
890,
Leila Salazar, and she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
891,
Annabelle Rodriguez, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
892,
Jace Luevanos, he was in my classroom, and he did not survive.
893,
Eliana Garcia, and she was in room 112. She did not survive.
Exhibit 894,
Tess Mata, and she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
895,
Maite Rodriguez, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
896,
Jayla Silguero, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
897,
Amory Jo Garza, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
898,
McKenna Elrod, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
900,
Alexandria Rubio, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
902,
Jacqueline Cáceres, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
903,
Jose Flores, he was in my classroom, and he did not survive.
904,
Xavier Lopez, he was in my classroom, and he did not survive.
Now I'd like to move to Exhibit 905.
AJ Martinez, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
And State's Exhibit 906.
Gilberto Mata, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
Exhibit 907.
Jordan Olivares was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
Exhibit 908.
Kendall Olivares, she was in the next room, and she's a survivor.
909.
Maya Zamora, she was in the next classroom, and she's a survivor.
910.
Mia Cerrillo, she was in the next classroom, and she's a survivor.
911.
Noah Orona, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
912.
Samuel Salinas, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
913.
Jaden Carizales in the next classroom, and he was a survivor.
And 914.
Chloe Menendez, next classroom, and she's a survivor.
And when you say next classroom, in each of those situations where you speak in the classroom 112.
Yes, sir. Room 112, yes.
Procedures?
Please.
Mr. Reyes, my name is Nico Good. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian Gonzales.
Mm-hmm.
You've never testified before?
No.
You've interviewed before but not testified, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you questions, and there's no guideline on how to ask questions about pure evil, but I'm gonna try, okay? And it's not evil that you committed, and it's not evil that Adrian committed, but I have to ask you questions about that incident, okay? And so if you need to stop me, or we go as slow as you want to, but I need your permission because I have to ask you specific questions, okay?
Okay.
I mean, the jury's already given us permission, but I wanna be respectful to you too, okay?
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna kind of compartmentalize it. I know the government went over what happened that day and broke it down. And we've all seen the heart-wrenching video. I wanna start with lockdowns, like what lockdowns meant to you, to the school, to your community. You would agree that lockdowns were usually tied to bailouts, right?
Yes.
And the jury's heard about it, but you're an individual witness, and so bailouts dealt with someone who allegedly was here illegally and they're trying to evade capture of police, and they will bail out, that's where the term comes from, their vehicle, to get away from police.
Yes.
You would agree that the lockdowns in your community were not focused on active shooters?
They weren't focused on
Yeah,
shooters?
the lockdowns were mainly correlated to bailouts, not active shooters, is my point.
No, I think it applies to all. Like, it applies to bailouts and active shooters.
The training does, yes, sir. But I'm
Yes.
just talking about the perception in the community it's associated to bailouts, is my point.
I would say so, yes. Mhm.
And so the lockdown rules, I believe you testified, and this is how you were trained: lights off, get under the table and hide, right?
Yes.
But there's another critical point of the protocol, right? Of the lockdown?
Yes. To make sure that we're out of view and make sure that the doors are locked.
Yeah, and that's the part I wanted to focus on.
Okay.
Because the safety aspect of a lockdown procedure is the locks on the door, right?
Yes.
The other part of the lockdown procedure is to hopefully not be noticed by, if there was an active shooter, they're looking around, and if someone is hidden and in a corner and lights are off, they may think that no one's in there and they'll keep going.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So there's one aspect of it is not being seen. The other aspect of it, which is the locks, is to try to deter or stop a shooter from entering a room.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And the school had rules on locks, correct?
Yes.
And the rule was that the doors were to be locked at all times.
Yes.
I mean, and the rule was no exceptions, right?
Yes.
But there was a culture in the school where, and because of resources, that there weren't enough keys to go around to substitute teachers, that there was a magnet system used at the school, right?
That depended on the teacher, I guess, yeah.
But it was known, right? It was known that magnets were used to wedge in between the door and the frame so it would not click, and then someone wouldn't have to get up every time to open the door with a key, right?
Yes.
And this is not your decision, but it's not like other schools that have like a key fob where they can just click it and then put it back in easy access, and it can lock easily as well, right?
Yes.
Teachers actually had a key.
Yes.
And so it wasn't an official system supported by the administration, but it was a system that many, many teachers used, that magnet system, right?
I've seen it not only in our district, but I've seen it in other districts as well.
Yes, sir. And that's what I mean. This was more of a culture of the whole school district, that for whatever reason these magnets were used, right?
And yes.
And is it fair to say that the administration discouraged them but did not ban them?
I would say so.
I mean, there wasn't a feeling that said if you use a magnet system, you're going to be fired. It wasn't like that from the administration.
No.
So the administration kind of, and I don't, if you don't agree, then don't agree with me, but kind of look the other way, don't use the magnet system, but knew that people were using the magnet system. Is that a fair overall statement?
I mean, I would assume that she knew. I mean,
Well, you're talking about Ms. Gutierrez, the principal, but I'm just talking about the whole district, right?
yeah, I guess, yeah.
Because your words were the magnets were used in other schools that you know of, right? Correct?
Yes,
And then also, not only, those are for the indoor locks, but the external locks, the external doors were supposed to be locked at all times, correct?
yes,
And you know now that the external door was not locked, right?
yes, now I know.
But the east door was always left unlocked, correct? The one near the library?
Yes,
And the reason why is because kids would go so much that they just left that one, that was knowingly left unlocked.
I think they were all left open due to rotations, going to PE, going to computer lab, going to other places, yes.
And if I can direct your attention back to your room, you had a front door to 111, but then there was also a door in between you and 112.
Yes,
And both those doors had the ability to be locked, right?
yes,
And you know, do you know now that both doors were not locked?
no.
No, you don't know, or no, they weren't locked?
I didn't know that they were both unlocked.
And I'm not being disrespectful, okay? Whose responsibility is it in room 111 to make sure those doors are locked?
That would be my responsibility.
And so, and the reason why you had left doors unlocked in the past is because your room had printers in them, correct?
I had what we call like a community printer.
Yes, sir.
And not necessarily leave the door unlocked. Sometimes it just didn't latch.
Well, that's a different issue, right? So
Yeah.
there's we'll talk about the latching issue in a second, and you reporting that to the school, but on the community printer, there was actually, people would come into your classroom 2 to 3 times a day, you've said before,
Mhm.
and would use the printer, and so you would leave it unlocked at times.
Yes,
But at times you had a student, I think it was Rogelio, that
Yes.
you had appointed, so whenever you did leave it unlocked, he would get up to open the door for the printing and when someone needed to come in.
yes,
But at other times you would leave it unlocked, just because it was a distraction, I think, an inconvenience, I believe you said in the past?
yeah. It was sometimes an inconvenience, but I mean, I wouldn't leave it open all the time, unlocked all the time. I mean,
I understand. But on this day, the doors between 111 and 112 were unlocked, right?
I believe that one was unlocked just because Miss Mireles, who was the special ed teacher on that side, she always came in through there to get something printed. So yeah,
But the rule still said that the doors had to be locked, right?
yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you had, earlier that day, you had exited your door to cross to room 105 to see if the teacher in 105 wanted to order something, because it was a kind of a relaxed day, you guys were ordering food.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so at some point, we can play later for the jury, but you've seen that you leave your classroom from 111 and you cross the hall to 105, and then at some point you come back to your room.
Yes.
And have you seen the video of you doing that?
Yes.
And did you recognize that it looked like the door, just you opened it right away, it wasn't locked?
No, I mean, not that I opened it right away.
Okay. But you don't recall using your key, and you couldn't say whether you had locked the door or not, right?
The only reason that I know that I don't know for sure if I locked my door or not was because I still had my keys on my arm when I ended up in the hospital and all that. So if I still had my key here, why would I have it here if I didn't lock the door? That's what
Is in your mind.
is in my mind, yes.
Are you aware now, today, that the Rangers came to a conclusion that the door was not locked?
Yeah. Hmm.
And so that was a factual objective determination that an independent investigator made, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I do want to talk about the malfunctioning, because your door, although it was able to be locked, sometimes the catch would get stuck in the door, right?
Yes.
And then you'd have to kind of either shake it or jimmy it, and then it would click when you would shut the door.
Yes.
You had reported it, you claimed and I'm say claimed only because we don't have a work order, but you claimed that you reported it to the school, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you have said that you reported it to the principal and to the secretary, is that true?
Yes.
But there's not an official work order. We cannot, the government or us, we can't get our hands on a work order where you're requesting for them to fix that malfunction, right?
Yes, but I think that the school police department should have a record of that. If they did walkthroughs, how come they didn't report it?
Okay, well, you're asking a question, and I can try to answer that.
Mm-hmm.
You guys didn't have a police officer assigned to your school, right?
No, but they did walkthroughs.
Well, we'll go one thing at a time.
Okay.
You didn't have a police officer assigned to your school, right?
No.
So the high school had a police officer full-time, but unfortunately, your school did not have a police officer full-time, right?
No.
And the walkthrough, by whomever, whichever PD did it, it was to make sure doors were locked, right?
Yes.
And is it safe to say there was a culture of warning teachers when that police officer, whoever it was, would check on the doors so them to remove the magnets? You remember that?
No.
Like teachers wouldn't tell other teachers that the police officer is there to remove the magnet?
No.
Okay. So now I want to direct your attention back to a little bit to before the incident happened. I think you testified that you thought you heard books dropping on the floor,
Yes.
but it was far but loud, correct?
Yes.
And then it got closer,
Yes.
and then at some point you said that you saw sheetrock chipping off of the walls.
Something was falling or, yeah.
Can you, because maybe I'm not clear, can you, Judge, may I stand up, please?
Yes.
If you're sitting at your desk in that room,
Mhm.
will you tell me where to stand where the front door is to 111?
On this side.
Tell me when to stop.
Right there.
Okay.
Right there. Mhm.
And I don't, sorry.
That's fine.
And is this the distance you were sitting as well? I mean, your desk from the door?
No, I would say it's probably where that gentleman's right there.
This gentleman here?
Yes, right there, right there.
Do you know the measurements of your schoolroom, of your classroom?
Mm-hmm. No, but I would say it's probably like 30 feet by 20 feet or something
Okay.
like that.
Okay. And then when you saw, because I have to ask, when you saw things chipping and you made a decision ultimately to have the children hide, it was because you were worried that maybe they were in danger?
Yes.
In past lockdowns, would you go lock the door in past lockdowns?
Well, I would have gone to go check the door, yes.
And as these sounds got louder and louder, but in this incident, for whatever reason, and I'm not going to try to push you to try to remember why, you didn't go check the door to see if it was locked, right?
No, because I was confused of what the noise was. I didn't know it was a gun at the time.
And again, I have to ask this question. In the lockdown training, you're not taught to figure out what the danger may be. Once you make a decision to do a lockdown, one of the responsibilities is to immediately lock the door, right?
Yes, but we weren't told like how we had practiced before. So when we would go into lockdown, it would usually come out on the intercom, or we had the Raptor system, which we never really used. So I wasn't too sure if we were on a lockdown or not.
Okay, let's break that down, because
Okay.
you said two things. You said intercom and you said Raptor system.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody knows what an intercom is. We're going to hear about how the school used it, but let's explain what the Raptor system is.
The Raptor system is an app that you have on your phone. So whenever there's something that's happening bad, it should come up on your phone and let you know that you're on a lockdown or something, or whatever's, you know, the problem.
But if a teacher doesn't have their phone with them, then they can't get that part of the notification, right?
That's correct, yes.
Did you get a Raptor system notification?
No, sir.
Did you have your phone with you?
Yes.
Because you were receiving text messages and calls after you were shot,
Which is surprising to me because I never got text messages during the school year.
But so for sure, nobody was using the Raptor system to warn of this incident, correct? You didn't get a warning from your phone.
I didn't get a warning on my phone. I don't know if anybody else did.
Right. Now, I'm focused on you.
Mhm.
And then the intercom system. In the past, how would the intercom system be used?
Well, she would come on there and say, okay, we're on lockdown, and so we would do what we needed to do.
And she is the principal?
Yes.
But in your training, a teacher doesn't have to wait for the principal to go on lockdown. They can make an independent decision themselves. You agree with that?
I guess, yeah, you could.
Well, I'm just gonna respectfully push you on this a little bit. But no, but the training specifically says that you didn't, because if a teacher or a principal doesn't act or is not notified of an incident on the west side of a school, they would know, so a teacher can take responsibility in their own hands and call for a lockdown with their students, right?
So I'm guessing that you're assuming that I knew that that was a gun? Because I didn't make the correlation that the noise was coming from a gun until the gun was actually in my classroom. So the noise and the gun, I could not actually tell that we were in danger. It was just a loud noise and it was just banging. So if you're...
I'm trying not to assume anything, that's why I'm asking questions, okay?
Okay.
And I'm really not trying to blame you or do anything disrespectful, I just have to ask these questions, okay?
Okay.
At some point, because we saw in the video, Amy Marin was yelling with another teacher down the hall,
Mhm.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to say yes, just because
Yes.
she's typing you down.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's just for the court reporter. And you did not hear Amy yelling?
I did not hear Amy yell, no.
Did the teachers in 112, what were they doing during this time?
I'm not sure. I think that they were watching a movie as well.
But at some point, you have stated that they were trying to lock their door. You believe that they were locking their door.
I never stated that.
Have you ever spoken before to grand jury?
Yes.
I'm gonna find it for you, okay?
Okay.
Trish, are you staying in town? You staying in town?
Yes.
Okay. Tell you what, folks, we're gonna go, if he's not trying to drive back to Uvalde tonight, we're gonna go ahead and break for,
Judge, can I just make this last point before we take a break? I found it.
if you found it.
Yeah, I did, Judge. Sorry about
Okay.
that. I had written down the wrong number. And during the grand jury, you were under oath like you are today?
Yes.
And you answered questions honestly. May I approach?
Yeah.
I'm going to direct your attention to the transcript of your grand jury testimony, okay? Can you read line 13 to 17 to yourself, sir. Did you read it?
Mhm.
So as I said again, you testified before, because you were asked a question, did either of the teachers in room 112 come to your room and say, hey, I just got the Raptor? Your answer, no. Lock your door? I believe they were trying to lock their door. Do you remember saying that now?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said before that you believed that the teachers in 112 were trying to lock their door, right?
I believe that's what I had seen, or I was told from other teachers, yes.
Well, that's not what you said in this testimony. You said you believed it because they were right next to you, that they were locking their door, correct?
I believe that that's what they were doing.
I didn't know if you wanted to stop now, Judge. I was going to keep going.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and break for the evening. We'll start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Very important, you remember my instructions concerning any publicity, media, etc. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you. Mr. Reyes, I need to give you some instructions, so if you'll stay with us momentarily. But let everyone rise for the jury.